Hey, yo, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Introduce the crew. We got Anton. We got Kay. We got Amira. We got Lauren. We got Chicago Rilla. Me, myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
Hi.
What's the word, GQ?
Man, I can't call it. Another day in the paradise. Another day in the paradise. Y'all looking lovely. I see y'all ladies.
Thank you. Thank you.
And y'all so late with the compliments, man. Y'all woke? Y'all ready? Oh, let's get some excitement or something, man. Where's the energy at? I see we got a few people wearing black. Myself, Anton. Okay, I see you got your black on today, huh?
No.
Okay.
Always.
Real, I see you, man. I see you. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Before we get this show started, make sure you guys take the opportunity right now to like the video. Like the video. Also, subscribe to the channel while you are at it. Let's get this show started. As you guys know, last show was a wild one. It was definitely a wild one. I kind of wanted to carry over this conversation just to highlight a few things so we can bring this to a close. With so much going on through the show, I couldn't help but to think we need work. I kind of want to go over some things. Let's talk about the vision of Lapeef, Let's Talk. The vision is for us to have these tough conversations that you wouldn't normally have. I don't care what it is. It's going to get uncomfortable. And I wanted to continue to keep having these conversations. That's the vision. We're not about to point the finger tonight, but it's about holding everyone accountable, including myself. I feel like we all could have done better that last show. I'm going to also talk about the thoughts of it being a black channel. I remember Courtney did an interview with myself, and when she did this interview, she asked me particularly about me being associated, or our channel being associated with the manosphere and red pill community. I told her that I do not subscribe to that. And I often say, as you guys heard before, that the audience chooses us. They choose who we are. We don't choose them. So if the audience wants to put us in that category, that's fine. If they want to make us a black channel, that's fine too. We are fully aware that it's mostly black people on the panel and has been for some time. We're also aware of the people that watch us. It's not only black people. I look at the analytics as well, including Anton, and we often see that it's just not black people. It's about having those tough conversations. And just like I don't want to associate us with being red pill and like the manosphere, I just want to have conversations, no matter the color, no matter the race. I just want to have a platform where we can all come together, where we can learn, grow, and understand one another. A common question that's always asked is, why do we add Amira to the network? For clarification, Amira is added to the network, not the Lapeef Let's Talk show. Things may change, you never know. But she's a part of the network. Why, you may ask? It's because it's a different perspective. And that's what I pay attention to. I pay attention to different elements and seeing where we could bring different flavors to the platform where we can all learn something and grow and understand, as I said before. Amira will get the opportunity to speak on her views this weekend. Her, Anton, and I will be having a live, thinking about possibly Sunday, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, but just stay tuned for that. But we will have a conversation where we will speak with just Amira. So you guys will get the opportunity to listen to that as well. Wrong is wrong, right? Would you guys say that we shouldn't listen to anybody on the platform that had a child out of wedlock? Should we hold them to the same standard as we hold everyone else when we look back at things that they said, things that they've done, their perspective, their opinions? Should we hold them people to the same standard as well and cancel them? Are we just as hard on ourselves as we are hard on other people with different views and different opinions. The reason why I brought her to this channel is to see, just like everybody else that come on, I'm really concerned about the value that they bring. I don't want to pull the skeletons out of everybody's closet. Not saying that they have it, but hypothetically, if they did have skeletons in their closet, what good is it going to do to highlight that on this show when we are trying to push the needle? There's no show on YouTube like this, and probably never will be. You can copy, take notes, imitate, listen, but you can't duplicate this masterpiece. That's why you guys show up now, and that's why you guys are here, because it's different. It's real, it's authentic, it's not scripted. You've heard people say that we don't know who's going to come on the show, what we're going to talk about. I purposely have that because I don't want people preparing. I want to get real answers, real opinions, real perspectives. And again, that's what makes us unique. The purpose of this conversation right here, again, is for us to learn, understand, and grow. I looked at the last episode and I seen a lot that we can pull from it. I don't want to highlight all the negativity. Again, we're not going to point the fingers, but how can we learn and move on from this? I want to start off by asking you guys individually, what did you learn from the last show? I'm going to start with you, Lauren.
What did I learn? Definitely, it's better to listen before responding, right? I think like a lot of people are like, well, Lauren didn't say much, but I was really trying to listen to every perspective, every point of view before I inserted myself. And yeah, that's what I learned is like we listen to respond, not listen to understand. So if we do more listening to understand, I think we could be better, right? So I tried to rewatch the show. I really couldn't get through it, so I can only imagine what it was like to watch it live. But yeah, that's basically my takeaway from last week.
Okay, what did you learn from the last show?
Just being honest, I don't think I learned anything. I mean, I guess I learned that, I don't know. I didn't really learn anything in the last show.
Okay, that's real. Rella, what did you learn from last show?
I learned that Anton thinks black culture is trash.
You knew that before, really? What?
Yeah, I knew that before. I'm just messing. I'm just trying to lighten it a little bit. I'm with Lauren, man. I think I learned, and I've kind of been demonstrating that in the group this week, right? I've been posting some provocative posts just to get the conversation started. And what I learned from last week's show is different types of ways of trying to communicate and get the messaging out, right? These conversations are tough. They're hard to have, very hard to have. But we're having them in real time. And I always say, this is real people having real conversations in real time about real things that matter. And, it just showed me the importance of, being open to listening to different perspectives. And, if we calling somebody out, man, I think that's necessary. I think it's great to hold people accountable. Doesn't matter who it is. But I also wanted to hear last week, I wanted to hear, the parties involved with that. I wanted to hear the responses. So what I learned and what I'm taking in, what I took with me moving this week is just how to have the conversation, how to be better at having that conversation, even if it's tough, even if I don't agree with the other person. Even if I don't like what I thought they said, I at least want to hear them out and hear them explain, where it is that they're coming from. And that's important.
All right. Anton, what did you learn from the last show?
when I went back and looked at the show, when it was happening, it was like, what the heck is happening right now? Let me just sit back and observe for a minute. But when I went and looked back at it, it was a beautiful show. I mean, it was an absolutely beautiful show. It was a great show. And the reason why it was so great was because it's unscripted, it's real, it's not pre-planned. Nobody knows what anybody is going to say. And it was chaotic. And in chaos and people being uncomfortable, that's where growth comes from. It's easy to have a conversation with a bunch of people that always agree with you or always look like you or always going the same way as you. That's the easy thing. That's been done over and over again, and we see it, and we see people handpick their audience, and we see people handpick the people that come on their show and so on and so forth. But very rarely do you catch lightning in a bottle, and that's exactly what this show is lightning in a bottle, is being willing to have the uncomfortable conversations, is canceling cancel culture. I'm gonna say that again, is canceling cancel culture, and it's beautifully going exactly the way that it's supposed to go when you talk about let's just have the conversation. If that's the tagline, if that's the slogan, and you don't add anything else to it, what you start to see is things start to play out exactly how they're supposed to. Whatever it is that you are, that gets revealed. However it is that you feel, that gets revealed. And the only thing that we continue to ask people is to defend their argument. We don't care what you feel. We don't care how you are. We don't care what your perspective is, what your viewpoint is. We can call it out. We can deal with it based off of the conversation or the subject matter at hand. But ultimately, what it comes back down to is that everybody got a voice. And when you start to include other people in all of these different conversations, no matter if you're black, white, no matter what nationality you are, no matter what religion you are, no matter what your sexual preference is, whether you tall, short, male, female, whatever, so on and so forth, that's the thing that fosters growth. And so I'm not looking to ever be in a space if I ever find myself in a space where I'm being forced to agree with people just to support a narrative, I'm out. I'm completely out of the game. But as long as I'm continuing to push a narrative that continues to foster growth, I'm all for it. So when I went back and looked at the show, some of it was fun, some of it was cringy, it was all of that. But the beautiful thing of it is that it was chaotically beautiful, and it continued to push the needle when it comes to growth. And that's what we are. That's who we are. We never gonna be like nobody else. We never trying to be like nobody else. We don't watch nobody else. We don't care about what nobody else is saying. We stand on who we are, and we rock how we gonna rock. And the people that love us and support us is gonna continue to rock with us. And that's all that's to it. I'm with it. I'm 100% with it.
Mayor, what did you learn from the last show?
I guess I learned that I don't know. There was quite a bit of things that happened last show. I don't know. I think I learned that me and Courtney don't agree as much as I thought we did. I thought that we were a lot more, that we thought more alike, but I guess not. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Time will tell, I guess. I just can't wait for Sunday's conversation.
Okay. I heard earlier that we talked about understanding, that we was listening without trying to understand. I want to talk about understanding. What does that look like? How do we understand each other? So when we having these conversations, what does understanding look like? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So for me, when I'm seeking to understand, I like to ask clarifying questions, until I understand. What does it look like when you're talking to somebody and trying to figure out if you understand? You just keep asking questions until you get it. I try not to make assumptions. I I try to ask a question if I'm confused or if I don't get it, or if, something is off. That's what understanding looks like to me. Like when you have asked enough questions that now you've gotten to a point where you can say, okay, I get it. Even if you don't agree, you can still get where the person is coming from and see why they feel that way, even if you don't agree.
All right. Mira, I'm coming to you, but before I do, appreciate the super chats from everybody. Joshua, Kalisa, I seen you. Chris B, Elephant, see you. And Jonathan, appreciate the super chats, you guys. Amir, same question. What does understanding look like to you? How do you understand when we having these conversations and we are seeking to understand while we having the conversation? What does it look like?
I think understanding is, give me a minute, I'm just thinking about the correct words to say. I think understanding is being able to see from a different perspective, and you can understand and also not agree at the same time, but I think understanding is mostly just seeing things a different way. I guess I don't really know how to explain that.
I understood what you said. That's Varela. Understanding. We take pride, or at least we trying to move into the direction where we're just not making statements, but we're also listening to understand. What does understanding look like to you?
Yeah, man, I think it's more about removing yourself from the equation, removing ego, active listening, and employing empathy, right? Everybody doesn't agree with us. Everybody doesn't share the same view. It's the reason why I love having conversations in political circles with Democrats and Republicans. I love when people tell me, oh, you must be a Democrat, or, oh, you must be a Republican. You can't tell what side of the fence I'm on, because I'm willing to have the conversation and understand different perspectives. And the reason why I'm able to do that is because I remove ego out of the way. I'm actively listening, and I'm not listening. I think Lauren said it earlier. I'm not necessarily listening to react as much as I'm listening to respond. And I think there's a distinct difference when you approach it from that way, allowing that person, again, the opportunity to get everything that they want out. So at least you have an understanding of where they're coming from. And again, for me this week, like I said, I've been making some posts in the Facebook group, and it's been some beautiful conversations coming out of that as a result. So, it's about listening. It's about, employing empathy and allowing the other party, let them get it all out. And then, you just take it all in, and then you can make an informed decision on how to respond to them.
Okay, that's real. I believe that listening is a skill. Also, understanding is a skill. Believe it or not, I know I don't say much on the platform, but people that know me know I talk a lot, and I have a lot to say. And it was hard.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, in real life.
Yeah, it was pretty hard for me to learn how to listen. I just always wanted to talk, and I can care less what people had to say. So I had to learn how to listen and understand the importance of it, of valuing what somebody is actually trying to tell you. And if you don't understand, then you kind of follow with the questions. And you have to leave the emotions out of it, because if you really truly trying to understand, the person that's speaking has to be patient as well, because everybody don't think alike. Everybody don't have the same mindset. Everybody doesn't receive data the same way. So I think it works on both sides, but understanding is definitely a skill, and a lot of people have to work on it. Lauren, understanding. How does understanding look to you?
Yeah, understanding is not whether you agree or disagree. I think that's like where we as people get it wrong. When I think about understanding, I see it as something that doesn't happen immediately, and sometimes it takes days or weeks or whatever. Like, it's not an instantaneous thing. And it also, to me, means picturing yourself in the other person's shoes, or simply like, yeah, taking yourself out of the situation. To Rilla's point, like your ego, whatever you're bringing to the conversation, you might have to like put that on the back seat so that you can, you know, take in what the other person is saying. Yeah. And sometimes, like, when you understand, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to respond, because 9 times out of 10, if you, once you get the understanding, there's really nothing left to say. Like, if you ask the follow-up questions and you say all the things that you need to say or ask to seek understanding, at the end of the day, sometimes it's just like, okay. And then you move on. Like, you don't really need to have a summary and be like, well, I hear what you're saying, but like, no, like, you don't have to do that. So to your point, Lapeef, like, it was like, JR is like, it is a skill. And I think we focus a lot on listening as a skill, and we haven't necessarily mastered listening. So then to then have to master the skill of understanding, it's like we can't even get to the understanding piece, because a lot of us have trouble listening. So yeah, just we as people have to do a better job at both. But you can't understand without mastering listening, right? So it makes sense that a lot of people have trouble understanding people with different perspectives, or whatever, because we haven't quite mastered how to listen. So you can't understand without having that listening muscle like developed, basically.
For people that are just tuning in, we are discussing a WoW show last week, full of emotion, very controversial, but whenever you get the opportunity, check that show out. So we're just highlighting points on how we can grow from it, things that we can learn and understand what we took from it. So that's what we're talking about right now. Anton, understanding. What does understanding look like you? And I promise you it's going to speed up. We build into something that's much bigger.
You know what? Honestly, bro, I don't even think we at that step at this point. I think that people are so far in their own way that they're unwilling. Bro, we at like step 0. We're not even at step 1. Understanding is step 1. Step 0 is really where the majority of a lot of these conversations are, because you literally have to tear down everything that we've placed up as kind of like the beacon for what it is that we stand on. Because again, and I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna say it one more time, and I'm gonna say it one more time after that, the culture that we champion, this black culture that we champion, and I'm gonna speak specifically to it, is absolute trash. The opinions that I say are my own, is in no way a representation of anybody else on this panel, is Anton specifically. The culture that we champion, that we highlight, and all of the things, because it's so funny. I just find it so ironic and so funny how we extend so much understanding, and we extend an ear, and we give all of this other credence, and we draw lines and place ourselves in these little bitty boxes and align ourselves with whether or not you're a woman, and then you call yourself a feminist, and then you align yourself with all men, and then next thing you know, you mock MGTOW or whatever, right? And then we say, oh, okay, I don't like people, you know what I'm saying, that look a certain type of way, or I don't like we draw lines based off of the mindset that the people that came before us drew lines. And that's so short-sighted, and it's so stupid, and it's unfortunate. And I will never, ever, ever subscribe to this little bitty box that somebody put me in, because I've traveled the world. And when you've traveled the world, you'll realize that we got more in common than we don't. And people want to separate us and want to put us in this little box. But the reality is that me, for example, I'm trying to propel us and push us forward to help us to understand how we similar and how we can learn from each other, versus trying to necessarily understand people that operate out of chaos. I'm not, bro. I'm trying to tear that whole house down and rebuild it from scratch. So I don't even think that we're in a space personally that we can really start having a conversation based off of understanding. I think that we need to start having a conversation based off of humanity first. Because it's no point in looking to understand if you're coming into it with a narrative that's already pre-planned and saying that I'm looking at this from this lens before you even get to hear somebody or get to allow other people to speak. So understanding that's step one. We still at step 0, and that's all right. I'm here with y'all. I'm gonna help tear that whole frame down, one person at a time.
Hold on, JR. Hold on. I'm sorry, real quick. So let's unpack that, Anton.
Hold on, real. I'm gonna get to it.
Okay.
Get to it real quick. That was actually one of my questions that I was going to ask Anton. So I'm glad you kind of highlighted that. And before I asked the question, I was going to also add on to, before you answer, can we listen and understand? So based off what he said, and I guess this is leading up to what you were saying, Chicago Gorilla, about unpacking it. Do we understand what Anton is saying? Okay. We talked about understanding. We talked about how we should understand, or how we recognize understanding. You don't have to agree, but do you understand what he was saying? I want your honest opinion about what Anton said.
I understand that that's Anton's opinion.
Okay. Rilla, go ahead.
Yeah, so to answer your question specifically, I understand. I think I understand what he's saying, right? I don't know that he's articulated or substantiated the point that all Black culture is trash. I love that he got a little bit more specific, and that's why I'm asking him to unpack it. The culture that we champion is trash. And my question is, what is the culture? What is the Black culture that Black people are championing?
Well, you can't say all Black people, because there's always going to be an anomaly, and for the people that's slow in the back, you got to add that caveat into it before you start talking. But largely, we understand that when we're talking about the majority. And if you're looking at the majority and you look at all of the different shows and you look at what's popping, right? Even if you look at and go back and look at a lot of our shows that we've did, the ones that we start to talk about stuff that actually adds value, right? It's almost like you gotta package it in a way in which people will be entertained. And the only way they find themselves entertained is by stuff that's cloaked in negativity. Straight up. Ask somebody, for example, to tell you a positive leader, a positive Black leader that they follow, right? Tell them to give you 5. Tell them to give you 5 Black positive leaders that they follow, and then ask them when the last time they actually listened to them. Right? Honestly, like real talk, it'll be a hard conversation for you to have a conversation with somebody and tell them, hey, name 5 positive Black leaders that you follow. And when is the last time that you listened to them? It's going to be a tough sell. It's going to be an absolute tough sell. And, honestly, I'm very concerned. I don't even think I care as much about older grown people as I do about the people that's coming behind them, because all we do is continue to perpetuate the same behavior and the same narrative. And if you look all the way back, you can take, let's just say 100 years ago, you look 100 years ago and you go all the way up until now, 1921 up to 2021, we are worse off than we've ever been. We're less married, right? We're less successful. We faced more than we ever have. And the freer we get and the more opportunities that we have and the more freedom that we have, the more we place ourselves in a box and the poorer we become. And so if you look at the stats and you look at the results, you have to say that the things that we're embracing is the worst parts of us. The overwhelming majority of us embrace the worst parts of us. And it's not just us. It's a lot of different cultures that do the same thing, but I'm still standing on, and I'm speaking on that specific point about Black culture, and the things that we champion within Black culture is absolute trash.
So for clarity, because again, I think I've said this on the platform before. You remind me of Coach Young, basketball coach at Corliss, in the sense of, direct, straight to the point. This is what it is. Not cutting no corners. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. When you say the parts of Black culture, and I get it, you're a C student. I think you're way smarter than that. And I really do hate when you say that, because I think you're way smarter than that.
Rap music, trash.
Okay.
Even the food we eat, trash. You know, somebody came on the platform the other day, the last show, one of the callers, and it was like, what do you eat on New Year's? You know, all of that stuff that they name, all of the stuff that we eat and we celebrate as a part of Black culture is trash, bro. It's trash food. It's the bottom of the barrel when you talking about the palate that we put into our bodies and our mouths. It's garbage. It's absolute garbage. Like, it's bad. I don't know how else to frame it.
So, Anton, I have a question.
Soul food is trash.
So, I have a question. So, all of the things that you are describing as Black culture is basically a product or a result of someone like someone producing something, whether it be music, whether it be TV shows, whether it be food. Do you consider Black culture like the people, right? You talked about humanity. So would you see Black culture as the creativity, the uniqueness that we bring to the world? Like, there's things about us that no other culture has that they often want to replicate, right? Like, there are things that they take from us that we have. Like, you know, just our skin alone is something that they want. They get tans, they try to look like us. So I understand where you're coming from in terms of the things that we produce is trash, but we as a people, I think we contribute to society in a way that, again, other cultures, other people want to replicate. So, and let me say this again too, having babies out of wedlock, all of the things that we do in relationships it's like something we produce, or it's an action based on it. So yes, I understand that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I think we can give credit to who we are as a people, and what we bring. So like I just wonder if you consider that a part of culture, or are you only looking at culture as the things we produce? Whether it be food,
I'll look at culture as the things that we champion and celebrate and embrace the most. That's what I look at culture as.
So, and I thank you for saying that. I think last week, or even what, you know, if Courtney says she champions, like she's Black all day, right? So if that's who she's, you know, rooting for, I hear her saying
that's called being prejudiced, and it goes against the very fabric and I don't want to speak too much about her because she's not here to defend herself, right? But that narrative goes against the very thing that she says and I say that we subject ourselves to, which is the Bible, right? Holiness in general, Christianity, it literally takes you through why it's trash, all the way from Genesis all the way through Revelations, and the mindset behind it. The reason why you had Paul, the reason why you had Jesus, is to do away with the old ways and to set a new path, because it was impossible for us to do things the right way, only aligning ourselves a specific way. So if you have that narrative and you say that I'm only going to look at it from this lens, and I only celebrate, or I'm only going to champion this based off of that foundation, it's built on a house of sand. It's meant to fall. Because that in itself is prejudice. That in itself is being racist. You can't determine how you're going to align with somebody based off of what they look like. That very foundation is the foundation that's built off of hate in itself. I can't stand on it. It goes against every single thing that I read, everything that I study.
I want to kind of, we talk about accountability on this channel, right? A lot, right? Would you guys agree?
Sure.
Okay. So the question that I had as we close this out is, how do we hold ourselves accountable if we don't recognize we're wrong? How do we hold ourselves accountable if we don't recognize that we are wrong? I'm going to start with you, Rilla.
Yeah, I'm still
trying to put it together.
No. I'm just in the last part around prejudice and races, but we can circle back on that later. It's impossible to hold yourself if you accountable, if you're not introspective, if you're not reflective, if you don't sit down at the end of the day, if you don't analyze and assess yourself, if you don't say, where did I miss it? Where did I make it? What could I have done better? What did I get right? It's impossible for you to hold yourself accountable. Furthermore, if you don't have a cipher of people, and I'm hearing feedback from somewhere, but if you don't have a cipher of people who you confide in, who can call you out on your BS, and you can say, like, you know what, I effed up. It's impossible for you to hold yourself accountable. I often say on the platform, if I'm in a moment and there's something that comes up and I don't have, value to add, then I stand down. If it's something that, I didn't consider, or I may have missed the mark on that, I readily admit that. I do that a lot in the Facebook group because I think it's important for people to be able to see what accountability looks like. So if I'm wrong, even with me opening up and being able to say, hey, I consider myself a Christian. I consider myself a believer. I'm in a situation that's not ideal, personally. Even me opening that up, y'all have no idea over the last couple of months, just being on this platform and having those conversations, how reflective I've been on self and how many conversations me and my girl has had, right? So that's that. If you can't be honest and open enough about your shortcomings, if you don't have a cipher or a community or a village of people that can call you out on your BS, it's impossible for you to hold yourself accountable.
Okay, I like that. Okay, I'm coming to you. We often have these conversations all the time, right? And even you and I, Rella, Anton, we all had these conversations with one another. And when we're trying to express a difference or we're giving our opinion about something that happened, it's kind of hard talking to somebody like that just don't want to give in. I mean, you can be 1,000% like, I'm pretty sure that this person did this or it was that way. How do we hold ourselves accountable if we do not recognize that we are wrong?
I think that a lot of the misunderstanding is in terms of accountability comes from people saying that someone is wrong. I've experienced this where people say, oh, you're wrong. And I'm like, what am I wrong about? Where it's really just a difference of opinion. So if it's not like something that can be proven with empirical data or something like that, can you say that I'm wrong? I think people throw around the word wrong a lot just because they may not believe or agree with something that someone says. So I think that's where the problem comes in terms of accountability. If someone has an opinion and someone else is trying to convince them to have a different opinion, you're going to have a really hard time for them to take some kind of accountability because there is none to be taken, because it's just literally the fact that you are having a difference of opinion. It's not that you're wrong. Now, if something is wrong, that's a different story. But I think that a lot of what I see is people using the word wrong when really what they mean is I disagree with you, or I don't think the same as you do, or maybe I don't know enough about this topic. Can you tell me more? I think that people get really fervid and say, oh, you're wrong, immediately, when that's not even the case. Sometimes things just are differences of opinion. So I think that's where a lot of the problem comes in terms of accountability, because people aren't trying to be accountable for their opinion when it's just their opinion. You can't force someone to change their opinion. Now, if someone is wrong about something, like they're incorrect, and there's some evidence that they're wrong, that's a different story. But if we just disagree, you can't say, oh, Kay, I'm going to hold you accountable. You can't, because I'm not wrong. We just don't feel the same. So, I mean, I think that's a big part of this whole accountability thing and where a lot of the disconnect comes in.
Do you think that you've ever been wrong on this show?
Wrong? No.
Interesting.
Tell me what I was wrong about if you think so.
I can't because you just
Okay,
said
well, then let's move on.
No, we're not just gonna move on. Like,
well, what was I wrong about?
Here's the thing. It's not even about what I think, but the very mindset that you have and that you're not even open to the possibility that you was wrong is crazy to me. Because because then you have to say that this ain't even a conversation, it's a debate or it's an argument, however you want to frame it. Like when somebody, the only way you can have a conversation is if you open to the possibility that you're wrong, or you open to hearing somebody else's perspective that may change yours, right? And for you to literally have come on this show for hours and hours, and you are telling me that you have never been wrong on this show. Even me, I've gone on my show and been introspective and like, you know what? I need to redo that differently, or maybe I'll come back. I've had arguments with different people, JB, all of these different types of people. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I am off. I have conversations with JR all the time. Like, man, I got to change some stuff. Or, you know what? I think that they had a point. Let me make some adjustments. I don't necessarily have to do it in front of everybody. And I'm open, and I say it all the time. Before I say a lot of things, I say I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong. I doubt it, but I'm open to it, right? And that I can do things differently. The very mindset that you have means that it's not even a conversation. You're not even having conversations in good faith.
Okay. I mean, I respect your opinion on that. The thing about it is, though, that usually the topics that we talk about are not right or wrong topics. They're what are your opinion? What is your opinion on this topic? So if you ask me my opinion, how can it be wrong? If I say something and you don't like how I said it, now that's a different conversation. If you don't like something I did, if you ask me, hey, Kay, do you think you've ever done something that people don't like? I would say absolutely. But if you're talking about right versus wrong, means that something is factually incorrect. It doesn't mean that me and you, Anton, disagree.
Okay, so do you think that you were wrong? I'll give you a real example. Let's take last show. Do you think that you were wrong by openly questioning me and JR, and in my opinion, trying to pit us against each other? But I'll just stick to what was said. Do you think that you were wrong for openly questioning on a live show who was in charge?
No. And I can explain that. The reason that I do not think that was wrong is because you said, why are you here? And started talking about my position on the show in open live. I was about to say TV.
What did I say about your position on the show?
You were just like, you get the topics before everyone else. I mean, you get the topics at the same time everyone else does. If you don't have anything to add, why are you here? Like, this is you.
Yeah,
like,
if you don't want to talk, then why are you
on?
If we on a talk show, that has nothing to do with your position, right? You never gave an example of how I questioned your position on the show. What I said specifically was, we're on a talk show, which means that we have to talk. If you don't ever want to talk, and you specifically,
but can you really say that I don't ever want to talk? I mean, come on, is that true, Anton?
One at a time.
Multiple subjects. You said, I don't even care.
Multiple subjects. Which ones?
You said, I don't even care.
You said multiple subjects.
And then I asked you, well, if you don't care, why are you here for this specific show? You get the topics ahead of time. You have the ability to be able to do the research if you want to, or whatever, so on and so forth. And then you decided that you didn't want to participate. You didn't say, I didn't have anything to add because I don't understand or anything. You said, I don't care. If you're on a talk show, why is it off for me to ask you why you're participating on a talk show if you don't care about talking on a talk show? What does that have to do with you questioning who's in charge on the show?
There's multiple things. So first you said that I said on multiple subjects, which is just not true. I said, I don't care about the baby. Run the tape back if you want. That's the only thing I said that I don't care about, because I don't. So in terms of that, okay, you're already saying things that are incorrect. You're saying I said on multiple topics, which just isn't true. It's propaganda.
You do it all. So is that the first time you said that I don't care?
Now you're changing the subject. So do you want to talk about
question.
multiple other times, or do you want to talk about this real example? I'm just wondering.
Go ahead, Kay. Make your point. I'm not going to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I answered the question about the baby. I gave my opinion on it. And then at the end, I said, you know what? I really just don't care about the baby because I just don't. And that was my answer. And then you went on to get this whole thing talking about why are you here and all this stuff, which I felt was very out of line in terms of us having each other's numbers, in terms of us being on a show together. If you wanted to talk to me about that, you could have hit me up. So in the moment,
why you're not participating? Because it's so funny because you said you didn't care.
He said,
I wasn't not
bring this to a final. Final.
She said she didn't care. She said she didn't care, and then she got into a whole debate with Rilla on the topic and went ham. You went ham. You were the most passionate about that specific subject. Right after we had that conversation, you told us that you didn't care. But
because
then you sit here and
Chicago was talking about a topic as it relates to the LGBTQI community.
That's what the subject was about.
Okay, but the topic that we were talking about was the baby. And
saying things about the LGBT community.
Okay, so if you run the tape back, I said I don't care about the baby because I don't listen to his music. I just don't care about him. Now, if you want me to lie and be like, I do care about, I just don't. So like, how is that a problem? And then from that, you got this whole, why are you not answering questions? Why are you here? Even though I addressed the question fully, run the tape back. So when you ask me all these things about why am I here? And then all I do is say, JR, what do you think about that? Because to my knowledge, JR runs the show. You have a problem with that. That's what I don't understand. Now, we're talking about it now. Fine. I get it, but
yeah, we're gonna kind of bury this. We got to move on. So,
okay.
All right, you guys. You're just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Now that we got that out the way, we will not be discussing last week's show. We burying that one. Make sure you guys get them likes up right now. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. I see y'all laughing, man. Y'all got the black on, man.
JR, you were like, okay,
it's kind of looking like it's gonna be a funeral today.
Yeah, you was like, yeah, we tossing that one. That's we done with that.
Yeah, we done with that one, man. I think we went out about 3 weeks in a row, man. We're done. It's done, son. You feel me?
Hey, but look, I will say though, JR, and I applaud you on this, bro. I think it is important to have these conversations, man. So, salute to you for helping us push this thing forward, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Again, get them likes up. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic. But before we do, I'm going to play a video. Before I play that video, I want to have a conversation about how we approach marriage, right? How we approach marriage. We often talk about people that are married, people that are not married, but leading up into it, I kind of want to highlight a few points about that. I'm gonna play this video for you guys right now.
Okay. Arranged marriages tend to work better for several reasons. One, because marriage is a business. Marriage is a business, and we know that it's a business. Here's the thing. If you look at marriages for people, $250,000 net income, gross income or more, the divorce rate drops to around less than 20%. Prior to 1930, there didn't used to be an engagement period. What's the purpose of an engagement? To sell diamonds, to get people to give money. If Anton was Kay's father and I wanted to marry Kay, I had to roll up on Anton and say, hey, Mr. Daniels, I have need of a wife. I hear you have a daughter of marrying age. Yes, I do. All right. Here's who I am. And here's what I'm willing to do and we'd have a discussion. How you gonna provide for my daughter that I've kept in a certain way? And I'd have to end up, whether I paid you a dowry or when agreement, we'd make an agreement, and Anton would say, you have permission to do what? Court my daughter. Then I'd roll over to Kay and I'd say, hey, Kay, how you doing? Met your daddy, and under the protection of your daddy and under the watch of your women in your family, we'd sit there and play with your Madagascar bugs and carrying on. And we do all that stuff. And we'd walk and we'd talk and we would sip lemonade and we would do whatever. Yeah, we would do. I listened to him screech, and I understand that's a German cockroach versus this one. That's really not a cockroach. That's a water bug. This is a big roach. Okay, and then you'd be like, okay, Father, he seems to be acceptable. And she said, well, my daughter says yes. This still happens in the Middle East to this day. An arranged marriage, the woman still gets to decline yay or nay. And if she says yes, I've consulted with people as much as last week about this. Straight up, people from the Middle East consult with your boy. And then we'd gone down, we would be a big engagement. We'd make a ceremony, jump room, and get the hell on. There would not be an ounce of love between Kay and I. There'd be some like. We would kind of know what each other looked like. But the first night we were a husband and wife, would be the first time we would kiss. It would be awkward first time starfish sex. It would be probably really short and awkward. And then she'd get up and she'd go do the things she was supposed to do as the woman, and I go do the things I was supposed to do as a man. And eventually we would find a way to get into a groove. And those things are, and if you have a relationship that's built on more than like love, because if you've ever loved somebody, that's a feeling. Those feelings can come up and down, but what makes relationships last a long time is the duty that Kay has to her dad. I can't leave my husband because my father said this man, and he paid and my father and this man have an agreement. And if I left, it would make the family look bad. It would make my brothers look bad. My sisters look bad. There's more to it. It's not all about how we feel. So I would say, fuck our feelings. It has to be more.
Man, that was a great video. I know, Amira, it's your first time seeing that, and it's probably sounds familiar because we heard a little bit about you discussing that. I believe it was last week. And so I had to find a video. So the next topic that we're going to talk about is arranged marriage. And I talked about how we treat marriage when we approach it. You're not there yet, but how we lead up to it. So I want to talk about arranged marriage and you guys' thoughts about it, because I know it's something that's not commonly done here, but what if we can look at approaching marriage differently? Would it be better? Should we consider it? Is it something that we want to adopt? Is it a bad idea? Let's talk arranged marriage. I'm going to start with you, Lauren. Arranged marriage. Now, what are your thoughts about it? I know you're a single lady out there, and
yes,
you know, I know you should be approaching marriage within the next 2 or 3 years.
God willing. Okay. So arranged marriages is really funny because I've always said I would prefer it that way. Like it's funny, you know, if y'all watch me on Anton's show, you probably hear me talk about love and looks, right? Okay, like I do want a nice looking man, right? But I think the reason why the words arranged marriages never came out of my mouth is because, unfortunately, it's not a reality. It's not a real option in today's world. And that is due to a number of factors. Men and women are not open. It requires openness. It requires cooperation. And the way society is structured right now, we are presented with so many options. You have social media involved. And because we are presented with so many options and there's a lot in our face, everybody wants to explore all the options, right? But if I was born way back when arranged marriages were considered, I would not have a problem with it. It would make my life easier, number one, because dating is not the greatest. And you have a trusted figure to kind of vet the person. Right now, you have women who are not matured. They haven't matured. They're not developed, making decisions on who they want to be with. I think that's often irresponsible. And I'm talking about myself as well, because I'm not out of that. Like, I've made some terrible decisions in my life as well. But that's the thing. I would love arranged marriages, an arranged marriage. And I think we should think about it that way. But I think the way we are as people is preventing that conversation from even happening, to even look at that as an option. I sometimes see and hear stories of families that have a lot of money, typically do that to keep the money within their families. I see that happening more, like a lot. But you don't see that in any other like socioeconomic group or things like that. So that's my take is, listen, if there's people out there, like, I wish it was like a website, like people that are for arranged marriages, right? Like, but that too would still be kind of like contributing to what society has with all the dating apps and still being able to choose. It would not be as authentic as I think it should be. So that's my take.
Amir, I'm gonna come to you. I know, again, it's your first time hearing Kevin Samuels talk about it. Sounds pretty accurate in what you said. You were involved in an arranged marriage. Can you help us to understand what that looks like and your thoughts about it?
I wouldn't call it arranged marriage. Would you all consider my situation arranged, or would you consider it? I don't know.
Frame it for us. Describe it for us.
So my husband went to my father and spoke with him about us getting married. And then my father came to me and asked me if I wanted to approve of this.
Versus,
did you guys have any kind of conversations, you and well, he wasn't your husband at the time, but prior to him going to your father and asking for your hand in marriage, what was the extent of your interaction with your now husband?
Hi. Assalamu alaikum.
That's it?
Yeah, because we were at my cousin's party. My cousin had a birthday party and I was with my girls and we were hanging out and he was with his guys, and he comes there all flashy and you know, nice cars and all this, and he just came with my cousin just to say hi and bye. And I said, hi, assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam. We don't even touch hands, we go like this. So I said assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam, and that was it. And he walked away. And I heard about it maybe a few days later. That same night, my cousin called me and said, hey, do you remember the guy that was at the party? He's interested in you, he liked you. And I said, oh, well, he knows what to do if that's the case. And he did it. And that was it. So I don't know if that would be considered an arranged marriage, because I know a lot of people think that an arranged marriage is forced. Like, you either are forced by your family, or you don't have an option to do this, or you do it for money reasons, or you do it. And my situation, I don't know if you would call it that.
So let's say, for the sake of conversation, you know, let's say it's the modern version of what people would define as an arranged marriage. Uh-oh.
1 minute.
You all right over there? You might want to pivot, JR.
Yeah, Tom, wait, I have a question though. I thought we were responding to the question as it related to the clip that we watched, right? Like,
do you got the Versace robe on like me?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Are we giving? I just want to clarify, or just everybody, are we responding to the question as it related to what Kevin was describing on the show, or are we about to give a whole another thing? Because then that would change my answer. If we're going to
however you want to frame it, whatever you define and arranged as, or I think that the biggest thing is just that most people today, and I know that we trying to, get real deep in the details and the weeds on what arranged looks like, right? But the idea of it is that most people today go into it, like in America, especially based off of the people that I know, go into a dating process, and then they got to live together for a long time and all of this other type of stuff. And then they get proposed to, and then it goes through you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a whole thing with it. Whereas how Amira just described it was literally completely different, and that she really framed it like, I didn't know this guy. The only thing I know is that we said hi and bye, and he went to my father, and that was the end of the conversation.
But
Right.
that's not an arranged marriage. Like Amira was just saying, oh, look at the cat. That's not an arranged marriage. I know what an arranged marriage is. It's where the parents or whoever of the bride and groom kind of come together and say, okay, these kids are going to get married. Not kids, but our children are going to get married, and they don't have much say. So I wouldn't consider. And just like she didn't consider, so it's not me in my opinion or whatever. It's the actual definition and what it means to be in an arranged marriage. And that's why I think that Amira even said, like, would you even consider that arranged? Because it's not, because there are some cultures and some people who say this is who you're marrying. Whereas in her situation, it was more so like, a guy saw her and was interested and went to her dad. And then her dad came to her like, what do you think about this? So that's totally different than what a lot of the world thinks of as arranged marriages in terms of two groups of parents coming together and saying, look, your son is going to marry my daughter. And then the son and daughter don't have much say. It sounds like to me, and Amira, correct me, sorry if I'm wrong. It sounds like to me that your dad came to you and said, what do you think about this?
Correct. And that's why I say I don't know if you would consider it an arranged marriage, but I don't know what's the Western definition of an arranged marriage. When I think about arranged marriage, I think about India. I think about children being married when they're like months old and having to grow up with that person that, they never got a chance to choose.
The parents come in and saying, look, this is what's going to happen, with no input from the children.
Else in a religious marriage as well. And I think this is what Lauren might be speaking about, because in Lauren's case, if I were her, I don't know if you're Christian or not, but if you are, I would recommend going to whoever your leader is, your religious leader is, and telling them, I am ready to be wed. Please, if there's anyone in our community that is looking for a wife, let them know I'm available. That's what I would do. And I guess you can consider that an arranged marriage as well, but it's religious, through religious means.
You ready for that, Lauren?
Rilla.
I wouldn't solicit like, hey, find me a husband, right? But like, I would expect him to see my character, see like, because if I'm under his like, care, or under his assignment, basically, he's watching my growth, he's watching what I'm bringing, and so he can say she's ready and then find a guy. So like, I personally wouldn't be like knocking on his door like, hey, I'm ready to be married. I would trust him as my leader to recognize things in me and say, okay, she's done the work, she's done what she needed to do, I think she's ready. Here's an eligible guy. I've also been working on him. This is a great match, right? So I would be okay.
So let me ask you a question. I know you're about to come to Rilla, JR. So let me ask you a question. Considering what you just framed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to still date him?
Say that again.
Do you still need to date him? Even after parent? Would you just get married? Or do you need to date him?
No, I heard based on like how Kevin laid it out, like I would go to the parent and then say, I want your daughter, like, and then
really?
Like that, to me, the dating phase is
would you still have to date him?
No, I would not.
Come on.
But if that's what he says, if he says that y'all have to have a phase where y'all do whatever, I would do whatever my leader tells me to, like my pastor tells me to do. I would do that. But me personally, I would prefer to bypass the dating stage and just get married.
Okay,
Lauren, look, inbox me. My dad is Nigerian. He got a bunch of dudes for you. I'm not playing. If you're trying to marry somebody,
what? Don't you inbox K? Don't you do it?
If you're trying to marry somebody, I'm just
all
saying.
Decisions, Lauren, for you, all decisions dating go through me. Don't you inbox her? Don't you do it?
Oh, because
let it go.
You're Anton's project or what?
That's bullshit.
You see how she tried to slide us again? Just because Lauren continues to seek wise counsel, unlike other people on this panel. Don't you do it, Lauren. Don't you inbox K
Slight
ever.
us.
That's bullshit.
Rilla. Arranged marriage, man.
Be careful before I unleash Lauren on you. She's not that far removed. Lauren will have your neck. Lauren, stay focused.
She's a human. She's a person. She's not a dog. She's not an animal. She's a human woman, and she has her own mind. So please,
you don't speak for her. You speak for you.
Lauren,
We know you got your own mind.
Lauren, are you a human with your own mind?
We know you got your own.
So now I'm not speaking for her. Lauren, are you a human with your own mind?
I am a human with my own mind.
You see how she does this?
What did she do?
I'm gonna let it go. Go ahead, JR. We want to keep the show moving.
Yes.
Rilla. Arranged marriage. We're talking about leading up to marriage, and Amira says that it wasn't an arranged marriage, but I guess it's similar to a certain extent, but not all the way that way. Just arranged marriage in general. What are your thoughts about it? About approaching marriage in a different way?
I agree with Lauren in that we do see this in Western culture when you talk about different classes of family. Because as soon as we talked about this, I thought about Kushner, thought about Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, right? And so we see it in that stratosphere. But there's community support, there's familiar.
What did they do, really? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. What did Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump do?
Got married?
No, I'm saying, was it like?
Oh, well, no. I'm just talking about because let me say this. My thought process on marriage, period. I know the big conversations is around marriage being a business. I always say marriage is a covenant. It's an exchange of strengths for weaknesses. So when I look at it through that lens and I look at Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, you have this joining of two families. So
gotcha. All right, I got you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you have the Kushners coming together with the Trumps. So that's what I thought. That's what I think about. Even so much to the degree that Ivanka became, I forget, I don't want to butcher it, but whatever religious faith that Jared Kushner follows, she follows that as well. She went through the whole rites of passage to be a member of that community. Personally, so when we bring it back down and we talk about, the middle class family, I think in times past we've seen it then too. You've seen families that grew up together on the same block or had close proximity to each other. Quite often, the children in those families would wed, and it would be a joining of those families. But I think the lower you go, and especially in today's time, I don't think the community, the village structure is there to support arranged marriages in our communities. I find it fascinating to hear Lauren talk about that she's open to it. Especially I view a lot of her content. I'm just like, man, I actually think that's dope. I think that's really, really dope that you're open to it. But I also agree with your point around having people being certified to vet the candidate, right? So I don't see in our community, honestly, I just don't see where arranged marriages will work like that. And Anton, I hear you talk. I think I've heard you talk a couple times about successful marriages. Define what a successful marriage is for me.
How would I define myself to be successfully married?
No.
I mean, I would use myself as an example and illustrate what makes my marriage successful because I'm successfully married.
No, I think, well, okay. I think on the caption of one of the videos.
JR crazy.
Talking about a mirror. I'm not paying attention to JR, man. You get them shoes today, man.
What was your question?
A couple of videos on one of the videos surrounding Amira was talking about, how she got married, and you defined that you think you captioned it Amira talks about being successfully married, and that intrigued me because I don't think she's ever gave context behind what her marriage looks like. So I was curious to know, what do you define as a successful marriage?
I'm curious too. What is a successful marriage?
Okay, so like I said, I'll use myself as an example. A successful marriage is largely two people that closely aligns with whatever it is that they plan to do. So for example, I'm the leader of my household, right? My chick is happily in a space where she is very much subscribed to the idea that this is a benevolent dictatorship, right? We lead, we are successful, we're successfully raising our daughter. They don't need for anything. I've been able to provide, and ultimately what that has led to is that my daughter and my wife are able to find themselves and fall into their femininity. They don't have to subject themselves to the same rigors that other women have to subject themselves to. I think that a lot of times when you see a lot of these other marriages, and I have to use a comparison or another marriage as a comparison in order to fully illustrate my point. I think a lot of times when you look at a lot of these other marriages, people endure through it. And that's why you see people a lot of times get divorced once the kids leave home and stuff like that. That's not the situation that I'm in. That's not the situation that I've seen my parents, my 7 uncles on my mother's side, my 2 on my father's side, all 3 of my brothers. They have all been successfully married. And what that has fostered is a lot of growth, a lot of money, a lot of wealth, a lot of successful kids that has come in a lineage and also been able to be successful also. And we also champion all of the benefits that come along with marriage, both financially and understanding that kids that are raised in a 2-parent household are much more likely to be successful than kids that are born out of wedlock. And you have co-parenting situations. So success in a marriage extends just beyond the 2 people that are married. It goes into the kids. It goes into how you affect other people. It goes into whether or not my wife is able to live in her purpose instead of having to focus on providing for the household also and contributing to resources. It's a lot of things that successful marriages highlight that I think extend beyond, whatever religion that you're in or whatever race you are or whatever culture you are. I think that is largely defined by that. Does that paint the picture for you?
I think you explained the benefits of a successful marriage, but I was trying to piece it all together, and there were certain things that I picked out, okay, the woman has to be submissive to let the man lead, that's one. So I was looking more so for characteristics. So you talked about all the people in your family that have successful marriages, but if someone were listening, what are the characteristics or things that they should strive for? And I know
first they have to understand that marriage is a business more than it is love.
Okay.
So all of those things that I described come as a result of understanding what marriage is first. Most people think that marriage is a love thing, or a successful marriage is we got to go hold hands and walk through the park and all of that. And then are they present and so on and so forth. I don't define a success. Those are benefits of marriage, but that's not what defines a successful marriage. Largely people come together in order to build communities, in order to raise children, in order to create wealth, to create a power dynamic, and to keep, keep things structured a certain type of way. And there's more to just marriage than whether or not you love somebody.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I was just wanting to make it so that if somebody were listening, they're listening out for characteristics, not so much hearing the family structure, because then they'll be well, tell me what that is so I can be just like you, Anton, because that's essentially what they probably want to do.
I would never have a kid out of wedlock. I would never raise a kid out of wedlock. For me, that's creating the possibility, or it's a stronger possibility, that my kid will turn out worse than she would have been had she been raised in a 2-parent household. That's part of having a successful marriage, is the ability to raise kids under a better environment.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Arranged marriage. What are your thoughts about it?
I think Chicago said it earlier. The social infrastructure, the cultural situations just aren't there for us to do that. And speaking specifically for Black people in America, many parents are not married. So like, if you're not married and you haven't had a successful marriage, how are you going to successfully figure out a marriage arrangement for your children? So I think there's other things that need to be worked on first. Like, I don't think that's the first thing anybody needs to be thinking, in terms of the betterment of Americans, or Black Americans more specifically. Arranged marriages more so come when there is that strong social family structure that's meant for a purpose. Like, look, we're trying to do this. This is what we want the lineage to look like, and so on and so forth. We're not, as Americans, and more specifically as Black Americans, we're just not in that position to do that. So do I think arranged marriages can work in certain cultures? Absolutely. Do I think that's what Black people in America should be doing? Absolutely not.
I was just asking in general. It wasn't a Black thing.
I know. I answered all of it.
Okay. I just wanted to know. I just, everybody else answered, but just regular.
I know you don't want me to say Black, but I just had to.
No, it's not.
He don't care if you say Black.
Yeah.
He just adding context to what he was asking.
Okay.
The other part of the question is, how important is love when it comes to a relationship and marriage? I know I spoke to Amira about this, that love is looked at differently. And I think somebody else, Anton, I don't know if I was talking to you about it. I think you said you looked at it differently. But how important is love when it comes to marriage and relationships?
Who are you asking, JR?
You, Anton.
Oh, I think that I don't think that love is I don't think that you should lead with love. And when I say love, and I think it's important to have a conversation about, because everybody got a different definition of everything. People have a different definition of friends. They got a different definition of love. And I don't want to go down that whole rabbit hole, but I think that marriage largely is a business first. I think that you can learn to love people. And I've seen people do it over and over and over again. I think that you can always find that. I think that that's subjective, but I think that ultimately you've seen the results of people picking their partners based off of how they feel and how they feel towards them and whether or not they think they love them or not. Yo, you can get into an argument and you might not even like the person that you with at that specific. I've seen people say they love people and straight up do them dirty right after that. Right. I've seen conversations where people ask the question, can men love two women at the same time? Right. Love has nothing to do with the foundation of what marriage is. Love has something to do with how it is that we treat other people as humans, but that's not the foundation behind what marriage is. So I don't think that that's even remotely close to what's the most important thing when you're trying to define or find a wife or a husband. I think that should absolutely be left off the list when you're trying to figure out who you should marry.
Rilla, how important is love in a relationship and marriage?
Yeah, I think I agree that everybody has different viewpoints on love. Typically, when I talk about love, I'm not speaking from the emotional aspect of love because that is fleeting, and me and my girl often talks about, what happens when the love isn't there? What happens when you wake up and you're not in love with somebody, right? What do you do? So that in that moment, it becomes very important to be anchored and rooted in something deeper than fleeting emotions. But now, from a biblical perspective, 1 Corinthians 13:4 through verse 8 tells us what love is. And if you're rooted in that and you apply that to marriage, then that becomes very important. Again, I think that marriage is covenant. It's an exchange between two people of strengths for weaknesses. There are areas where the husband is weak. I mean, in Genesis, God specifically said it's not good for a man to be alone. And then from that, he created woman. And what you see is that throughout the text, is every time you see covenant, you see an exchange of strengths for weaknesses. And so when you approach it from that aspect, I think love as an emotion, as a feeling, ranks very low. But love as a characteristic and expression of God ranks very high, my opinion.
You laughing at Anton?
Cause I mean, he literally, there's nothing in the Bible that references marriage and love at all, ever. And I mean, yeah, like he said, you can apply it to anything, including marriage, right? How you treat people should also be included in that. But that's a blanket thing of how you should treat people in general. That has nothing to do with marriage, and there's nothing in the Bible that specifically ties.
Husbands, love your wives, and it tells you how to love your wife.
Correct, but it also says love your neighbor. So, like,
no, you cannot conflate the two, Anton. If you're gonna say the Bible never says anything about love and marriage, I can't tell you that the Bible specifically says husbands love your wife, and then it tells you specifically how to love your wife. And then you say, well, no, the Bible never said anything about love and marriage.
No, it does not. It does not say that you have to have love in order to get married. It does not say that.
I didn't either, brother.
So let's just break it all the way down. Who aren't you supposed to love, Rilla?
Who aren't you supposed to love?
Yes.
According to scripture, I don't see anywhere in scripture where it tells you who not to love.
So are you supposed to love everyone?
No, it tells you, like, other than the enemy.
It says love thine enemy. What are you talking about?
Satan? It tells you to love Satan.
Oh my God, bro. Okay. I don't want to make this a Bible talk, but the point that I'm making is that you don't have to have love to get married at all, whatsoever. It is not a requirement to get married. And the majority of the people that I know that are successfully married do not lead with love at all.
Amira, coming to you. How important is love in relationships and marriage?
I brought this up the first week that I came to the show because, well, we were at the end, so it was already closing up. But I wanted to hear from you all. What is your view on love and why is it so important? Because, like I said, for me, I think love is more of a thing you do, not this. I feel like in American culture, it's like they focus on this love concept as a thing. We see it more as, does your husband pay your bills? Does he take care of you? Are you missing any meals? Do you have clothes? Do you have the things that you want and need? That's your husband loving you. Never. I don't think I've ever been asked by my family, are you in love? Or something like that. When I got married, I wasn't in love. Neither was my husband. Well, I don't know. I don't know about my husband. I never asked him, but I fell in love with my husband around 2 months after we got married. That's when I fell in love. And then I fell out of love around the 5th month because he got irritating. I was irritated. And if I had to base my marriage on these up and down feelings of when I'm in love and when I'm out of love and in love, and I'd probably be divorced already, because why I can't base my marriage off of that. I base my marriage off of, I don't know what the word is, but it's like he does what he needs to do for me. And I appreciate that. And I respect him. That's how I show my love to my husband. I respect him. I asked my husband one time, I said, do you prefer if I love you or respect you? And he said without a second, respect me first. So I respect my husband and he takes care of me. So I don't really know about the whole love. Is this love? Is respecting a person love? Or is him taking care of me love? Is that what you guys are talking about? Or is it some feeling that I'm missing about the whole, like, in love, the butterflies, I'm confused. I don't know.
Anybody want to respond to that? Or no? You guys understand?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sam.
So in terms of just the question in general, I was thinking about it while Anton was talking and Chicago was going back with him and Amira was talking. I I feel that love is something that people attribute to other things, right? They think commitment is love. They think loyalty is love. They think providing is love. But love is just literally a feeling, right? So I do think that love is an important aspect. You know, you want to feel a certain way about somebody. But I think a lot of the things that make the marriage work are conflated with love, right? So someone can love you and not be faithful. Someone can love you and not provide for you. Someone can love you and not do any of these things. So like love
And
is
what's the purpose of love, right?
right. I understand. And that's where I'm getting to. In terms of the feeling of love, I think that's the glue that keeps you there when you're just in a moment of like, you know what? None of this other stuff is going right. And I'm just attached to this person in whatever kind of way, if it's your spouse. I think love is important. I think love is not the main thing that keeps relationships together at all. I think the main things are up to the individuals. Like if you want somebody that's, you know, providing or faithful or whatever the case may be, that's up to each individual couple. But I do think that love is important for a lot of people. Everybody, no. But a lot of people, yes, because they're not even going to try to get to that next step without the love based on the culture that is here. And like we
Can
were
I
talking
ask
about
you
earlier.
something?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you think that, like my situation, like I was explaining to you, the whole like falling in love and then out of love and then falling in love again, do you think that this is what most people consider the actual love? Is that feeling that I'm talking about, like that that kind of ecstasy of like, I love your smell, I love your voice, I love everything about you for a moment, and then after that you fall out of it?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that is infatuation. I think that might be the word, where you're, you know, feeling like, oh my God, I can't wait to see this person. Oh my goodness, I love every like thing about them and all this. I think that love is, you know, I'm not going to define love for everybody, but it's definitely a feeling. And I just think that you can't say that love is the only thing. There's so many aspects of a relationship that come together to make it work. So, like I said, love, I mean, it's important. It definitely is, because I feel like it brings the longevity, I guess you could say, to the relationship, like through the ups and downs and all this type of stuff. But infatuation is different from love, and other things such as commitment and providing and, you know, honesty, these are all different from love. Like, I think a lot of people confuse it, where they're just like, if you loved me, you wouldn't lie. And it's just like, nah, people that love people lie all the time. Like, that is not the definition of love. Love is just like a feeling.
Okay.
What?
Can I wait? Let me take the time, because I haven't even gotten a chance to like speak on this.
Yeah, I was coming to you next. Go ahead, Lauren.
I think it's important to know that there are different types of love. Okay, ethos, you know, you go down the list, right? I have not been to marital counseling, but I would assume that in whatever counsel you get or whatever happens before you get married, they're going to talk about your feelings. They're going to prick and prime. So if you say, I love him, they're going to really pick at that. Okay, we're going to see if you really love him, right? We're going to ask you all these questions, and then it'll really show through what love really looks like or means.
See, but you can't tell somebody else whether or not they love somebody.
Let me finish. You gotta let me finish. I'm not done.
That's
so
just
should you get married solely based on love? No. But I personally believe that love is a necessary ingredient in a relationship. It's just like baking a cake. You need eggs. When you get married, you need love. The depth of how much love that is, what that looks like, it varies by individual, right? Like, I can't say that you have to fall deeply in love. Like who can really describe what deeply in love means? Like, so to Kay's point, love has many definitions based, and it varies by couple. Like, you all get to define what that looks like as a couple, in my opinion. But I think it's important to get clear on what type of love we're talking about. And Amir, is nothing wrong with falling in and out of love, depending on which love you're referring to. It's all a feeling. Like, whatever type of love you're talking about, it's all a feeling, and it's going to go in and go out. But the reason
Can
why
I ask you, Lauren, if you, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I was just trying to get in. I wanted to ask you, so the way you're talking about love, because you are set to get married in the next year or two, what will you do in your situation? It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. The way you're very beautiful is gonna happen. What will be the standard for you? Will you need to be in love, or will you see that person for different reasons? And Anton calls it a business, but will you see the other aspects of that person and marry for those reasons and fall in love? Love, like Anton said, it comes later, and it is a good thing. It's like an extra perk of your marriage. It's like, I'm actually loving that person. But what will you do in your situation?
You're right. So when I said like love is a necessary ingredient, notice I didn't say to be in love is a necessary ingredient, right? You have to love the person. You have to love things about them to where you would want to be with this person every single day. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't want to like go into a debate on whether you should be in or out of love. I'm just saying that love should exist in whatever way, in shape and form that looks like, right? If you say, I want to marry him because I love the way he looked, that's your prerogative. That's what you're going to do. And whatever choice you make, you're going to have to deal with whatever that looks like, right? So, but notice that love, there, you love certain components of that person, right? Or you love parts of that person, whether it's their characteristics, what they bring to the table, whether it's money, what they provide. To your point, Amir, like if your definition of love is providing, that's it. It's no right or wrong answer. That's how you define love. If love to Rilla is, I have to have strong feelings for this person, not to say that that's what it is, Rilla, but if someone says my definition of love should be feelings, right? All right, so be it. But just understand that when those feelings go away, deal with the consequences. Same like you, Amira. If you're saying that him providing is a measurement of love, when he can't provide, what you gonna do? If divorce is on the table, you deal with those consequences, right? So I'm just saying, like, you choose whatever love looks like, and I'm just saying love should be an ingredient in a relationship in general. And I hope that makes sense, right? Like, and if it doesn't, that's cool.
Kay, do you love me? Do you love me, Kay? Do you love me, Kay?
No, I'm just we ain't talked since the last show, so I haven't decided yet, Anton.
I'm in love with Rilla.
I know y'all are you know what?
That work husband stuff. No time to work husband stuff. JR right there, bro.
You know,
you said what? What'd you say?
I said, don't try and pull that work husband stuff on me, JR.
Why did they play R. Kelly? Like, wait, what?
You ain't heard what he playing. He not playing R. Kelly.
I thought that was.
Hey, you guys.
Okay.
Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. If you guys are just tuning in, make sure you get those likes up right now. Having some great discussions tonight. It's starting to get fun, man. I see y'all coming to light, man.
Can I say something about what Lauren just said?
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that we're on the same page. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's an ingredient, right? I liked how you put it that way. I think that a lot of times, though, like I said before, that people think other things are love that aren't. Like, love is just the feeling. Like, love is the thing you can see if you do like the brain scan and see what parts light up, right? Like, that is the feeling. But a lot of people attribute love to what someone's doing and what they're thinking and all this stuff. But like in a successful relationship or marriage or whatever, I feel like people need to talk about what is going to happen. Like just how Amira said that her husband talked to her dad. If her husband would have said, man, I ain't going to take care of this girl, she just about to be out here bogus, like her dad wouldn't have let him marry her. You know what I'm saying? So it's an agreement.
You don't know what the discussion was.
Okay, Amira, if
she said she didn't know. She said she stay out of men's business.
Well, I wasn't
Amira,
there, but I'm pretty sure my dad would not let me marry someone like that.
Exactly. Anton, what you be on? Like,
I just want to know. Okay, so can I ask you one last question before JR move on? Does love have to be a part of the foundation of your relationship before you get married, Kay?
For me, yes.
Because when you think of foundation, Anton, it consists of many layers, right? You build a foundation of a house, it's just not concrete. You got water.
The foundation is literally concrete.
Yeah, but you have like posts,
concrete.
You have posts, you have wood, you have all types of other stuff. It's not just
the foundation of a house is not wood.
Anton, you don't know how to build no house. I can tell.
It's about wood.
Yeah, but I got contractors that's building a new one right now.
Anton, you just said just pour concrete in there. It's a house.
You do need.
I said the foundation of a house
wood
is concrete. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, what?
Who said something about wood?
Yeah,
I can't.
You need that too, JR.
This analogy is getting out of control, and I'm just saying.
All right, y'all. Again, if y'all just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure y'all get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic, which is come on, Kay. Come on.
No, because Anton was just like, pour the concrete in. You got a foundation.
Okay.
Okay. Nothing. I know.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm not gonna.
Have you ever seen a house being built before?
Yes.
Like I've literally had houses built. What are you talking about?
I know, literally, I've seen it too, and it's not just pour some concrete into a hole. There's a lot that goes into it, but we're not going to talk about that. I mean, if you want to text me later or call me, and we can talk more about the way you build homes, we can, Anton, if you want to do that.
All right. Simmer down. All right. Come on, y'all. Again, welcome to our people talk. Make sure y'all get them likes up, subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic, which is why do women prefer to date older? Why do women prefer to date older? Would y'all agree, Lauren? You think women prefer to date older?
Why you come to me? Because the answer I'm gonna give, y'all gonna be like, no, you gotta back your answer up. Like
that's everybody though. Everybody got to support
that answer. I'm gonna be like, nope, not acceptable. Anyway,
don't worry about Anton. I got you. Don't worry about Anton. Go ahead.
I mean, why do women prefer to date older? Well, women typically mature faster than men, and so sometimes they may want someone like that's on their level.
Cap.
Okay. I'm speaking about me then. Let me talk about me. I can't talk about other women. Why do I prefer older men? That is the reason why. I cannot relate to men my age or younger. Sometimes.
What's your age for the men out there that might be interested?
Tell people how old I am. Y'all, how old do I look? No, I'm just playing. That's an immature response. I'm 31.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know. I also feel like depending on how much older they are, they may have already made the mistakes and are tired of making them and are like want to get their life back on track. And I'm like, cool, right? You already done the dirt, done all the shit. So, I mean, these are just my assumptions. I don't really know. I'm not in a relationship with an older man. I've only dated an older man years and years ago. So I don't have much context to provide other than this is
why was you dating him?
Why was I dating him? It was the maturity. I was like in my early 20s. But it was the maturity level for me. Yeah. That was pretty much it.
All right. Kay, Why do women prefer to date older? Do you agree? Think so? What's your thoughts on it? Women preferring to date older.
I think that some women prefer to date older men based on the fact that women are socialized in a way where they're just taught like, oh, girls mature faster than boys and all this type of stuff, right?
Cap.
Okay. So there's this whole situation where there's two things, right? Like Lauren was saying, I mean, well, I don't even know if that's what she was saying. But on one hand, older men may have certain things in place that younger men don't, right? But then on top of that, I think there's another layer that is deeper where there are a bunch of situations where people are just socialized that way. Like I'm trying not to say literally as much, but there is literally a situation where girls are being told, oh, girls just mature faster than boys. And boys are being told, girls mature faster than you in America. I'm not saying this is a worldwide thing. I'm just saying. And with that being the case, people are socialized to think that a younger woman belongs with an older man, based on that. And I don't know if it's necessarily that women prefer older men. I think it's just the situation that has presented itself based on the way society is set up. People don't take young men as seriously as they take older ones based on socialization. There's like a lot of things that go into this.
Kay, have you dated older men?
What do you mean by older?
I'd say about 7, 8 years older. 6, 7, 8 years older.
Well, my man is 6 years older than me. And in the past, I think the biggest age difference that I've ever had was probably like 12 years. Ow. But that was way back in college. But yeah, my man is like 6 years older than me. And, you know.
Okay. I see you. Amir. You're married. How old is your husband?
My husband is 39.
And how old are you?
27.
That's much older. Can you explain to us why do women prefer to date older?
I would say it's the stability because typically older men tend to have more stability in their careers, their jobs. They tend to have more money. They tend to be able to lead. And women want a leader. And it's kind of hard to have a leader when he's the same age as you and he's learning things the same time you are. A woman wants a person that they can look up to and someone that's going to guide them and help them. And, so it's kind of hard to do that with someone your same age. And another thing is that if a woman dates a man that's younger than her, there is a problem with emasculation of the men because women, because of how we think and how we are, it's easy. If you let us dominate you, we will. So it's just, with older men, it's a little bit harder to do that. And another thing is that older men, this is all my opinion, by the way. Older men, they tend to want younger women.
Talk to him.
Thank you. They tend to want younger women anyway because men don't want to age with their wife. They don't usually want to age the same time as their wife. They want to have the wife be like, how can I say this? Like their vitality. The wife is like their vitality. So that's another reason why I see that, this dynamic tends to work better. I had another reason, but I cannot remember it right now because I've talked too much already.
Anton, why are you over there like, yes, yes, yes? Anton, you are not
speaking of sentiments of my heart, and she's shooting 20. She's shooting 20. She's 20 for 20, perfect from the field right now.
Understandable. I mean, I'm not mad at her sentiments she just shared. But my thing is, Anton, you got married at what age?
22.
Okay. So didn't your wife prefer a 22-year-old man?
No, not necessarily. My wife didn't know anything but me, so she didn't have time to be for the streets to be able to develop the type of mindset that a lot of possibly your friends may have.
So possibly your friends. So I'm just trying to figure out, because you're like, yes, you're not.
Because it's
How old are
accurate.
you? 39?
I'm 39. Yep.
Right. You're not even old, and you're all like, yes.
And guess who all tapping in, shooting a shot.
At you?
Yeah, at me.
Hey.
No, I didn't know what he meant.
No.
But listen, no. We're gonna let her throw her shots. We're gonna let her throw her
I'm not
shots.
throwing a shot.
It was just funny to me.
No, I'm not throwing a shot. I just didn't know.
Let her throw her shots. Because no. We're gonna let K rock. Because listen. No. This is why we're gonna do
stop
this.
Laughing, because I don't.
This is why we're gonna do this though. Because
I
don't want K, JR. We gonna timestamp this.
Now I'm scared. What are you doing, Anton?
Let me finish. The reason why we're gonna let K rock is because we don't want K to come back later and say that she's being picked on or any of this stuff. K gets her shots off like everybody else. So now when I let him have it, we just want to make sure that we don't have any kind of problems. I thought it was no. I thought it was a hilarious joke. I think it's absolutely
wasn't a joke.
I like it. I think that was dope. That was a good one. You got me on that one.
It was
She
not
got me on that one. I give her that one. That was dope.
Anton, it was not a joke.
But I don't want her. I don't want her to, and then she act like she don't know what she's doing.
Anton,
what did I say?
Let me ask
she got more books than anybody in the whole planet on the back of her wall. She gonna act like she understands.
Let me ask
No. It's cool. I thought that it was a great joke.
No, because we're not about to do this.
Hey, for the people that missed it, what did K say?
Let me finish.
Anton, let me ask you directly.
Tell her how to play it out.
Let me finish.
Okay, and then can I ask you something?
But it's cool though, because I dish it, so I should be able to take it. So I'm cool with it. I just don't want you to act like the victim, and then we got to have a company meeting because Kay is uncomfortable with the fact that we got to have a company meeting on Wednesdays at 3:00 because Kay is uncomfortable with the jokes that we
I
saying.
ain't gonna say nothing.
No. That was a good joke. I'm with it.
Let's not front. I wasn't making a joke. I was just asking. Now, if you felt any offense to that, when all I said is,
I thought it was a good joke.
So why did you think it was a joke?
But I'm taking the gloves off now. So
but why
I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to let you punch first.
Anton, you literally low key tried to fire me in the last episode. Don't talk about making no the gloves off.
It was funny. It was funny. Dang.
I wasn't trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny at all. I was just asking you who they were trying to holler at. I didn't know if it was you. I was just asking, like, I didn't think it was it was
and then Lauren exagerated. We got you.
No, Anton, please.
Sorry, contract negotiations. Contract season is coming up soon.
Wait, JR, did you just say that, or is that a thing on the soundboard?
He got laugh tracks, everything.
Did you say that, Anton? I mean, JR?
I don't know what you're talking about.
When you just said Anton, did you say that, or was that a thing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you did. Don't make fun of our fathers. I know what you're doing, JR.
Okay, please. No. Go.
And Anton, you know what? Don't do that.
Rella.
No, because look, okay,
we gotta stay on topic. Let's stay on topic. Why do women prefer to date older, Rella?
Man, I really don't have much to add other than what Amira said. I think she was spot on with it.
What?
Yeah, I honestly do. You think about well, I don't know about y'all, but when I was in school and the older dudes would pull up in the IROC Z28s and the Mustang 5.0s or whatever, right?
IROC Z28.
That was my era. That's when cats was pulling up to the school, scooping the chicks with, right? the perception was that those men, not only were they older, they were more mature. They had their stuff together. They were already situated. And what you find, we talk a lot on this panel about hypergamy and women dating up and, so on and so forth. That's always going to be the case when women are seeking prophet, priest, king, when they're seeking provision and protection, of course. And so when we talk to the young bloods, we're always talking about the age range from 18 to 30 that they need to stay focused, find their purpose, and stay on their, or I say in their purpose. They need to stay in their purpose. And it's really not until you hit your 40s that you really start maximizing your earning potential. What you're going to be is what you're going to be. And so I think for those reasons, and because women for the most part will seek out provision and protection first, that's why they prefer to date older men. I don't think it has much to do with the fact that women mature at a particular rate or whatever. It's protection and provision.
So wait a minute, y'all honestly think that an older guy, Kay, Lauren, y'all honestly think, because y'all talked about maturity and all of this stuff, you think that these older guys that's dating these younger girls are looking at them like they're mature and they're on their level? Honestly,
So
no.
again, wait, let me.
Go ahead. Because he said Amira, Kay, Lauren. I didn't know who was going to answer first. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify what I thought, because remember, I started it by saying I'm going to talk about myself. I don't know why women do. I don't know. I was talking about myself and what I did when I was 23. Obviously, I was not in a position to be married, so I wasn't necessarily looking for the highest earner. I was just in a position to have a good time with a man who's passionate intellect. So, yeah, so I was speaking in terms of my own experience. I'm not projecting that onto why women do that. So, I guess to bring it back, I don't necessarily have a response.
Well, y'all said, because both of y'all started off by saying, well, women mature faster than men and all of that.
I didn't say that. Anton, you be lying.
Anton, I started it off and I said, you know what? Let me go back and speak from my own perspective. So you're right. I did say that. However, I said, let me go back, scratch that. Let me talk about what I went to. So, but when you asked the question, Anton, you said about women. I don't know. So I'm just going to like X-name myself out of this conversation because I don't know why. I agree with Amira. After listening to her perspective, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Sure. So if I had to do a +1, it would be to Amira's comment. But I was, there you go, girl. Get your little, But, but for me, when I was speaking,
for y'all when y'all get done,
I was speaking specifically to my own experience as a young girl. Young, immature, not immature, but just like, I just didn't have a direction back then. So,
Anton, why you always got to say what somebody said that they didn't say? Say it again. What did I say? What did me and Lauren both say? Because it wasn't true. You said that we said,
Lauren just admitted to saying it. How can you sit there and tell me that it's not true? What are you
me and
talking
Lauren
about?
didn't say the exact same thing, so don't apply that to me.
This chick is so, y'all, I just can only imagine the type of conversations that you are having with your man that is 6 years older than you. He probably just be like, oh my God, just give me the rope now. Jesus, be a fence. Take me up to
Jesus,
the sunshine and the stars and take me away. Jeez, oh please. Do you do this with everybody? Like, is this normal?
If anybody says that I said something that I didn't say, absolutely, I'm going to say I didn't say that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Anton, do you let people who say something that you didn't say just be like, yeah, Anton said, and you be like, okay.
Hey guys, I kind of want to continue the conversation a little bit before we close this.
Look at Anton. See, we always got to change it. Okay.
Would you guys say that older men prefer younger women because they have less mouths and not scorned? Don't all answer at once.
Les Miles. Oh my goodness.
Would you guys say that older men prefer younger women because they have less mouths and less scorned?
Rilla. Why y'all start with us last time? Go ahead, Rilla.
I get
Lauren.
So Lauren, thank you for the alley-oop. 1000%. Yes. Less miles, 0 miles, and not necessarily that they're not scorned as much as it is the opportunity for you to mold and shape that woman and who you need her to be for you.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on that? Older men prefer younger women because they have less miles and less scorn.
I think it goes back to a very biological situation where men can. I do not like what Anton is doing. It's making me very uncomfortable. Okay, but I'm just saying, I think that the reason that older men get with younger women is a biological one. Like women, have a time clock on their fertility. Men have a much longer time clock on theirs. So, I mean, you can be 85 and still impregnate somebody that's 24 or whatever. So it's just like, I think it's an inherent thing that people do in terms of that.
What about the scoring part? The fact that they don't have to deal with a woman that experienced all this trauma and.
I think that people who think of it that way, like on the defense, I guess you could say, like they're like, oh, I'm trying to avoid scorned women. They might need to look a little bit into themselves. Like, what's going on?
Oh, really?
Yes.
I have never, ever, and I can't think at any point, and I'd like to think that I have a pretty decent memory, one time where Kay has ever said anything that would force women to hold themselves accountable or point the finger back at women or anything like that.
Anton,
like it's always a guy's fault somehow.
It's not their fault. It's literally. I'm really trying not to say that anymore. But it's not that it's a guy's fault. It's more so that wait. Okay, first before I even respond, what is the thing that I said that made you say that?
Okay, I'm not gonna go back and forth.
You ain't ever. Anytime you notice that every time you say something as it relates to me, you say, "Oh, I'm not gonna say it," and then say, "JR, change the topic." Did you notice that this is a pattern? I'm noticing.
I kind of wanted to highlight another point.
See, here we go. I'm just saying.
What are we talking about? Me?
No, I'm just saying in general. It's the alley-oop. Is it called an alley-oop? I don't know what it's called. Where you pass the thing to somebody and then they do it. I don't know. But
what are we talking about?
Because I just asked Anton.
What is going on right now?
I just asked Anton a question. What do you mean?
Wait.
I just asked Anton a question. What does
I'm gonna
he
set the
mean?
president right now. Set the president right now.
What? What?
I was just entertaining Anton. That's all.
Anton just asked me a question, and I asked him, "What did he mean?"
That's okay.
And he was like, "I'm not going to address it today."
Because we literally asked the question about women. He just asked the question about women being scorned. He said, "What about the scorn part?" And
yeah, but then you, Anton, said, "Well, Kay never holds a woman accountable," and I'm asking
because of a woman of scorn.
Okay, tell me. No,
Nope,
here you go again. You did it just now.
Because I've learned not to.
I would love to know what is the thing that you think I'm saying that's wrong. I will address it directly.
Nope. I'm about to give my final statement. I'm going to close.
You won't do it.
Are we moving over to a different subject after this, JR? I'm going to close.
Always want to move on.
I got one final thought on this.
Okay, before you give your final thought, let me say this. Last show, I had an opportunity to step back and just observe. And what I observed was I need to make some adjustments when it comes to having conversations with Kay. And so now you're seeing the result of it. When I see it going down a path that leads to literally nowhere.
Literally? Are you?
Yep.
Are you?
That was pun
majority.
Pun intended. Literally nowhere. I just step back and then I'll let you do your thing.
Well, but Anton, that sounds like a cop-out. And that sounds like you are just trying to find yourself an easy way out. I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll talk later. I don't know. But it does not seem, what's the word? It seems, what's the word that everybody uses? It's disingenuous. You're just trying to find yourself a way to say, I'm not going to respond to you, Kay, when you say something that I may not be able to answer. So now you have this thing where you're just like, I'm not going to respond to Kay.
I'm gonna
What
I'm gonna touch on this last point real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. So we talked about how women prefer older men. I wanted to ask about the importance of growing old together. Is that a factor? Is that important to you guys? Growing old together. I'm start with you, Amir. The importance of growing older together.
Growing older together is a great thing. The only thing that I think is the best way to do this is that the woman grows slower than the man, simply because I don't know. I mean, it just seems like if you guys are like too close in age and you guys get old together, it's like, who's gonna help who? Because both of you guys are in the same boat. So I don't know. I think it's better to have the wife, if she's not younger, at least she stays healthier and fit, because she's gonna have to be like taking care of the other person too. Does that make sense? Do you guys get what I'm saying? Because you get older, you need vitamins, you need sometimes help with things, and yeah.
So you're saying that since the woman is more in the service role, right? That she should be the one who is more capable of handling those responsibilities as you get.
That's what I mean. Exactly. Thank you for taking the reins. Sometimes my English is not so good.
That's fine. Anybody else want to chime in on that? The importance of growing old together. I see you over there thinking about it, really. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm personally thinking about my grandma, right? And I understand what Amira is saying, and my granddad has, been passed for some years. But I have to look at my grandma and look at how often she misses her best friend, and how, we're there to support her, but we can't fill that void for him. And so I think it's more about, when you think about growing old together, you think about building, family, community, your empire, so on and so forth. And I think we as men often think about how we set, when it's our time to transition with with the ancestors, we think about like, what are we leaving behind? And so, I'm thinking about my grandma personally. And I think if my granddad could have it another way, if he saw how she was right now, he'd reverse it, and he'd rather be here, because I think he would be able to deal with it better, and have her be with the ancestors first.
Really, can I ask you, are you saying that it's better that they be closer in age, or is your grandmother a lot younger than your grandfather?
Man, that's a great question. I think they are closest. I forgot when my granddad was born. I know exactly when my grandma was born, because we celebrate her, family. We celebrate her every year. She's still here, but my granddad, he went first. He went first, and it was more or less his health and his eating habits. I know Anton talked about how our eating habits are trash, but they from the South, and they ate. He ate how most people from the South. Even with access to the land and farming and all those other things, he ate how he ate, and so he went before her. But I specifically look at how she is in wake of him being gone, and how she carries herself in the house that we still have, day in and day out. And so I'm literally just thinking about it. So don't mind me. I just think that if my granddad had a choice, he probably would have, and he set her up. She's good, but I just see how she misses her best friend every day. That's all.
Okay. All right, you guys. If you are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. About to move on to our final topic. Make sure you guys get them likes up right now. We appreciate all the super chats. Some of you guys disappeared, but we definitely appreciate it. The one that's visible right now, the Blooming Ebony. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. make sure you subscribe to the channel. Our next topic is, I'm gonna first bring this pitch up first right here. I'm not gonna play the video because I don't want to get flagged, but a lot of you people may have seen this. This is from 8 at the Table. I'll just put the photo up there for right now. And the topic surrounding this is, as a woman, what do you bring to the table? What do you realistically do other than sex? So this was a whole clip. And again, I don't want to play it because I want to get flagged on YouTube for any reason. But the basis of his conversation was, he brought up him bringing a house to his table. She responded she could pay for the house. He responded, but you're not and not willing to. He said, what you're bringing to the table is a service that can be paid for versus what a man has to bring to the table for your life. You can't buy someone to buy you a home. So that's the topic right here. As a woman, what do you bring to your table? What do you realistically do other than sex? Start with you, Lauren. You understand it? You seen the clip?
I have not seen the clip, and I was trying, when you were reading the quote, I was trying to, would you mind reading what he said?
Okay, so he basically said that men bring like physical things to the house, right? An example that he used was that he brought a house, that a man would bring a house to the table. She responded, well, you know, I could afford to pay for that house. He said, but you're not, and you're not willing to. So basically, when the woman becomes the wife, she doesn't pay. So he's questioning, well, you didn't continue paying for it, so you're not paying for it.
Gotcha.
And then he said, like, what a man brings to his table for their life, you can't buy someone to buy you a home.
Got it. Okay. So for me, and again, let me preface this with, like, I'm still working on me, but like in the current state that I'm in, what I feel I can bring to to the table is like nurturing, number one, like the ability to listen. And when I think about the role of a wife is to be supportive of like the decisions that are made in the household. And in order to do that, you have to have a certain level of shut mouth grace, is what my first lady like to call it. Is like, you don't have to like respond every time or like insert yourself into situations. You're really sometimes there just to like listen or be supportive. And then if he asks for like, what do you think, then provide it. I have the ability to I have that, but I also have the ability to like speak up when I need to, right? So I look at it as like, he is the provider and protector of the home, but I am also like protecting him as like the head of the household. So like somebody coming for my husband, I'm not about to just let that slide. I'll likely speak up, right? And I have the voice to do so. So for me, I have the ability to turn it on and to turn it off in terms of like, I know when to be quiet, I know when to step up. And what I say, nurturing, and then the ability to listen. Obviously, like financial means, but what he said, like men typically aren't asking for that. But in the event he falls on rough times, I have managed the house before. Like I've gone through how to take care of a home. So I have like that piece to bring to it. So I think it's the experience of, you know, how to keep a house, how to make a house a home. And then like just basic responsibilities, like, do I know how to manage money in the event that he, you know, needs somebody to take care of things. I was speaking with a coworker who's been married for 12 years, and he was saying like, yeah, we both work, but my wife handles all, like pays the bills, like actually like just goes online and like make sure every bill is paid. And, you know, different strokes for different folks, but I will have I feel like I would be able to do that or support my husband in any way that he would want. I mean,
Rilla, would you say that that's enough? Be honest now. Be honest.
I'm sure there's more.
So this is what I think.
You got to answer the question first.
Do I think it's everything that Lauren said?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily, but I think she's talking about complimenting the man more or less like when he falls short. You know what I mean? And to me, again, the whole idea or the whole premise of men and women is exchange of strengths for weaknesses. And I hate sometimes that we don't get to flesh all of our conversations out, because even in the Facebook group, right? A lot of times we make it seem like women is just a side card. Women are just here, you know, for sex. And if they don't bring, if all they got is, you know, wet vagina, then that's what they bring to the table, and that's it. And then all the risk lies on the men. The men is the one taking the risk, and the men is the one that'll be suffer the worst in the event of divorce. And the truth of the matter is, in a covenant where you have an exchange of strengths for weaknesses, there are strengths that the woman brings to balance the man out. If you are a follower of the Bible, and I'm not trying to get all super biblical and Christian deep, but if you are a follower of that, then you have to understand the reason why God said it's not good for man to be alone. And if you believe that, then you have to understand the purpose of why he brought Eve to Adam. It wasn't because Adam was lonely, right? The woman is there as a helpmeet to help you fulfill the mission. So that's what we need her to bring to the table. You need to be a helpmeet. Now, however that manifests, cool. So I couldn't say, you know, the laundry list of what Lauren laid out in terms of her qualifications or of what she would bring to the table in her situation. I couldn't say that's enough. But to sum it up, if the woman is the helpmeet, then yeah, that's enough for me.
Amir, as a woman, what do you bring to the table? What do you realistically do other than sex?
I can only speak for myself. I don't know about other women, but as for me, I bring my life to my husband. From my youth to my old age, I dedicate my life to my husband. I bring centuries of culture that has been brought down from all the women in my family that I will teach to our children, my husband's children. I want to say I bring my ears to listen, my body to serve to him and only him. I bring my ability to be an assistant, personal assistant, business assistant, any assistant that my husband needs, whatever he needs me for, I'm here for him. So I think, but for me, I think the most important thing in our case is that centuries old teaching that is brought down from grandmother to mother to daughter to my future children, is the ability to pass down those things for our children and our traditions and culture to move on into the future. And like I said, I'm a personal assistant to my husband, and whatever he needs, I'm here, obedient and willing to serve. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Let me
Okay.
go ahead and close this out. Let the church say amen.
Okay. As a woman, what do you realistically bring to the table other than sex?
So I always think this question, like when people ask it, I'm like, in the group and stuff, I mean, I haven't been asked this question realistically in over a decade. But I think that, you know, in terms of what I bring to the table, it would be support, peace, you know, someone who my man can confide in, lean on, whatever, that's always going to be there to for whatever he needs. I mean, it's acts of service. It's just doing what you need to do to make him happy, try to make your man's life easier. That's what I think. I know that's not the same for everyone, but based on what my man provides for me, I would always want to make his life as easy as possible, do whatever I can that he wants me to do. I fully trust him. So it's always going to be that support. I'm always going to support him in that way, in any kind of way he needs, and be his peace.
Okay.
You said be his peace?
Mm-hmm.
Like a peaceable person?
Just because I'm not your piece, you not my man. You think
You
I
won't
treat
even-
you the way I treat
what's
my
the
man?
JR, you
What's
got the shots fired thing.
What's the
I don't know why
definition?
y'all think that I need to treat y'all
No,
the way that I treat my own man. Like, not gonna happen. My man don't got none of the problems y'all got in terms of me. Let me just say that. I'm just saying.
You don't even know what peace look like. Oh my god,
Bruh.
that's crazy.
That's
That is
fine.
absolutely insane.
My man knows that I know what it looks like. I don't care if
Shit.
you know or not.
Shit, look at her. You don't even know how to talk without twisting your neck. I don't know. She's snatching dreams. Look at her. She crazy, dog. Crazy.
It's almost pathological that you think that I would treat you and my man the same way. It's really weird. But if you
I didn't
want
ask
to
you
do that,
nothing. Who said that I asked you for anything? I just asked you.
no, I didn't say
Why do you
ask me
keep? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Why do you keep referencing it back to me? I didn't
because
ask you for
just
peace.
said-
I didn't
because
ask you for
just
anything.
said- because you just said you don't know what peace looks like based on
What does
our
that have to
interaction.
do with you? What does that have to do with you? I don't want a piece of you. I don't want your piece. I don't
I
want
know you
anything
don't,
from
but
you, bro. What are you talking about?
You just said you don't know what peace looks like based on our interactions, right? I was just talking about how I treat my man. That ain't got nothing to do with you. So yeah, you don't know what it looks like because they ain't got nothing to
Y'all
do
see
with
how
you.
sassy she is? Y'all see
With
I'm
your-
look at her. I'm Is this peace, ladies and gentlemen? Is this what you would like to come home to on a regular
but
basis?
This is what I'm saying. You're not coming home to me. My man comes home to peace. Do you get it? You're not my
No.
man. So
No,
I'm
I
not
don't-
treating you and him the same way.
What do you mean? I seen you in person. You wasn't peaceable then. You
You
wasn't
saw
peaceable.
me in person one time to record a show.
Yeah, that's true.
And what about it?
There wasn't nothing peaceful in that room. Not one thing was peaceful.
Anton,
Why-
now you lying.
It was
lying. You
it
are
was-
lying.
it was
That
foreshadowing.
Was a perfectly fine interaction.
no,
that
there was
one time it was you, it was your wife, it was me, it was
JR.
JR. And we
JR.
recorded a show and it was perfectly fine. Like, what are you doing?
I got JR. I'm about to put you on. I'm about to put you on the hot spot, JR. Just give me a yes or no. Were you frustrated?
See, JR, why do you do this?
It's the truth.
Why do you
It's the
do
truth.
this?
Hey, audience, yo, fam. All right, so listen, fam, audience, yo. I literally, it was foreshadowing. It was fire going on in the background sometimes. Here's the key. Here's the key. Here's the key, audience. I'm gonna give y'all a little hint. JR was over there frustrated as hell. Like JR was just like, JR started pulling his beard down. JR started pulling his beard down.
No,
I said, okay, wait, stop, Kay. Don't interrupt me.
We're not about to get into this.
Let me say my part. Let me say my part. I said, JR, you good? My wife was like, my wife whispered in my ear. She said, is JR okay? I said, don't worry about it. I said, don't worry about it. True story. I said, Kay, you know what? JR, if I'm lying, I'm flying. I said, I'm gonna go take a walk. JR, did I not go take a walk? Yo, not only did I take a walk, my chick Rita said, wait, Anton, I'm gonna come with you. I'm coming with you. JR, am I lying? Am I off? Yeah, just give me a yes or no.
Like, you're not lying.
You are
Okay.
such Anton. I can't believe you. I cannot believe the narrative you're trying to spin.
Which part did I lie about, Kay?
When we were there, you were literally, okay, you're gonna be a star.
Well, what am I supposed to say? I gotta motivate you.
You
We was dying in there.
seem like I'm out here being all disgruntled and whatnot. Don't do it. Don't do it.
By the end of the conversation, what did I say? I said, don't even worry about it, Kay. Just get through it.
No, you didn't.
No. Wait, let me finish.
I can't deal
I
with
said,
this anymore.
JR, If I'm lying, I'm flying. I said, Kay, don't even worry about it. Just get through it. I'm gonna take a walk, and when you're done, I promise you, I'm gonna just chop it up. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna make you look
Anton,
good.
you are
Did I not say that, JR? JR, did I not say that?
Stop
Yeah, you
getting
said
JR to co-sign.
No,
Anton.
because we got witnesses this time. This ain't no.
Okay.
This is real.
But this is the thing. You were very inspirational. You were very nice. You were very mild-mannered. You're trying to paint yourself into this villain who just only.
I didn't say I was a villain. I said you were the villain. I didn't say I was the villain.
No, well,
I was a nice
that's
guy.
not what you said that day.
Well, what am I supposed to tell you? I got to get you through this thing.
Are you a liar?
Yeah, I had to lie to you that day. I did. I was like, yo, you doing great.
So
you are doing good. Just keep going. Just keep going.
I see the depths that you're willing to go. You said, okay, yes, you were a liar.
Yo, I had to push. And then I said, and I told Jay, I said, JR, just leave the camera on. I'm going to take a walk. I'm going to take a walk. My head is exploding. Rita said, Anton, don't you leave me. I'm coming too. And we was out of there.
Man,
with nothing peaceable in that room today.
I'm gonna hit Rita up on Instagram. You are lying. Ridiculous, Anton. Ridiculous.
What's going on, E Black?
What's going on, guys? Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, my guy?
What's going on, my guys? Lauren, good to see you. Amira, oh my God, I practiced this. Amira.
You said it right the first time.
Okay, I was nervous, man. I was really nervous this time. Kay, JR, Anton, let me first address the elephant in the room, Anton. I want to apologize for last week,
Bro, you already did that. You ain't got
because this is the Lapeef talk. This is this audience. I want to let them know that,
Bro, we good. You good, fam.
No.
Ain't no apologies needed. I promise you, we good. We guys, bro. We don't do that.
As a man, I have to sometimes make a public apologies because I have a brand now. So it's about that. It's not about me being just a fan of this. So I apologize. I was over the top. I didn't mean to talk about your hips. I didn't mean to talk about a lot of the other things.
I got you. All right.
Okay.
No. I'm glad that we back. All right.
Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to apologize. Let y'all know that the E Black TV brand does not represent everything that he talks about. This is my family sometimes, and I was
Black.
I know. But you guys had a really good conversation.
What you got for us with the show?
You guys was on PC tonight. I was really gonna say that. That was the one thing I was gonna say. Y'all was on PC, but the one thing
what?
PC.
Like politically correct?
Yeah.
Who was on PC?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just okay, but I just want to talk about love versus duty. I'm sorry. Love does have a lot to do with it. Me and my wife, we've been together. It's because of love, and then there's duty that goes with the love. Mm-hmm. So we love each other, but we have duty towards each other. So I think that's the main component that a lot of people are not really speaking about. When you don't love each other, I have a duty to the person who I'm with. When I do love the person, it makes my duty more enjoyable. So that's the component that we're talking about that I think a lot of people are talking about that are missing. I think, sometimes we get caught up in trying to act all cool and stuff. It's just not like that. I love my wife. I love the person I'm with. I love Black women. So that is the main component to having a marriage. Some people aren't luxury to have love. I wish more people would experience love, but a lot of people aren't able to. Some people have more duty than they have love.
Okay. All right, Black. Definitely appreciate that.
That's a bet.
All right. Thanks for the support. What's going on, Jason? Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? Thanks
How
for
you
the
doing,
super
man?
chat too, man. Saw that.
All right, no doubt, man. Anytime. I wanted to talk about something which is really important with marriage. So I got married last year. I moved out of New York, and I moved to Chicago, and it was like a different experience with me. And one of the main different experience I have gained experience with marriage. I wasn't used to a woman helping me before, like a real helpmate. I wasn't used to it. It was I was pretty much used to women always blaming me for something, or it was always a problem. I never really experienced a woman before who will go the extra mile for me, like with my wife. Like how so much of a helpmate she is. She take care of the house, take care of the clothes. She take care of like the little details and some of the big details. And it benefited me so much. Like it made pretty much my life much easier. And I didn't understand what a helpmate was till I watched Kevin Samuels, and when he broke it down what a helpmate was. And then that's when I looked at my wife and I looked at her differently. And I was like, yo, this is exactly what my wife is. My wife is very submissive. Whatever plans I have, she cooperates with me. And with marriage, yeah, there's love too, but it's other elements that go along with it. And now that I look back at it, a lot of my relationships, I was pretty much in relationships based off my feelings, and not with the intentions of like, how can I say, a purpose. Like it was just love. And I noticed with those kind of relationships, when it was only about love, my relationships always fell apart. It was nothing else, with it. And when I got with my wife, I got myself a house. I started my own business. A lot of great things came along with it. And this is stuff that needs to be talked about. It's a little more than that. And then with marriage too, is you don't want to be selfish about it. You don't want to be selfish. Like you don't want to be in a relationship with someone who's completely self-centered. Like my wife, she's not selfish. She'll share everything with me. She holds me down. And you know what? It made me a better person, and it made me appreciate things much more in life. Like, and I'm grateful. Listen, I was born and raised in New York City. I dealt with a lot of different women.
Yeah.
I was engaged with a woman for 10 years. And it didn't go nowhere. The woman ended up cheating with me with a dude. Dude messaged me, sent me the pictures. We
going down a dark hole. No,
I know, my bad. But let me sum
go
up
ahead.
real quick.
Let's see how far that rabbit hole go. Go ahead, do your thing.
Yo, and I was really in a bad relationship, and you know what? And I was engaged with this person, but I didn't know what marriage was. And I didn't understand what really marriage was till I got married now. And I learned more about it with my wife. And, she's extremely helpful for me. And this is stuff that we need to talk about. We have to have a balance. And in marriage, you have to have a balance of everything, like support,
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Did you say you was engaged for 10 years?
Yeah.
You said what?
He said he was engaged for 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years.
It's a long time, Jason.
I didn't listen. Yo. And no, but see, no, listen, this is what I'm talking about. I didn't understand the importance. I didn't know the meaning of an engagement. At that time, I didn't know the meaning of marriage.
She didn't understand it either.
No, she didn't understand it. We both didn't understand it. And
I know Lauren, like, I'd be damn if I'm engaged for 10 years.
Yo, he did a dime, yo. What is going on, yo?
Yo, listen, but I learned from that. That's the most important thing. I learned from it. And it made me a better person now from the mistakes I had made. So I took accountability for my fault. You know, like that was a relationship that wasn't going anywhere. So instead of me walking away, I stayed in it, and it escalated to with her cheating on me. And after that, I broke up with her. I got in another relationship that lasted for, I think, like 2 years, didn't went anywhere. And then after that, I met my wife, and things are a lot better for me now.
Hey,
So,
congratulations, fam. Yo, you ever financed a car for 60 months?
Finance a car for 60 months? Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like that's two terms. That's like I paid off a car and then I paid off another car right after that, bro. That's 120 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's,
Hey,
that's
Jason.
a dime, bro.
Huh?
I got a question for you, Jason.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rilla.
Was you going for Dipset or the Locks?
The Locks. And like, hey, I'm from Harlem, but I was for the Locks. It was a rap. It was a rap. I already knew. I told my wife, I told my wife, Dipset cannot beat the Locks. Jada's gonna smoke them.
Wait,
smoke them.
Yo, Chicago really know how to derail the whole conversation, bro. He just go off on a whole nother thing, bro.
Oh, the conversation's derailed.
All right, Jason, I got to get to these other people. Appreciate you tuning in and support.
All right, no doubt, man. Take care.
All right, you too.
Hey, I see your face. You was going for Dipset.
I really didn't watch
What's going on, Patrick D?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I know you K's buddy. What's going on, my G?
I mean, we get along sometimes.
Why do y'all keep doing this? Where y'all put out this narrative that I know these callers? I don't.
It's so personal.
No, real talk though. Like me, I mean,
No, because y'all did it with that Foolie man, and y'all made a whole little heading for a video. K's friend. I didn't know him. Y'all
Ain't nobody put K's friend in no video. Ain't nobody put no K's friend.
What? Anton, you literally said Kay and her caller.
Bruh.
It was a lie.
Bruh.
Yo, check your
do this. Like, stop. I don't know Patrick. I mean, he in the group. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah. So,
What's
so
going on,
I heard
Patrick D?
what's going on. I appreciate you guys. So I heard you guys for a while now talking about like the black culture and stuff like that. And just to be completely honest with you guys, I know there's a lot of controversy surrounding like Anton's statements as far as like him saying that black culture is trash and things like that. I think what it is that as a people, sometimes we get so impulsive with people sort of bringing up our own culture and saying something like it's trash. And I can admit, I can concede that it is a bit strong to say it's trash, but I just want to mention something real quick. And I'll be really quick, I promise. So I don't know if you guys heard of a guy by the name of Thomas Sowell, but right now I'm reading his book. I just want to preface, I haven't finished it yet. But right now in his book, it's called Black Rednecks and White Liberals. And what he talks about is that the culture that we perceive as a black culture stems from this subset culture where there was a bunch of white people from Europe that you can trace it all the way back from like slavery times, where at the time in that part of the country, those people were considered rednecks and crackers. And they sort of had like a cracker culture where they were. Pardon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was muted.
Oh. So in that part of Europe, people considered those guys the rednecks, where they would eat the chitlins and they would have like this really heavy dialect, and they were very poor. And around the times when slavery started to come in and we started bringing blacks into that part of Europe, we sort of adopted that same culture. And just long story short, as we started to migrate into places like Harlem, post-slavery, at that time, blacks and whites were actually starting to move away from that culture, but there was a certain set of people who did move in Harlem to keep that culture in. And he mentions that there were some people who would like eat sandwiches on bus stops, and they would sort of talk loud in public and use this very heavy dialect, as we call it, Ebonics. And there was actually a heavy amount of Black folk who really actually despised that behavior. And generations through generations going forward, we're the only people that sort of adopted that as the Black culture, where as he ends the chapter, he says that pretty much it's not necessarily something that's solely Black. It's something that solely just comes from a state of poor people. And what his point was in saying is that it's not something that we necessarily need to keep, because what it is that it's keeping us stagnant from participating in wider societies. And I think what people are missing from what Anton is trying to say is that the stuff that we do champion is essentially something that we don't really that we're not really growing from. Like, I think like I know last show Courtney brought up about the fact that it's the clothes, it's the food, it's the music that makes up these things as far as our culture. And if you want to break down those components of what she's talking about, you want to talk about the clothes. We're the only culture, and I'm probably super wrong about this, but as far as I know, because I'm Black, we're the only culture that seems to like to sag our pants and think that it's fly. We want to talk about the food. Anton mentioned already that high in carbs, high in cholesterol, high in sodium, you know, pretty much giving us the heart disease that we have as we get older. The music that we listen to, even though we're sorry. Oh, I thought you said something. I'm sorry. When you bring up the music,
what?
Even though we are the people that essentially created music, we're the only culture that champions the type of music that really isn't propelling us into higher states as far as society goes, as far as rap music goes. And you know, one of the things that I've noticed in trying to have these kind of conversations is that people see those as me sort of
we gotta kind of bring it to a final point, because
my final point is, like, you know, people like to take those components and say it as you're like going against the community, you're anti-Black, you're this, you're that, Uncle Tom, all that kind of stuff. And really, it's more so just trying to be objective with what we do as a people as far as behavior goes. So I just wanted to just bring that to light, because a lot of people haven't really heard the Time of Soul, and I'm still reading his book. I haven't finished it yet, but I really do recommend it. Some great stuff. It's really detailed. It's called Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Tom of Soul. Hope you guys check it out, and appreciate you guys. It's a good show, and y'all killing it right now. And I enjoyed last show. It was dope. So
okay. And Patrick D, I appreciate you, man.
Thanks for the stability and your connection too.
Yeah, I have to stay outside. I'm going
man.
tired of this.
Like I see the Patrick D for the dollar, man. You know,
yeah,
sense of humor too, man.
I just said, look, man, forget it. I
right, man. You're a celebrity, man. All right, Patrick D, thanks for the support again, man.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Foolie, I'm coming to you, man. Come on. There you go.
Oh, Kay's friend.
Fully. I'm glad you're here.
Let's dispel that narrative right now.
I've
never met this woman in my life.
Absolutely.
What?
And ain't nothing wrong with that. That's cool. But what's up with y'all? Glad to be back.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing, man.
Thanks for the support.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate y'all, man.
Oh yeah, man. I got your shirt coming too, man. I ain't forgot about you.
Right. My man, I told you, yeah. So I'm mad I missed the last show, but I like how this show kind of tied into exactly, you know what I'm saying, the topic that we all need to address, and kind of what I would allude to the last time I called. And for the record, I didn't duck any smoke. My phone died the last time. So yeah, the topic of understanding and the Black culture is trash. So about that, I got a question for Anton first. Let me start there. When you make that statement, right? Can we get some clarity on when you saying that? Are you making it as though you're a part of that collective, or you're disassociating yourself with that?
Well, what?
The Black culture is trash.
I defined it as the parts that's most celebrated by the majority of the people that look like me is trash. Yes, and obviously you can't say all, because all of nothing is trash. right? But the I have divested myself from a lot of the things that a lot of people celebrate. And as a matter of fact, me divesting from a lot of that has propelled me to be a lot more successful. As a matter of fact, I did a video probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and I put it on my my first channel where I highlighted the reasons why I gave up rap music and all of that type of stuff. So I've largely let go a lot of the things that the majority of the people that I see that look like me celebrate amongst the people that, you know, define Black culture as awesome.
So was the answer to my question yes or no? My fault.
It's not a yes or no question because there's context that needs to be added to it. I've divested myself from what I defined as a trash in Black culture, which is what most people celebrate. Yes. But it's not everything. So you can't just say everything. That's the context. So it's yes, but then the context is the stuff that's trash I walked away from.
I'm sorry. So is yes that you do associate yourself with the Black community? When
Yes,
you say
I've
that?
walked away from and divested myself from the things that we celebrate in Black culture that's trash.
So you make that observation as an outside spectator of the Black community.
No, I made
I
the
just want to make sure I'm
observation
getting clarity on what I'm asking you.
So the clarity is that I made that observation as a result of what I experienced throughout my entire life. And when I became old enough to realize that it is trash, I learned to divest myself. So it wasn't from an outside perspective. It's based off a real life experience. On both sides, I seen how it affected me negatively. And then when I let go of it, I seen how it propelled me to be successful.
All right, I don't want to hop on this too long, bro, because I still don't think I'm getting the answer to my question. So just to bring it all home, right? Are you saying that you got your experience, and from what you gather in your experience in the Black community, you then determined that they're trash and decided from that point to disassociate yourself with them?
I see
and now
you
you're an
trying
outsider
to.
looking in.
Nope, you're trying to put words in my mouth. And again,
I'm not, bro. I'm asking you for a
said
simple.
with the Black community, and I specifically said
The people,
that
yeah.
the trash.
I'm sorry,
that's
Black
highlighted-
culture.
The trash that's highlighted and celebrated as Black culture. That's specifically what I said.
Which is
So
a
say
part
it.
of the. Okay, yeah, bro, but you're trying to distinguish that specific part, like it's not all a part of the blanket term of the Black culture. So what I'm trying to figure out, good and bad, the ratchetness and the righteousness.
Nope.
Are
I
you
walked away from the
associating yourself with the Black community when you make these statements? Are you making it as a spectator from the
answer
outside?
is the same. I walked away from the ratchetness, and I embrace the things that are good from all cultures, including Black culture.
All right, bro. And I'm not getting an answer. Cool. We can discard that. I'm gonna present another question to the entire panel now. That's cool. In everyone's opinion, please. Can I get Can I get y'all opinion on how long do y'all think it takes for a community or a nation to develop a culture?
No, we're not going to do a whole deep dive of the whole panel.
I mean, it's not about a
half hour, bro.
Well, no,
Like,
bro, I'm not. Yo, I'm on the Bolex right now, right? Because I thought when I call in, I get, you know what I'm saying, some special privilege on the panel, especially from our last segment.
You don't get special privilege. Like, make your point, fam.
I'm making my point, but I'm asking
time. It takes a very, very.
All right, cool. Let's just say it takes a very long time, right? Cool. A long time.
Years.
Hundreds. Let's say multiple centuries. Cool. All right, bet. So let's take it. Everybody on the panel is familiar with acculturation.
Yo, just make your point, fam.
I'm just saying, bro, because acculturation is, you know what I'm saying, when basically the entire process of slavery, when another people's culture and way of life is imposed on another culture and stripped of their original ways of living. That's what acculturation would be. So what I'm saying is, since Black people have went through the process of acculturation, and for you to make statements like the Black culture is trash, would you not be disregarding the initial topic of the beginning of this show, which was understanding as far as how we may have gotten there in order to have this quote unquote trash culture that's probably not even ours to begin with?
What are you saying? I'm sorry. I'm a C student.
Wow.
I'm a C student. I'm slow. Bro? I don't know exactly.
I'm probably lower than that, bro. I don't know. Remember, I was out here loafing the first time I came.
So
I
in
don't
summary,
know what the hell I'm saying.
So if you had the summary, I don't know. I remember back in school. In writing class, again, I'm a C student, so work with me here. In
Yes,
writing
sir.
class, they said that, hey, when you did your introduction paragraph and then you put your thesis in and then you put your three supporting statements that you're going to outline in the next 3 paragraphs, you did the 3 paragraphs. I missed the thesis statement, and then you kind of reiterate your point in the final paragraph, your conclusion. So what's the conclusion? What's the final? Bring it all back for me.
I can bring it all back for you, bro. No problem. All right. So, like I said, the topic of tonight, which I want to address, is understanding. Understanding is supposed to transcend disagreement for the most part. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But I brought to the panel the word acculturation because that would be more, that will resemble what Black people went through during slavery when another set of people imposed their cultural ways and their traits onto another group forcefully. So what I'm saying is, with those new learned behaviors that Black people may have acquired during slavery, which we haven't been out of long, by the way, 100 some odd years, not to mention the other things that was equated, such as Jim Crow, segregation, blah, blah, whoopty woo. We ain't got to get into all of that. But like I said, with all that information, Anton, and with that understanding of how we may have gotten here, can we talk about how this Black culture that you deem onto us, like the ratchet qualities in particular, are trash when they're possibly learned behaviors that weren't ours to begin with? That's what I'm saying. Hopefully that was clear enough.
You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm not trying to say.
Why you not addressing it though, bro? You've been doing this all night too.
Because it's not important and it's stupid.
It's not important. What the fuck?
Why are you asking me a question? You don't want me to answer the question?
Nah, you right. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I mean, it is what it is. So the reason why I'm not going to sit here and get stuck on this victim mentality and continue to run the victim Olympics.
I'm gonna touch on that when you're done.
Continue to run the victim Olympics with you and Sha'Carri Richardson, is because I'm a solution oriented. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth and get rah-rah'd up and try to
We're not getting rah-rah'd.
see who's the most.
We're good.
See who's the most oppressed, even though neither you or I ever experienced slavery. We don't know anybody that's ever experienced slavery. We don't even know anybody that's ever owned any slaves. And so the thing that I look for is, how can I help people level up? I focus the majority of my time and my attention on giving people insight, pouring into them and helping them to understand how they need to move financially, helping them to understand why they need to include ethics and good character along with it, because money by itself or just leaning on finances, money don't make you a better person. It makes you more of what you already are. I'm focused, and my purpose is to pour into people love, solutions, and helping them to understand that you can't fight fire with fire. You got to fight fire with love, because more fire just makes the building get hotter and it makes everything burn down even more. So I'm not focused on all of that. I mean, you and Kay, y'all can jump into that mire and y'all can get y'all people that's earthy with no shoes on, and y'all can walk around and say Black Power and get all of these shirts and all of that stuff. Y'all can work on that, and I'm cool. And I'm not trying to stop you. I'm not trying to stop you, bro. Do your thing, but that's not my move. I can't do that. I can't do the earthy thing, bro. I don't wear black soap. I don't do none of that, bro.
I'm sorry.
Final thoughts, Foley. We got to move on. Final thoughts.
Got you, man. You know what? I ain't even gonna do it, bro. I'm gonna just go ahead and get my shout out, Rilla. You've been sitting there quiet, bro. I fuck with you heavy, though. I just wanted to let that be known. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate your perspective on a lot of things on this show. Just wanted to give you your flowers while you was here, homie. And I also want to shout out Courtney for staying on cold last episode. That was the perfect representation of what on cold looks like. I'm gonna leave it there.
I also want to shout out JR. You know,
I also want to shout out JR for that motherfucking shirt that's on the way. And next time I call in, you better believe it's gonna be on. Fuck are you talking about? Yeah.
I appreciate it.
All right, y'all be good, man. Appreciate y'all.
Y'all wildin'. Fully,
and I don't know Kay. I don't know Kay. I never met her.
Next video.
You said what, really?
Me and you gonna be friends on the next video.
Hey, I appreciate that, G. For real. I'm gonna be back. Hell yeah. Appreciate y'all. Be good, man.
All right. Amir, I know you got to get up out of here, so we definitely appreciate you sitting in tonight.
Look at Amira.
I'm sorry, guys.
You didn't cuss the cat out. Now you stroking the cat.
It get on my nerves, and then I love him again. It's like play with my emotions. Thank you guys for having me on again. And like I said, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much. I gotta go be a wife.
See you, baby girl.
The husband's
Have a
calling.
good one.
Bye-bye, guys.
All right.
These are the
That's
same.
dope. You hear what she said? That's
What?
dope.
What she said?
I gotta go be a wife. The husband's calling.
What's going on, Miss Deb? Welcome to the show. What brings you on?
Hi. I wanted to talk about on the topic of arranged marriages and is love important. I think as a younger woman, I would never go for an arranged marriage. I had a coworker that was absolutely horrified by it, just hated it. But as an older woman, I think the the feeling of being in love, the butterflies and all of that is not as important. And I don't know necessarily if I would do an arranged marriage, but I would certainly be open as an agreement, where it may not be that we love each other on first sight, but there's some kind of admiration or something to it where we come into an agreement. But I do want to say that I still feel that love is important. It's something that God just gave us as women. He gave us a heart. I don't know why we want to deny that piece of love. I know it marriage is, I'm learning that marriage is more of a business, but I do think love is a great foundation for any relationship, any beginning, any relationship. I think love in everything is always going to fall back to being the glue to it. If you have a long distance relationship, if you have a relationship where your husband or your partner, he travels, if he's if he's in the service, what's going to hold you? If it's just about his provision, sometimes love is the best thing in those times. So I just wanted to add that to that I do think that we're moving more to removing love. And again, as a woman, emotional beings, love is just something that comes with the territory. We're gonna love you, and I think you want to make sure we love you so that we can be the best for you as a woman.
So
But
you basically, are you saying that love is the most important thing to lead with when it comes to getting married?
no. I think it is something. When I think of arrangements, I think if I had somebody to say, hey, if I had a parent or somebody to say, I have somebody for you, and everything lines up. His family checks off the boxes. Our family checks off the boxes with their, family. I just couldn't do it. I just see it just being a marriage out of duty. And although it works, apparently it works. I just think in the times where times get hard or the times where the separate love, it just that emotional part of it, it really means a lot to a relationship. And I think if I would say to Mara was had said, I think in the last show, what is it? And I would tell her, it's amazing. I've experienced it as a younger woman, and I would never give that up. I think all women should experience it. Now, as an older woman, Anton, it's not as important. Now I need a helpmate, and now I'm realizing this as an older woman that a helpmate is more important than the emotional part of it. But I still think that I would never go
So
into a
why?
marriage.
So why do if it's best for you now and
Yep.
you're as an older woman,
Mhm.
right? And you're wiser and this is the thing that you're seeking. Why is that not the thing that you advocate for as a younger woman? I don't understand. Why is it best for you as an older woman but not as a younger woman? I don't understand that.
Because again, I think it's not as important because I'm older. And again, I don't think that I would lead with love. you know, the butterflies and all that doesn't mean anything. Maybe because I experienced it, you know, but I would never tell a younger me or my nieces or any younger female that I mentor that, no, you know, you don't need love, F love. That means nothing. Go in there and look for a provider and look for somebody that's stable, look for an older man. I would never sell it. Just look for those things without, because I do think when it comes down to it, you still need some element of that emotional feeling of love. Now, again, as an older woman, I've
That's
experienced
crazy.
it already. Well, I've experienced it already. And I think now you more or less just want that helpmate more so than the emotional, the
You
butterflies.
know, a man can't be a helpmate, right?
Yes. But you don't need the butterflies. The older you get, the more you don't need the butterflies and the sweaty hands and the staying on the phone for 4 or 5 hours. You know, that doesn't mean, but I do think, you know, it's an amazing feeling that, you know, any woman should experience.
I respect that. I respectfully disagree, but I respect your opinion.
Yeah.
All right, Miss Deb.
Yes.
We definitely appreciate you calling in. Thank you for the support. It was a pleasure
You're
having you on.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the support. Pleasure. What's going on, True? Was it True Table?
How you guys doing?
Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
I like that
Thank
shirt,
you.
fam. I like that shirt,
Thank
bro.
you. Appreciate it. Yes, yes.
You got to turn that YouTube down in the background and just talk to us.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
So I've been watching you guys for a while. Yeah. Turned it completely off. Yeah. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Lapeef, you're a genius. The elements that you guys are bringing together. But what I wanted to touch on is the love concept. That's what kind of caught my attention overall of what you guys were talking about. And it seems interesting that we're still in 2021, but struggling with this love versus duty concept. Why do you guys think that is? Because I'm inclined to agree with what Anton is saying, that marriage is more based around duty. And I believe at one time our community understood that. We aligned ourselves more with having religious beliefs, Christian beliefs, and that was the Black culture. We have since dispelled that, and a lot of people now, because of economic growth, education, and things of that nature, are living life so independently that there is no governing. What do you guys particularly think about that?
Go ahead, Kay. Let us have it.
Marriage as it relates to duty versus, you know, there's this thing that people do where they glamorize or think a certain thing about the past. I can't speak to it because I don't know. I think it would be really great if we had some like elders on the show to talk to us directly about that. But as it relates to duty versus love, I mean, I think those don't have to be separate. You can love somebody, which is the thing that kind of holds you together, or the thing that attracts you or keeps you interested in the first place, and then also have duty. Like, I don't think those have to be two completely separate things.
Yo, she's speaking from a perspective of a person that's never been married, fam. And I'm gonna just tell
Table,
you,
are you married?
all of that junk goes out the window.
I'm not.
Okay, so True Table is also speaking from the perspective of someone who's not married.
I am not married. However, I have observed.
Okay.
I have observed the relationship. Primarily, my mother and father. They've been married about 40 years now. And one of the things that I did grow to understand is that one, because a lot of people even on the show have said love is a feeling. I strongly disagree. I believe love is a choice. And just like most things in life, you have to have a choice aligned with that. If you want to choose to be married and you want to choose to be successful, you're going to do that. If you want to choose to start something and end it, you're going to do that. This feeling component is heavily potent here in America. But abroad, that's not how people live their life. Most people don't wake up and go to work because they feel like it. They're not in love with their job. They do it because it's necessary.
Yep.
They understand that the move that they make is necessary in order to progress their own lives,
Yep.
as well as their children's life, and so on and so forth.
So Anton, how are you out here? Yup. He ain't never been married either. You didn't
Because
discredit
the
him.
reason why I'm saying yep is because he's absolutely right. And you don't necessarily have to attack the person in order to justify the message. And so what I'm agreeing with is that
Didn't you just tell
often
me
at
you're
times,
speaking as someone who's not married? Didn't you just say that?
often at times, what you're
okay.
starting to see is that we've selfishly inserted how we feel and let that overtake what it means in order to be able to do the things that we're supposed to do. Right. So, for example, I understand that raising a kid in wedlock under the guidance of two parents usually yields a greater success story. Right. But a lot of times people have, and this is just one example, people are saying that they're entitled to do certain things. They're entitled to feel a certain type of way when they don't understand that being selfless is the foundation of success when it comes to the people that surround you, the companies that you run, the household that you have. Like, you literally are putting everyone else first. And what you hear what people say when you hear when people say that they're leading with love, they're leading with their self first. They're no longer taking into consideration all the other factors that go into it. It only matters how they feel, and then everything else gets to come around that. And it's completely different. It's the opposite when you're talking about moving in your purpose, being the CEO of your household, taking care of your company. When you're taking care of your company, you put everybody else first. And this extends into your household, but it's a reflection. You take care of the shareholders, you take care of your employees, you take care of the customers. Everybody else is your boss. You're a servant. But when you see people say that they're leading out of love, or they want somebody that love them or make them feel gushy inside, it's all based off of how they feel and not based off of what's best for the whole group. So you got a different mindset when you approach it. And that's why people will never understand what it means to move without love first. And then you can include love as a part of it. But it's all about what it is that you're supposed to do versus how you feel.
So I have a question. Would you all agree, and you could say yes or no, would you all agree that everyone describes or views love differently, right? Like, everyone would define love differently if you were to say, what does love mean to you? Like, Rilla would attribute it to the Bible. Someone else would attribute it to something else. Like, can we all agree that that's the case? Like, just a head nod is cool. Yes or no? Okay.
I mean, I don't care crazy.
No. You, Anton.
Well, usually crazy people don't know that they're crazy, so you can't say no.
Okay.
You have this whole confirmation bias thing.
I'm trying to get to the point that it's like,
crazy, don't be crazy.
because we all view love or define love differently or see love differently, because I agree with you, Anton. There is a component of love that is selfish, and that we should be operating in like selfless when it comes to being married. I agree with that. However, I feel like it's up to the couple or whomever to determine the weight of like how much weight love holds on a marriage. And I respect your parents and the examples that they set, and like, you know, everyone else in your family that's married and has operated out of a foundation that does not necessarily include love. But I guarantee you that there are some relationships that are still married to this day, like 40 years in, that said, because I love this person. Like, so I'm just saying that it's okay to agree to disagree, because I sense that you want everybody to like say, yeah, we don't need love for marriage or as a piece of a
me?
foundation. Yeah, this would sound like.
Oh, I don't care if people agree or not. I just want to give out some extra information that could possibly, like, for people to consider so they can be more informed and look at it differently versus the overwhelming majority of the people that's saying that love this or love that. I'm just trying to create a completely different. I'm trying to give people, arm them with more information, and they can do whatever they want. Like my tribe is gonna rock with me no matter what. So
right, and I get that for sure. But the only reason I brought it up is because it kind of sounds like people who have never been married or who never been in a relationship towards steps of marriage or whatever makes it seem like we don't know what love feels to us. And the point that I'm trying to get is I don't have to be married to know what love feels like and looks like to me, and how, like, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
it's a different type of way. Like it's a different way that
I respect
you get
that.
treated when you're in that space. Like you have to be married to experience it.
Right. I understand that. And I'm not saying I'm dismissing your definition of love. Like I'm saying, like, yes, I'm gonna put that in my pocket and I'm going to consider that when whomever comes to me. So I'm accepting your opinion, but I'm also saying that it's okay for all of us to think differently and then apply it and then face the consequences that comes with whatever you decide. If I decide to approach marriage with love not being at the foundation, cool. If I decide to approach marriage with love being at the foundation, then I'll deal with the consequences that come of it. I'm just saying, like, it's okay. And we don't have to say, like, just because you've never been married, you don't know. Like, I know what love means to me. That's all I'm saying, is that we should just all into your perspective into the room. And it doesn't mean that how I feel about love is wrong or how Kay feels about love is wrong. It has worked before in some marriages where they approach love. You on mute.
Don't you let Kay infect you and indoctrinate you. I'm not having it. I'm not gonna let Kay ever infect you, Lauren. I got your back on this one.
I'm just out here. Why do y'all think that I'm just out here, Professor X, and these women don't have any mind?
Okay, who is y'all?
These are my views.
Who is y'all? Okay.
I know it's your views. I'm just saying, don't ever say that you
Anton and multiple other
Kay.
people that agree with him. JR, that's my answer.
Don't
I'm
do
just
it,
saying
Lauren.
that we all don't have to
It's
agree.
a dark place.
Love is one definition. Love means differently to all of us. If you're not Christian, you're not going to take the definition that's from the Bible, right? That's fine. You have a different way of viewing love, and that's okay. So I'm just saying, like, allow space for other definitions of love to manifest and show up in marriages as they are, and then they face the consequences that come with that. That's all.
All right,
But the problem with that, though, Lauren, the problem with that one thing is that they never ever own the consequences that come along with it. It's never 100% accountability that comes along with it. If that's the way it played out, then that would be beautiful, the way that you just described it. But very rarely do you ever see people take 100% accountability of their situation.
100% accountability on anything, because you have people that are mentally not there to take accountability. So yes, I agree with you. There's never been 100% accountability, but that does not mean, like, it doesn't really mean much, because there's not accountability on the woman's part, man's part, depending on what conversation we're talking about. It lacks accountability regardless. This time we're talking about marriage, people who get divorced. Some don't take accountability, some do. There's always going to be people who don't take accountability.
I see you, Miss TJ.
What's going on, TJ?
Baby girl. Okay, Miss TJ. Scoot on up. Let me see the full you. Let me see what you got going on over there.
Ow. Break from weaving and sandling for the rest of the summer. Okay.
Okay. We like that. We like that.
Just came back home from hanging out with some girlfriends. A couple of things. Far as love, and this is just from my perspective. I love my husband, and I am in love with my husband. As a young person, I always said that, there's a song by Anita Baker, I want to know what good love feels like. And it took me almost my entire life to find out what that meant. But it is not just a feeling, it is an action. And in that action, he showed me what it's like to put me first. And I never had that. I was always putting others first, but it was never reciprocal. So, and I think the way that I knew that he loved me is because This is the first man that ever prayed with me and prayed for me. This is the first man that ever led me in worshiping and praying and covering. It is also duty, but it's a duty that I enjoy. It is a duty that I enjoy. Amir, I was going to say everything that going back to what you bring to the table, that part. I would say everything that Amira said with respect to her husband, but I will also add to it. What I have learned is I anticipate his needs also because I'm paying attention. I tell him, I know when something's wrong with him, even when he tries to hide it from me, and I say, I have nothing else to do but pay attention to you. So when I'm paying attention to him, I'm anticipating what he needs from me before he asks for it. I endeavor to grow old with my husband because, like I tell him, I waited my whole life for him. So the longer we have together is what I want. There is a show, I don't know if you all have seen it with regards to marriage, you all talking about that arranged marriages, Married at First Sight. Have you all seen that show?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I think that is a tremendous experiment in what marriage is about, because it's kind of like what you're talking about, Anton. Well, they get married, but then they actually learn to fall in love with each other. Sometimes they make it and sometimes they don't. But it is, they go into this because someone else has picked their mate for them based on the questionnaire and all that kind of stuff. But I am really surprised to see how many of these marriages have worked. Again, love at first sight. So you all hit a lot of good things tonight. I think love is a feeling, but moreover, it is a choice. Because the feelings come and go. The feelings come and go, but when you have the choice, again, the duty part, because you do fall in and out of love. And Lauren, what you're talking about is absolutely right. My grandfather loved 3 lifetimes. He had 3 wives because they were till death do they part. And he loved them, but he was dutiful in his provision and care and protection of his wives. And my grandmothers. And Anton, just so you know, I did meet somebody because my great grandmother was a slave. So, and I did meet her, but not the victim. But so there is a person that's on the show that had a relative that I met was a slave. So,
yeah, the problem though is that you're not the one that's complaining.
Well, actually, it's funny because when I do what I do in my life, as far as my career, my education, I did it because my grandparents and great grandparents couldn't. And everything I do and that I've gained in my life, it is because of them. One last thing, duty. My husband and I, we've been together for 3 years. We've been married for 2. My husband's been a truck driver for over 30 something years. A little over December, just before COVID, so it was December 2019, we had been talking about he wanted to change his schedule because, he was gone all the time. Well, as fate would have it, the company that he worked for, he found out that the company was filing bankruptcy on the news, Celadon, on the news. So hundreds of truck drivers were out just, no job, no nothing. And this was the first time not working in over 30 something years. I said, don't worry about it. I got it. You do what you need to do. I got this. And he was doing what he needed to do. I said, this is your opportunity. You don't have to take whatever comes your way. You can be selective because you wanted to do it anyway. And maybe this happening resulted in you going for what you wanted. So he was out of work less than 30 days because he's about his business. So he told, when we went to dinner, because we take each other, we have a restaurant we go to celebrate our birthdays. And I was going to pay for it because it was his birthday. His birthday is Valentine's Day. He took out, I was getting ready to pay, and he had already paid for it because he said the whole time that he wasn't working, I didn't complain. I just handled the business. I was a house manager. I supported him. He didn't feel like he had to take the first thing that came, and he thanked me for that. And that's the part of the duty also. So
I appreciate you, TJ.
So you all have a wonderful night, and as always, I love your show.
All right, you too. Thank you.
We love the hair too. I see you. I see you.
All right. Bolo, what's going on?
Greetings, everybody. How are y'all?
Hi, Bolo.
What's going on, family?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. A few things I'd like to address. We need to stop listening emotionally, because a lot of the things, we hear, it tends to strike us hard because we think that direct answers typically are cold, and they're not. The Lord tells you, let your yea be nay, your yea be yea and your nay be nay, and give your breakdown and your soliloquy after you give your answer. So straight talk makes straight understanding. So with that being said, the breakdown that Amira gave to what a wife is, on point like a sniper. Now, if you want to give your
She ain't missing, bro. She can't miss. I don't know what's wrong with her.
If you want to give your in-depth, sub-directives in there, you can. But what she said was spot on, no arguments, period. Everything else, a woman can have a career, she can, have a education, she can do all that. But what she said in dedication of what the Most High speaks on, she was spot on. Proverbs 31 tells you that, right? The dedication of what a woman is. Now, we always talk about love, 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 love. And I think the argument that Anton and Rilla is having is the same, that you're saying the same things. When you say love, when you read the scriptures about what love is, it starts with you loving yourself. Because when you know what your worth is, when you know what your value is, you can demand your worth. You have standards on who you're going to talk to and what you expect from said person that you're talking to. So love is not just an emotion. Love is the hub. In IT, I don't know if anyone is into it, we have a hub. The hub is where everything comes and gets plugged into, and then from there, it goes to wherever it's going to. Love is the hub. So if we know about, let's say, the Roku box, all of your apps are in that box, the Hulu, the Netflix, the Prime. It's all consolidated in one place so that you can come to this one place and be able to go to wherever you need to go. So love is the hub. What lives in love is generosity, patience, empathy, sympathy, direction, financial health, protection, nourishment, forgiveness, loyalty, kindness, charity, and emotion. So all of these things encompass and it formulates love. This is why the Lord tells you, hang all the prophets in the law. Love your neighbor like you love yourself. This is why when Rilla quoted, husbands, love your wives like Christ loved the church. Sacrifice, dedicate, nourish, protect, guide. All of these things is what love is. So it's not just one thing. And if you do not have all of these things, you don't have love, bro. If you don't have someone that is willing to sacrifice themselves for you, you don't have love. If you don't have someone that is willing to teach you, someone that is willing to cry with you, someone that is willing to be patient with you, someone that's willing to be empathetic and sympathetic with you, you don't have love. You have something else. You have something else. Now, and then I'll just say this and I'll go. Understanding. Understanding is very hard to get. Why? Because a lot of the times when we go through something, so let's say if I'm talking to Kay and Kay is going through something, a lot of the times I can be empathetic and sympathetic to her situation, but I'm going to be giving her advice from my perspective, right? So let's talk about a person in a wheelchair. You can be empathetic and sympathetic to that person in the wheelchair, but still give them advice that is not clicking to them. It's not until you put yourself in their position and sit in that wheelchair for a week and see what they go through daily in life, the advice that you give them will not be from your perspective, it will be from theirs. This is why Christ tells you, with knowledge and wisdom, all thy getting, get understanding. Because you can give said knowledge to somebody and it don't click. What is that understanding he was talking about? It's the empathy and sympathy of that person that you are trying to give that knowledge through, because understand, through emotion is how we reach people. So if Anton is going through something and I just come to Anton and say, listen, brother, just get it together, and I'm talking to him like a robot, he's not going to feel me. But if I can empathize and sympathize with his situation, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to hold him accountable and responsible. It means that I'm using that wavelength to deliver this message so that he can be a better version of himself. So I really, and this is not about thinking. When it comes specifically to Black people, we listen emotionally. And how you feel affect how you see. Let me say it again. How you feel affects how you see. And that's the problem with us. We've been raised in one-parent households. Fathers are not home. Fathers are not there. Typically, fathers bring the order. Fathers bring the logistics. And when you don't have a father and you have these men being raised by women, they take the thought process and they take all of the tendencies of women. And this is why you have men being very emotional, like women. We need to bring the fathers back home. So again, Anton is not being cold when he just says, this is garbage. Even when he was talking to the dude, Fuli, I think his name was, Anton was answering this question. But because he was listening emotionally, he kept saying, I'm not understanding what you're saying. He's not listening logistically. Truth doesn't care who delivers it. Truth doesn't care how it's delivered. Truth is truth. It's not about when you say my truth or your truth. No, that's your opinion. Truth doesn't belong to nobody. Truth is universal, period. So if you want to say your story, cool. I have no problem with that. So opinion, I can never argue, but truth is fact. We can't argue fact. Truth stands on its own. It doesn't need anyone to boast it. So when we talk about love, if you don't have all those things and many more in it, it's not love. And you may not lead with the emotion. It may come in where, you feeling her. It may come in. You need to understand that there's many different ways to get to Christ. There's many different ways to get to love. But at the end of the day, it has to have these facets. If it doesn't have these facets, then you do not have love. It's like when someone says, I seen death. No, you seen his cousin near death. Because if you see death, you're dead. Period. So we need to be more directional in the way we speak and the words that we use. And another thing, we need to stop using the word racist. It's prejudice, man. Racist comes when a set of people have power to put a construct in place. Germans were racist. Okay? The Americans, when they brought Black people here, were racist. I can't be a racist because I don't have that power to put the construct of a policy in power. I can be prejudiced of a person. So we need to start understanding. It's the same way if we say, listen, when I saw Lauren, she was smelly. The first thing we think is something negative. Smelly just means whatever she smelled like, she was in abundance. So it can be good or it can be bad. The same way if we say Kay had an attitude, we use it in a negative connotation. Attitude just means she was very emotional. It could have been a good way, could have been a bad. So we need to start being more intentional in the way that we speak and say what we mean, don't mean what we say. And with that, I'm going to say good night. Thank you so much, Lapeef, for letting me in.
All
Everyone
right,
have a blessed night and God bless your families.
I appreciate you. Thanks for the support, Bolo, as always.
Hi, Bolo.
What's going on, Miss Crafty? You there?
Hi.
Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
I'm fine. I wrote my little notes
Oh, say it. That
so I
it looked
don't
kind of
be all
long.
over the place.
It was all that on there.
No.
She looked like it was full.
Yeah. No, I wanted to just kind of ask a question because I'm a little confused about being with someone for love or duty and okay, you look at my notes. So the thing I'm confused about, when a woman says she want to be a housewife, people say she's lazy. But if a woman go out and make six figures, she's no good either. So I'm just confused as to what are men looking for.
I think Rilla
So
want
I
to
wanted
answer.
to
I see him.
know.
I think we get into these spaces where we generalize too much because the people that, to your point, Miss Crafty, The people that say, oh, well, she wants to be a housewife, she's lazy. It's not the same individuals that's saying both sentiments. You know what I mean? So when you say, oh, well, the woman that goes out and makes 6 figures, and men will tell you, like, we don't care about y'all money because it's not ours. We don't have access to it. And generally, we don't benefit from it. You guys do. So we don't care about your money. Those are not the same people saying the same thing. So it's not that you could say, you could whittle it down to these specifics and say, like, is this what men looking for? Men are looking for women that are cooperative, submissive, feminine, and friendly. And however that plays out, because most importantly, a man is going to want, if he's looking for marriage, he's going to want a woman that is ultimately a helpmeet, a person that is going to help him fulfill his vision and his purpose in the earth. So however that plays out, whatever that looks like, if she's making 6 figures, cool. Or if she's a housewife, cool. Well, however that plays out, that's what most men are looking for. And I think we get trapped in, well, what are the boxes to check specifically that men are looking for in women? And, you know, just how you pose the question, I don't think that's what men consider.
Did he answer your question, Ms. Crafty?
Okay. Yeah, it kind of gave me a little bit more light. I really feel like, for me, I'm in my 30s. It is what it is. But for somebody that's younger, it could be confusing to them because they're about to go to college. So it's like, should they go and get their degree, or should they, like, I don't know. It's confusing. So, but that was all.
Okay. All right. Well, we definitely appreciate you tuning in and being a supporter. And I want to thank you for calling in tonight. All right.
All right. You're welcome. Good night.
All right. Good night. Next time. All right.
Look at JR with the radio announcer voice. Quiet Storm's voice on, man. This is V103 right?
I see you laughing, Latoya. I see you. I see you, sunshine. I see you. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. I am so excited to even make it on the platform.
We're excited to have you.
Well, I wanted to add my little piece to this conversation because I feel as if, as women, sometimes we lean really hard on love. And for me, being a second-time wife, right? I was married before. That didn't work out. Made some adjustments and got married again. I feel like loyalty and duty are my principles that I lean on. Not my emotions, because those change daily, sometimes hourly. So yeah, I see your face, Rula. It does. It changes for us. It could be one thing that you say out of your mouth, and all of a sudden I don't really feel like I love you anymore. But when it comes to duty, that will always be ingrained in me. Maybe because I am from a Caribbean descent, and we might be a little bit more passionate about just being in a stable situation versus feeling all this love. So my question,
Miss Toya, I'm curious because it seems like we're downplaying that a lot. Now, I think it's fair, or people should at least understand that there are 4 different types of love. And you may have, I'm hearing a lot of feedback, you may have us playing in the background. But according to the Greek language, I see you, Anton, but in the Greek, love is translated 4 different ways. It's 4 different ways, right? And it's crazy to me because when I look at my grandma and my granddad, right, we didn't necessarily see them like lovey-dovey do, emotional. We saw it more or less as duty too. But as I look at her, in her older age, I see and began to understand. And the more I talked to her, I asked her questions. She was born in 1939. And so I asked a lot of questions to understand our family history and so on and so forth, and the type of relationship that she had with my granddad. And I never get from her, it was all just duty and all he did was pay the bills and all she did was cook. I do get that there was interaction and friendship and a type of love between them. And I'm confused as to why are we now downplaying it? I get that you don't lead with that, but it's almost like we're saying that's not a part of the equation at all. You're literally supposed to get in there, have kids, provide for the household, and if she like you, cool, and if she don't like you, cool. But because you made this covenant contract, you're gonna be with this woman to death do your part, whether you like, love, or hate her.
I'm sorry, I got you on mute for the feedback. Okay, go ahead, try it now. So,
Okay,
go ahead.
I would probably say maybe not leaning on love, but maybe friendship. I think that's huge, right? If you build a friendship with someone, and you genuinely like being around them, it's easier for you to play your role, to do your part in the relationship. But this love thing that we keep talking about, yeah, it's a no-go for me. It's definitely would be friendship and duty.
Okay. You understand, Rilla? You got it? Rilla?
I couldn't get off mute. I said, yeah.
I know you saw that big coochie energy. That's something. Say really that big coochie energy. Bring it back. All right. All right, Latoya Sunshine. Hopefully we addressed the question. Did we answer your question?
I don't think I asked an actual question. I just
Well,
wanted
not a
to
question,
ask
but did we give you some understanding?
a little bit, yes, a little bit. I wanted to tell Lauren, good luck. I'm sure you will find an appropriate suitor. Anton, I think Anton will be helping you with that. Good luck with that, sweetie. Have a good night, guys.
Okay, you too. Thanks for the support, Latoya. All right. All right, y'all got a few more. Amira's back. Hey, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah. Took care of hubby? He good?
Yeah, he's good. I gave him some
Okay.
tea. He's good.
Ah, okay. That's what y'all call it, tea? Okay.
Chai.
Okay. I guess you have to come back. Who is that, Taylor? What's going on, brother?
What's going on? Doing all right.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I did want to touch on something that was popular tonight, which was the aspect of love. And I was hoping that Rilla was going to touch on this earlier because I seen him do it in another show. And a lot of people always try to say that love is a feeling, love is an action, and so forth and so on. It is not. Love is more of a discipline. But with disciplines, they require actions. Now, when Rilla was talking about this 4 different types of loves, when you look at it, you got agape, which is unconditional love, which is one of the things that's harder for us to practice. You got agapao love, which carries a sense of doing the right thing at the right time for the right reason. Then you have phileo love, which is an emotional connection that goes beyond the acquaintances or casual friendships. And then you have Philadelphia or philia, which is close to friendship or brotherly love. Then you also have eros, where we get the word erotic, which is sensual or passionate. You also have storge or storge, which is a familiar love, like love for family. These are not feelings. These are not emotions. And it's also not duty. Duty speaks to moral obligations or responsibility. So you can't say love is a duty. And when you talk about morals, it's a person's standards of behavior or beliefs concerning what is not acceptable for them to do. So a lot of times when we're talking about love, we're always talking about our opinion as far as like how we feel about love. Love is not a feeling. It's a discipline. But guess what? Each one of these loves exact an action. So we understand love, or we buy the actions taken in each form of it. So I could say that a lot of us was wrong. And Kay, when you were saying love is a feeling, it's not.
It literally is, though.
It's not. Eros love speaks more to feelings.
Well, okay, maybe this is where the disconnect is. Are you a religious man?
I'm spiritual. Religion,
Okay.
no.
But I heard you talking about the different types. If you just look in the dictionary, the actual definition of love has to do with a feeling. So it's not my opinion. Based on how language works and the fact that words have to have some kind of meaning, love is a feeling. I mean, I get that I think Lauren was saying it way earlier. Each individual, decides what that looks like for them. But we cannot sit here and say I'm wrong about it being a feeling when that is literally the definition of the word. Like, this is the type of stuff that I don't understand.
So Taylor, let me say this, fam. You definitely taught me something new because I was unfamiliar with with all of that information that you gave. So I just want to say I appreciate you because you continue to add value to my life, and it's something that I can go and study. I think Chicago illustrated it first, so let me give some credit to Chicago also, but then you expounded on it. And I think that's absolutely dope. Oh, Lauren, I'm sorry, babe. But yeah, I just think it's absolutely dope the value that y'all added. And so, a lot of us don't know everything. Kay may know everything. I know she indicated that she can never be wrong. So
once again, you're making things up.
However, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you. No,
because you're misquoting.
I didn't interrupt. I did not interrupt you.
Anton, you're misquoting me.
I did not interrupt you.
Lies once again.
Okay, I'm sorry. Kay says she's never been wrong on this show. Okay, that was accurate.
Thank you.
All right, so here we go. Now, I just wanted to extend my appreciation to you for continuing to add value. So that was dope. That was super dope, bro. I'm gonna have to do some research.
Respect. I understand with Kay. I go back and forth on the platform. But it's not a feeling. Feelings do evolve from it though as well. But
okay, well, look it up in your free time in the dictionary.
I gave you definitions.
Let's see, Taylor May shooting that shot.
Look it up whenever you feel like it.
All right, Taylor, we're gonna move on. We appreciate you calling in. Thank you, sir.
Y'all do realize that this is one of the reasons. I don't know. I could be wrong on this too, but this is one of the reasons why a lot of couples that wind up getting married later in life, or early in their life, later they wind up having separate bedrooms because the guy just couldn't deal with it. He was like, you know what? I'm not about to come home to this. I'm not about to be dealing with this on a regular basis. I need a separate bedroom, a separate room to be able to find my peace in this humble abode. But continue on.
You said a lot right there, because that was one thing, because somebody said it earlier when they was talking about, well, if they fall out of love, they're not feeling it so much, so they want to end it. And that is a problem. Like, that's why I say it's bad when you say that love is a feeling, because if you're going off of love based off of a feeling, you don't really have love. Love, just like what Really was talking about with 1 Corinthians 13, it speaks to what love is. That's why I say it's a discipline, but disciplines require a certain action. But when you go based off of feelings, you can lose what you call love because it's based upon your feelings. Your feelings don't dictate what love is. Love is what it is. Whether you feel this or that, that's a product of love. That's not love. Just like what I think Anton might have said earlier about, you can learn to love anybody, which is part of the reason why a lot of men don't attach themselves to certain women, because they know familiarity breeds content. And you can fall in love with the most unattractive woman because of what she does. And what she's doing is love. That action, love isn't an action, but those actions help you recognize what love is. That's why we're told how to love, to be that example of what love is.
You said love isn't an action, but it's a duty.
Yeah, it's not a duty.
You said it was a duty, and then you
Not
said it wasn't an
duty.
action.
Rewind. I said it is not a duty.
What you say? Run the tape back, Taylor.
Yeah, you
Run the
can
tape
This
run
is
back.
the very definition of a list.
Let me find
This is
out
the-
what
listen,
minute we're at, because
Taylor, you said all of this great information, and she was listening. She was literally looking in the sky like this, trying to figure out where she can try to trap you in one
Trap
word,
you.
bro. She was listening to respond instead of listening to understand. This is
No,
what
because
Lauren talked about earlier.
I get it.
All right, Taylor, but I gotta bring somebody else on. We definitely appreciate the support
good
again,
night.
sir. You too.
I like doing. My man's was on point.
Hi. Oh my goodness. Hello.
Welcome, K Mac. Welcome to the show. Where you calling from?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee. Okay.
Usually don't put the Tennessee on it, but calling from Memphis. Okay. And I wanted to say, like, I feel like love is
Y'all like this love talk tonight.
a being. It's like something that it's like a verb. I don't know. So, like, love is a being. That's what he just got done talking about. And that's what I wrote down. Like, love is a being. It's something that you do. But, Anton, how are you doing today, sir?
What's going on, baby girl? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am phenomenal in a great space.
I love it. And I've been drinking tonight. So I ain't gonna lie.
Okay. All right. That's probably the best version of you. I like you smiling, having a good time. I see you.
I felt disrespected last week when you were saying that our Black culture.
Oh, you see how to build up?
Yeah.
She builds you up to tear you down. I
Yeah,
see it,
she rubs you down and
yeah.
she just stopped.
But I understand where you were coming from. But I'm like, yes, like I know the culture, I know the part that you're talking about is trash. But I'm like, the part from is not trash. So why you know, like
So was I right or was I wrong?
you were right. You are right.
But
you were right. However,
feel
I would have like if you have brought up the positive side.
Why? If you don't have a problem with the positive side, why do we need to talk about it? That's not the part. That's not what we need to correct. If you like it, right?
Like if you want to enlighten the world on the bad part, like let's enlighten the world on the good part. Like we have.
Why? You good with the good part, right?
I need people to know about the good part. You right.
No, listen, think about it. Think about it. When you're trying to, the only time okay, here's the thing. When you're trying to solve for a problem, are you trying to solve for the good part or are you trying to solve for the bad part?
The bad part, definitely. I want to solve the bad part because the good part is already good.
Yeah.
But I don't care. Acknowledge that it's some good stuff out here too. Like, just
point it out and I'll acknowledge it.
Tennessee State University, HBCUs.
Never been there. Never been at Tennessee State University. I'm sorry.
You should. No, not even Tennessee State. I'm gonna shout it out because that's where I graduated.
Okay, I got you.
All HBCUs, like everybody who graduated, and I'm thinking like the accountants that I know, the entrepreneurs that I know, and me being a Black person, the only CEOs that I've worked for since I've graduated from HBCU have been Black people. I only want to take my talents to, us.
But I don't align myself with people based off of what they look like.
And I get that, but I want to make us better. I get that, but
who is us? Black people?
Well, when I speak of us, when I speak me, personally speaking, I'm speaking of me and my culture, my Black people, my Blackness. So I don't know, us.
So let me ask you a question. I'm about to open up a can of worms. You ready?
Go for it. I'm here.
What if they had a historically Asian college? Would you rock with that? Would you support it?
I'm not there. That's them. That's their life.
I'm saying you wouldn't mind it, right?
Would I align with them?
I'm saying you wouldn't mind it though, right?
You said what?
Well, you wouldn't mind it though, right?
I don't care. No, I wouldn't.
What if they had a Mexican college, historically Mexican college? Would
I
you cool?
would.
Would you be cool with it?
I'm proud of them. Good for them.
You cool with that? All right. So let me ask this question: what if they had a college that was more geared towards white people, like only white people? You cool with that?
Okay.
Like, okay, let me mute.
I know.
I'm just one.
Like that's their life. Like if I could live in a bubble with just educated Black people, that would be me. Like, and that's crazy, but I want to be around Black people.
You do realize though that you're limiting yourself though.
Culture. What you say? Our culture was trash. So the trash culture. I don't want to be around trash culture. I want to.
But I'm saying though, you know, you limit yourself, right? Because you know what it reminds me of. I'm gonna say this. It reminds me of these dudes in the hood that I know, and they never been out of the hood. Like they never been out of the west side of Detroit, never. And so their entire worldview is based off of a limited amount of information that they have. That's only based off of what they've seen in their own hoods. And so ultimately, if you start to get out of sight,
Listen, my grandmother, she was a principal. Her whole thing, she wanted to take little boys, like everybody, out the hood, let them see a world outside of Memphis. So they took to California, they went to DC, Florida, New Orleans. Like she wanted them to see a world outside of this. So I'm gonna let you keep talking, because like
no, I feel you. Do your thing. You turned up. You got a drink in you. You feeling good?
So, but you can keep going. I'm listening.
No. I feel you. Listen,
I'm listening.
All I'm saying is, I think that your perspective would probably broaden, and you would probably open yourself to a lot more if you experience things outside of, if you approach things without the mindset of, I want to just be in this space mentally. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Nothing more. I feel you though.
I respect it. I respect you. Every time you remind me of my daddy, my brother, family. I like. And
You love them too, don't you?
they pull up on me. Pull up.
I feel you.
All right.
I respect you though. But
thank you, love.
All right, K Mac. Appreciate you calling. Thank you.
Love
All right. You enjoy your night.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Turn up.
Hold on.
Yeah, turn up. You're not rocking with the HBCUs?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Rilla.
Yeah.
I really don't know enough about them to be able to speak on it.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you rock with Montessori? Do you know what Montessoris are?
I don't know enough. I know what they are, but I don't have enough information, honestly, to be able to speak extensively on it. Like I don't have an opinion either way about any of them.
I got you.
But when I hear people talk about it, the premise as to why they rock with them, I don't understand that part.
The premise on HBCUs or Montessori's?
Usually when I hear people, I only hear people speak on HBCUs, but usually when I hear people speak on HBCUs, it's based off of separating yourself from other people. And I just think that the best parts of life comes from being uncomfortable and having conversations with people that don't look like you and have a different perspective than you. That's where all of the growth comes from.
Sure.
What's going on, Frenzy?
Freezy, no pull up bar tonight?
Man, listen, I was supposed to started my workout about an hour and a half ago until I heard Kay say she ain't never said nothing wrong on this show. So I postponed my workout just to come on this podcast. Hey, how everybody doing, man? I've been missing for a while, man. How everybody doing?
What's up, all good, man? But you're here now. That's all that matters, man.
That's what's up, man. Okay, Kay, we gonna get started with you.
I'm ready.
Now, you remember last podcast, right? You like and Rilla was having
like Thursday that just passed?
Last week. You and Rilla was having an exchange. I think the subject matter was the baby or something like the baby. Something he did. I think he was at Rolling Loud or something.
Yeah.
Okay, now I think Rilla asked, if I'm not mistaken, Rilla asked you what made the LGBTQ community stand out as far as when it comes to
You can't come here like, man, Kay is wrong and
Hold
not
on,
have
hold on, Kay. I'm
Can
trying
this
to
dude
hear the
talk?
No,
question.
I'm just saying.
Jesus
I wanna hear
Christ.
the
Can
question.
he talk?
I'm just
you gotta let me you getting a little nervous now. You gotta let me get to it. You getting nervous.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
Hey,
You're
real
already
about to
coming off
spit up
real
his water.
shaky, bro.
Real about to
You
spit
getting a
his
little
water.
nervous.
You're already coming off real shaky, bro. But go
I
ahead.
ain't even got to the meat of it. Let me get to
I
the
see
meat
you.
of it, okay? Let me get to the meat.
Crazy, you know you cool with me.
Okay. Now, you said you was answering Rilla's question, and you was basically explaining why the LGBTQ community stood. Basically, I'm not saying what you said verbatim, but I'm going to get to the point because I know how you like to trip people up and whatever. But anyway,
You seem like you're tripping yourself up. That's
no, hell no. I ain't gonna trip this shit up. No, hell no. Okay. Now, you said you was basically saying the fact that the LGBTQ community, whatever, want to leave out no letters, that they, stand up for themselves, they can cancel you and all of that. You said that. And Rilla responded by saying, okay, so you feel like the LGBTQ community can get you canceled, blah, blah, blah. You stopped Rilla in his tracks and said, who said anything about they'll cancel you or anything? Do y'all remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation very clearly.
Okay, hold on, wait, Kay,
You just asked, Freezy. You asked. Was that
okay?
rhetorical?
I'm just telling you. Listen.
You just asked.
Okay. If you go back to that podcast in 2 hours and 25 minutes and 20 seconds, exactly, starting, you said they could get your ass canceled too. You said that, but you swore up and down that you never said anything about canceling or anything, but you did. You did.
No,
now,
I
Rilla,
didn't.
do you remember that
I
conversation?
didn't say that.
Rilla, don't hold back, dog. Don't hold back, Rilla.
No. Freezy.
Rilla, do you remember that conversation, Rilla?
Freezy,
you said you never said anything about them canceling you or anything. You said you never mentioned the word cancel.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I remember it very clearly.
You need to go back to the podcast, Kay.
You
tripped up. Now you unsure.
Need to go back.
Now you are not
Hey.
sure.
No, I'm not. I know exactly.
Hey, Frizz, what was that mark again?
2 hours and 25 minutes and 20 seconds exactly.
Okay, so Freezy.
Exactly.
This is
Factual.
Freezy,
Kay.
I'm so glad we finally got through that very arduous.
Hold on, but listen.
Wait. Now listen.
Okay.
No, because
Okay,
you
go
just
ahead.
talked for like 5 minutes and you're just making stuff up. Did I say? You heard me.
Okay,
Did I say?
Stand up for themselves.
Did I say the fact that
people can get canceled? The fact that
get canceled? Absolutely.
The word. There you go. That's it. It's over. It's over.
No, it's
Hold on.
No,
It's over.
Can't say anything. The fact that
you can get
Hold on. I'm about to play it. Let me play it.
Wait.
Hold on, let me play it.
Wait. Before, because I don't want to try to be explaining afterwards. I want people to know that I know beforehand. Yes, I said that you can be canceled. Chicago said that I said they should be canceling people. I never said that. That's what the whole
Chicago
argument
didn't say that.
I'm gonna play the tape
Chicago
back.
did not say that.
Hold on,
Chicago
quiet.
did not say that.
Hold on, friends. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Wait, JR.
Hold on, I want to play it. Let me just play
What
it.
did Chicago say?
Play it back. Go.
What did
rewind it.
Chicago say, Freezy?
Hold on, okay, hold on.
What did Chicago say?
Okay.
How can anybody be mad at the LGBTQ community standing up for themselves? And my question is how did they stand up for themselves?
the fact that people can get canceled, the fact that you can't say anything, the fact that you cannot be out here being homophobic because people will
make it into a problem, which I agree with. Like,
But
you
wait,
shouldn't be homophobic.
Well, but he didn't. But that's the point that I'm making is that he was at a no. Honestly, Kay. Honestly,
You're changing. Oh, okay.
No, honestly, Kay. This me and you. Now, real talk. He's at a festival full of people from all types of life in Florida. He's in Miami. I think it's in Miami. And there's LGBTQ in the audience. And pain in the parking lot is something that happens.
Okay, but I'm speaking to what JR just said. He literally just said the same way that the right.
Okay, now listen. When you said
that's what I just said.
When you said the fact that people get canceled, the fact you was talking about he was asking you about the LGBTQ, whatever that shit called, the community. He was asking you about the LGBTQ community, and he was asking you what made them so special or whatever, or stand out more than other groups of people. You said the fact that people can get canceled, and the fact that they don't take. Basically, you were saying the fact that they don't take no shit from nobody. You were talking about the LGBTQ community, and
which is true.
Listen, and Rilla said he was basically responding to what you said, but he did not say what you said verbatim. And you tried to say you never said anything about canceling or them canceling anybody, and you did.
What I said is that
you don't have to tell us what you said. He just played the clip.
He didn't play that.
He just played the clip. What are you talking about?
Oh my goodness. Well, okay, Freezy.
JR, come on, JR. Come
Freezy, if this is your claim to fame,
it ain't got nothing to do with me. Don't put that on me.
Because at the end of the day,
you need to print out some T-shirts that say 2 hours, 25 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Freezy,
the Lapeef talk show, 2 hours, 25 minutes.
Freezy, oh my god! Yep. And you know I rock with you. You know we argue back and forth.
Oh, we dogs.
But this is what I'm saying about what you're saying. Okay. I stated a fact. The LGBTQI community can absolutely cancel you, as we've seen. I didn't say they should. I didn't say any of that.
Chicago, neither did Chicago.
Can you please let me finish what I'm saying? You've been talking for the past 5 minutes. Let me say.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
So, yes, I stated the reality that is what happened. Can we all agree? Absolutely, we've seen it. Now, when Chicago came in and said that so I'm not going to quote him because I don't know the timestamp. I didn't go back like you did. But he said something like, you're agreeing with them canceling people. I said, I never said that they should be canceling people. I said that they do and they can, which is reality. Now, if you want to live outside of reality,
hold on, wait. Let me intervene. You're wrong.
About what?
Because Chicago never said you agreeing with them canceling people. You're putting words in Chicago's mouth.
Okay,
what you need to do, hold on, wait, Kay, because you've been talking for 5 minutes.
No, I didn't.
Hold on, listen.
No, I didn't. I see
what
you
said.
emotional.
What you listen.
No, I wasn't.
What you said. Listen.
About 40 seconds.
Listen, Kay. What you need to do is go back and
getting close, Kay.
Again. What you need to do is go back and listen to the clip again. And Chicago, you need to come on now. Don't let me fight your fight, dog. Man, you listen, but anyway, Chicago never said, he never mentioned or insinuated that you, hold on, listen. He never insinuated that you agreed. Wait, he never insinuated that you agreed with the LGBT community canceling people. He never said that you were wrong about that. He never said that. So,
what's the timestamp for that part?
But you just put words in Chicago's mouth.
No,
but
I didn't.
The point I'm trying to make is you even said you never mentioned anything about canceling, period. And JR didn't even go that far into the podcast.
I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
I said I've never mentioned cancel. What's the timestamp? JR, find it. What's the timestamp where I said I never mentioned?
That was the whole debate. Because listen, Rilla
Easy,
said,
I'm worried about you.
listen, Rilla said, rewind the tape. You did. Am I the only one heard anything about her mentioning
I definitely mentioned canceled because that.
But you said you didn't. Period. You said you didn't. Period.
No, I didn't.
That's factual.
Tell me the timestamp where I said that.
Oh, see, I ain't finna let you just trip me up. Come on.
Listen.
Tell me that because
but Kay, I'm finna. Hey, JR, I know you got other callers, but I just want to say there's some more to the story. You know I love you, Kay. It's some more to the story.
Left. Freezy.
The moral to the story is this. I don't know how many episodes the podcast Lapeef has had. Probably umpteen podcasts, umpteen hundred hours of showtime. And when Anton asked you, have you ever been wrong? I just knew you was gonna say no. I just knew it. Listen, I knew you was gonna say no. But I just want you to know. I just want you to know this. I've been watching this podcast for a long time. Everybody's been wrong on this podcast at one point in time, and you said you're the only one that's never been wrong.
Do you know what wrong means?
You need help.
Freezy, do you know what wrong means?
And she gonna sit here and telling us. She gonna sit here and tell us that.
Freezy, what
she's sitting here and telling us.
Anton is trying to save you right now. I get it.
No, I said what I said.
Freezy's a grown man. Freezy,
yes, you said being wrong is showing facts, and I just did with 2 hours, 25 minutes, 20 seconds.
Over your words.
Hold on, wait, Freezy,
and did not substantiate your claim.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Was slavery wrong?
Yes.
How is that a fact?
It's my opinion that slavery was wrong. Some people think it wasn't.
Yeah, you see what she just did there? I thought being wrong was based off of facts.
What?
Oh.
And look at Freezy. Yes. What that?
Oh, no, I'm just saying that was so easy to put her down like that. Like I thought being wrong was based off of facts. But now you're changing it according to whatever the circumstances that we're talking about.
No, I am saying that opinions are opinions. Some people still have slaves today and don't think anything of it.
What does that have to do with a fact? Like if I say, okay, a fact is 2 + 2 is 4, right? We can all agree. Math is universal. But then you just said that slavery was wrong.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Prior to that, you said that, do you know what wrong means? And then we said, oh, what is it, Kay? And you said being wrong is facts. But then you just said that slavery was wrong, but that had nothing to do with fact. That was based off of opinion. So what I'm saying is you're not consistent in how you define what wrong or right is, but then you pick and choose according to how you feel at the time in order to illustrate your point. And then you'll turn around and say to us, and then you'll listen. I'm not the smartest. I'm not the brightest in the room. However,
you asked me what I thought about slavery. Do I think that slavery is wrong?
I didn't say. I said it. Kay, is slavery wrong?
Is slavery wrong? You said.
But I asked you that I asked you that question based off of your analysis that you just said prior to that. I said that. Do you know what wrong is? You defined it for us. And you said being wrong is a fact.
What?
It is what it is.
No.
That man, listen, that man asked you, he didn't ask you if you thought slavery was wrong. That man asked you, was slavery wrong? And you said yes.
Who was he talking to?
Man, come on, man.
Who was he talking to?
Okay, come on.
Do you think slavery is wrong? Do you think slavery was wrong? I'm assuming, maybe I just assumed wrong. Are we talking about
we done with this
slave trade?
We proved our point.
Freezy, do you think slavery was wrong?
Do I think slavery wrong? I ain't finna let you pull me in on that. I know how.
Okay, so you won't even say. So, what are you doing?
Because I want to respect JR's podcast, man. You just want to be right, man.
You ain't been respecting it this whole time. And now you're out here talking about I want to respect it.
JR,
You don't want to
2
answer.
hours, 25 minutes, 20 seconds. Remember that, JR. I'm
All
gone
right.
now.
Freezy,
I
go
appreciate
back
it,
and
man.
watch it. Go back and watch it. Inbox me and tell me where I said anything about we should do this or that. Freezy, inbox
Yeah,
me.
keep me on. Keep me on, JR. Keep me on. I'm gonna
Freezy,
be quiet.
Freezy, I will cash app you $50 if you can find me a place where I said that we should be canceling people. Find me that. Inbox it to me, Freezy. I got you $50. Easy cash.
But why are you even saying anything of that nature when really didn't even mention anything about you saying they should cancel anybody? He never said that.
Oh my goodness.
No, he didn't.
Clearly didn't watch. So now I see where you were going.
Well, just ask Rilla. Rilla right there. Rilla, did you say it?
We don't. Okay, go ahead, Rilla. Go ahead.
I remember my premise being, how did they stand up for themselves? Man, I was so
exactly.
Remember that?
You were what? You were what? You were what?
Man, I was saucy.
Listen, really never said. So the LGBTQI community should cancel such and such. He never said should nothing.
No.
He never said that.
Freezy, you got me on 50 if I find you the place where this was.
Man, I got you on 55.
Okay, Freezy, please, right now, because I don't know what your name is in the group anymore. You be having names. Inbox me now, Freezy. I'm gonna find it.
Hey, what you got to say, Mr. Rucker?
No, Freezy, you agree? You agree?
I Mr. Rucker. Hey, not Mr. Rucker. Friends, I'm gonna pull you
Freezy,
off,
do you
man.
agree?
Okay.
All right,
You
man.
agree?
Love y'all, man.
Love you too.
See how people don't want to ever agree. They don't want to stand on what they talking about.
All right, Mr. Rucker.
All right.
If he was so confident, he would have said, yeah, like I did. I said, I agree. He said, I'll see you later.
Okay, Mr. Rucker, go ahead.
All right. Good show tonight. Well, this question is for Lauren. So this actually stems from, I think you were on Anton's show, that you were talking about your ideal man. It kind of hit my nerve because you said that you're looking for a man that you'll be able to talk to about your day after you're off of work.
Ooh la la.
You really think that men want to hear what you have to say after they get off their 9 to 5 and they're stressed out? They could have a job that pays well, but they're stressed out. Do you think they want to hear about your feelings, or do you really think they want to like a sandwich or a dinner? So, your answer.
Sure, because I said it. Yes, I still stand behind it. And yes, I do think that they would like food as well. So they'll get that too.
But why the conversation? Because that seems like you're putting fuel to the fire.
Sure. So so I should have started it by saying the person that I will marry will likely also be my friend. Right. And so I used a poor example of like oppression, right? So, or whatever. I used a poor example, and there are other subject matters or things that I could have said that I did not say on the live. So when I say I would like to come home and talk to my husband, it could just be about anything work related. It could be something funny. Hey, yo, guess what happened today at work? So and so, and it doesn't have to be bad, but I could talk about my day. I understand Anton's point. My brother also agreed with Anton. Like, I talked to other people and they're like, yeah, we don't really care. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But that doesn't mean
people we don't know.
But that's fine.
But
That's fine.
Tell us that story. Like, we don't know what you're talking about. Like, what's the point?
That's fine. Like,
still gonna do it?
Yeah.
But
I may not go into depths of like, so we're talking about a hypothetical situation. So I wish I had a conversation that I could pull from and be like, here's an example, but I don't. So, and of course, if we want to circle back, yeah, Lauren's never been married. So how does she know? You're right, I haven't. So trial and error, if that happens, I'm in a relationship, married, and I have that conversation and it doesn't like blow over well, or he's like, hey, I really don't care, I'll regroup. And I more than likely won't do it the next time, right? It's all about knowing the person you're with. But like I said, when I marry somebody, I would want them to be my friend, if not my best friend, where we could talk to each other about anything. So if this person that I marry has no care in the world about what goes on in my life, then
No, they're going to probably care. It's just the fact that they come off of work and maybe they
it
just
doesn't even have to be on the weekday.
I don't care.
Weekend.
Not
That's
me.
fine.
I don't care.
But
I do
why
not
can't you
care.
have like another friend or a female friend or Dr. Phil or something? You just tell them your issues. Why don't you just kind of like leave him? If he looks stressed out, just like, okay, maybe I just give him some food or something. But
I would. Obviously, I have emotional intelligence, and I can read the room. So if my husband walks in having a visibly bad day, I'm not going to load what's happening in my life onto him. That would not be smart. It would not be wise. And I would not do that. Right. But if it's just a normal day and we're having a conversation and we're both sharing, then I would share. I want and this happens with a lot of the things that I say. If I say something about income, we take it to extremes. Obviously, I know if someone's injured, I'm not going to continue to injure them, right? So like I have a heart. Like I'm not going to continue. Like if they have a bad day, I'm not going to be like, hey, I know you had a bad day, but my emotions matter and you got to listen to me. Like that's not who I am. That's not what I bring to the table. No.
Good. And the second part to that, as far as that income, I know you want a man to make a certain kind of income, but how would you know how much money he makes if he never tells you? Are you going to look at his W-9 forms or like look at his car? Because I drive a Prius. I mean, you may not know how much money I have. So how would you know?
I'm glad you asked because I do want to clear that. I'm glad you asked because I do want to talk about that as well. And I think I responded in someone's comment. When I'm first interacting with a guy, I don't care how much he makes. I mean, I don't ask off back the first three. I do care. No, I do care in the sense of when we get married, when we get into the conversation about marriage, I do want to make sure that we're at a certain level. And if he is not, the conversation will be had as to, okay, what are your plans? Are you content where you are? Are you planning on moving industries? Or like, let's talk a game plan. So off rip, no, if I'm talking to a guy, and I have never asked a guy, what do you make? Ever. But when we get to the point of marriage and longevity, that conversation will come up. And then I will voice my concerns and say, hey, look, if this is what we agreed upon in terms of lifestyle, how can we get to that with however much you're making, I'm making together? Like that conversation will be had. So off bat, I don't say, hey, what's your name? Oh, I like you. Your vibe is cool. How much you make? What do you do for a living? That's not the conversation that I have.
So
or have had in the past.
As far as the income, like after a couple of months of dating, a year, or
I wouldn't know. I have not been in a long-term relationship to say like it's at the 12-month mark or 14th month mark. I don't think that there is a definite place to say this is the right time for me to ask. Again, if it gets close to marriage, or if he says, look, we start having those conversations about marriage in the future, then I would bring that up. Like, we'll talk about it.
All right, Rucker, we gotta move on.
Well, let me add some context to this real quick. Every woman should be concerned about how much money that our potential husband is gonna make. That's just real. Like, I don't want my daughter marrying a broke boy because she likes him.
Right.
Ever. And this is one of the reasons why I say it's important not to date, but to align yourself and then ultimately marry your best friend, because the person that you ultimately marry should be the person that's in your network, which means that you'll never have to inquire about what they make because you're already intimately familiar with what they do, how it is that they move, because you've already been acquainted with them on so many levels outside of dating that you already know what's going on. Like, you guys are going to align because you're equally yoked. And so this is one of the reasons why I advocate against dating, because, you know, too many people are caught up on how they feel or what they do or what are their intentions, instead of authentically aligning with people that's in your network or that's going in the direction that you're going. So women should always be focused on and never aligning themselves with a guy based off of how they feel about him, But if the number one objective is provision and protection, because women are naturally hypergamous, for them to walk away from it and then spend all of this time, the prime of their life, trying to rock with a dude based off of how they feel about him would be severely misguided. I am absolutely going to vet my daughter's potential husband. And if he is not the man that he's supposed to be from the get-go, we're not even gonna have no conversation. I don't want to get to know him. I don't want him coming over multiple times. I don't want none of that. You gone, fam. Like, next.
All right. Cool.
All right, Mr. Ruckham.
Oh.
Appreciate the support as usual.
Cool.
All right.
Ladies, y'all heard that? Y'all better not be coming home trying to talk to us about y'all problems. We don't want to hear it. Your mouth shut, get in that kitchen, make that sandwich.
All right, y'all. We got a couple more people, and that's it, man. Take care, y'all. What's going on, Malik?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Nothing much. Bring me to the show.
So quick question. So I know a big thing was culture, whereas I had to talk to my grandma today. Whereas, like, if you ask your elders what the Black culture is, it's completely different from what our culture is in the current state. And then you got to ask the question, what actually worked better? Whereas sometimes I think we're kind of our own success as Americans kind of hurt us individually as we got more successful. Because kind of like you have like first world issues. People in Palestine and Israel aren't talking about love versus duty. It's like we're fighting for survival. And Black folks, we're towards the bottom as far as the race, but we don't have that same, we don't act like it. We act like we're winning when we're really not. And I think that's the conversation we're not having. And I think that kind of goes to how selfish we are, to where we're talking about love when we're last. It's like, yo, we need to be working together versus, yo, how are you feeling today?
Together with who?
How am I feeling today? I just don't think, and like even men, we don't show love via our feelings. We show love by
absolutely
protecting
correct. You are
you
absolutely correct.
and
You are 100% correct, bro.
leading you and making sure you're financially safe. Whereas like only a woman could operate and like, yo, I don't like you today, so I'm gonna cut this off. And I don't think you can get anywhere with a woman like that.
Well, here's the key though, fam. Women are supposed to be like that. Like, women are naturally more emotional than men. They're more nurturing. They're all of those type of things, right? So the problem is that we start to base how we move on how women feel, because weak men often at times subject themselves to the mindset of women. But what these guys also don't understand is that women say they want one thing, but they are naturally attracted to stronger men. They're naturally attracted to men that's on their grind. They're naturally attracted to men that's about their business. I don't know any chick that want to rock with a dude that want to be up under her all day talking about love and butterflies and I heart emojis and all of this other kind of crap. That junk don't fly in real life, bro. So the reality is that it really don't matter what women think. Like, that's the God's honest truth. It does not matter what they think. It don't matter how they feel. It don't matter none of that, because we are the ones that determine. We control access to marriage. I'm not trying to vet all women. I only got to get it right once. I don't care about all of these chicks. I don't care what these chicks think. And so as long as you're the man that you're supposed to be and you should level up, which is why I tell dudes to chase checks, not chicks, the women are going to be there. They're never going to go nowhere. As a matter of fact, they show up more in abundance. Don't worry about what women
agree with that.
Forget what they think. And then as it relates to the culture, you know, as we evolve, we realize what didn't work for us. So, for example, the fact that our great grandparents embraced some of the worst foods that we didn't know was as bad for us as they are, we don't continue to embrace that. You evolve and you walk away as you learn and gain new information. You start to change and you embrace new things. But the things that we tend to embrace are the things that's driving us to be worse off than our grandparents ever were. And so that's the thing that we need to start divesting ourselves against or from in order to start being a better version of ourselves.
I agree with that. And my last point is, I know a big thing that's been going around is like staying on code, and I think we had this conversation before, but pretty much, do you guys think it's possible to stay on code if we don't have set standards? I feel like us Black Americans, we don't have set standards, whereas like say now our grandparents' generation, were like, if you were a baby mother, you were looked down upon, or say if you were a junkie, you were looked down upon. Whereas now we kind of blended everything to where we don't have set standards, and I think that really came to a forefront when I forgot the young girl's name, but when the girl tried to stab the other girl in Ohio or whatever, that went like national news, and it's like people were fighting against that, or like kind of like talking pro that, and it's like we don't have any standards. Like where a young girl could potentially stab another young girl, and you have people advocating against that. And I'm just saying we need to set standards in order to do this stay on code thing that people keep talking about. And I just don't think we have the infrastructure to actually do that.
That's more closely up Kay's alley. She believes in staying on code.
You want to answer it?
She's disgusted right now. She's been proven wrong so much today that
no,
it's crazy.
Don't worry, Anton, JR, Chicago, and Freezy, if he's still listening, I will absolutely be out here with timestamps in the group because I will not have people misquoting me. But whatever. Malik, in terms of being on code, I mean, you're right. There's not like a lot of norms, I guess you could say, right? But I mean, I like to be on code. I mean, if you don't know what that means, that's you. But I'm not about to be out here like off code. I'm just not. If you don't know what that means, I can teach you. Inbox.
Okay.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Don't do it, Malik. Don't you get
Can I ask a question, guys? I've heard you guys say this a lot. What does it mean?
Okay, I'll try to explain it.
It's for
and more
no.
traditional cultures, like when you-
No, it's not.
Okay.
See, this
Let
is
Kay-
what
let Kay
code
explain
is. This is what code is.
So we
And
can't have the
y'all
conversations is what code is what you're saying.
Huh?
So we can't have the conversations is what being on
If
code
we're
is now?
talking about black code, it's amongst black people.
So this is a black platform, correct?
They said it wasn't. Ask them.
So what, Kay, are you saying that you won't answer Amira's question because she's not black? Is that what you're saying?
If we're talking about black code, yeah. Certain things are closed.
That's discriminatory.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because if you look at any different groups that have closed practices, whether it be Native,
I don't even know. Okay,
Me
can you
either.
tell me what being on code is?
I'll tell you later. Call me.
No, thank you.
Well, then you don't want to know.
Blocked.
Well,
I don't deal with prejudice and racist.
It's
people.
not prejudice or racist.
It's okay. I'll look it up later. I'll Google it later. Don't worry.
Okay, but it's not prejudice or racist. It's more so certain things are closed for the group that they're for. That is what it is. I mean, there are plenty. Anton, you need to educate yourself.
Wait, Kay.
There's plenty of things that are closed to the people that they belong to, and that's it.
Prejudice.
Give us an example.
Hey, wait, hold on. Okay, you don't have to give what the code is. Every group has a form of a code. So the men of Lebanese, the people of Lebanon, have a code that they stick to. They have a set of standards.
Let me check the chat.
Morals, principles, all that they abide by. It's no different.
There's so many people in the chat. Like, what the heck is code? I don't know.
Bro, I'm confused.
I'm seeing that.
Wait. Are y'all serious? Wait. I just seriously. I'm curious. Are y'all
Look at
trolling?
Lauren.
Are y'all trolling? Y'all literally saying y'all don't know what it means when somebody say, "Hey man, stay on code, bro."
No, I don't.
Google says that it means that it basically means getting on code means making excuses for Black degeneracy, especially if that degeneracy comes from a Black male.
Was that from Urban Dictionary?
It says it right there. It says that.
What's the source? I'm just curious.
And the fact that y'all are laughing is
That's what Google said. What did Google say?
If you go to Google and you just say what is on code, that's what comes up.
Right, but then it tells you where
the fact that y'all are laughing is just painful, to be honest.
I can't hear her. Where did you say it was from?
It says it's from onyxtruth.com.
So, Amira, do you really think that is you believe?
Truthfully,
that?
I don't understand exactly.
And you don't need to.
I don't even understand what this means, honestly.
You don't need to. You don't need to.
Can I have some input? So I feel like you can't stay on code if you can't separate Black excellence from nigga shit. And I think that's the issue we have in our culture. We got Black excellence and we got nigga shit, and you can't stay on code and support both.
Malik, you already said you don't know what. You already said you don't know.
Wait,
I'm saying from your context.
Hold on, one at a time.
Can you tell me what exactly you typed in Google? Because I typed it in and I didn't see
I
that.
typed in what is on code. What is on code? And then that came up first thing. Yeah.
Okay.
That bothers you, Kay?
Yeah, that Black people are here laughing and about I mean, whatever. If you don't, you know what? It's not even worth me talking about.
Well, we're not aligned.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Malik. We're not aligned. We're not partners. We're not none of that.
Who?
Like what? Just because we Black, we supposed to be?
Who's not aligned? Who's not partners?
Me and you.
We're not on the same network. We're not aligned. Oh, okay.
All right.
No, you work for the network.
All right, go ahead, Lauren.
I just want to.
We're not aligned.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Lauren.
The only thing I want to add, I just want to say, like, as we continue to like express facts, opinions on the show, like source matters, and like Onyx Truth isn't a trusted source, so I just want to put that out there. So I appreciate you for Googling, but I just want to, since you're seeking understanding, I just want to make it known that that particular definition is the views of this particular podcast, Onyx Truth, and that's not a I don't even know who. It just says all views expressed by this website does not necessarily reflect the view. Like,
thank you, Lauren.
But the thing is, why is it the first thing that pops up? That's really strange.
Because code is not on Google.
Okay, I'm trying to.
No, I'm sorry.
It's the first thing there because people could pay for their particular website to be elevated. Like there's a algorithm that goes into play. So just because it shows up first doesn't necessarily mean it's always right.
She literally asked the very people that advocate for some insight on it, so that she wouldn't even have to resort to Googling it. And instead of educating and bringing light to whatever it is that we having a conversation about, because again, this platform is about having conversations, including uncomfortable conversations, it was silent. And they said, no, I'm not going to do it. And then they got offended when she went and looked it up and then read the definition out loud. And then they was looking at us because we was laughing because it was funny. Like, if y'all can't see that y'all, like, literally, and I've been saying this for a long time now, for weeks and weeks, if you cannot see that you are the problem, you are the reason why there continues to be confusion. You are the reason why people continue to lean into this victim mentality. You are the reason why we can't even bring people up to date and have constructive conversations with people that are truly looking to understand and learn. If you can't see that you are the biggest problem walking down the street today, is no hope. And this is why I say everybody can't come. It's gonna be a small majority of the people that's winning, and the rest of them is just gonna wallow in their own trash because they don't understand and they so busy trying to be right and align themselves with people instead of trying to actually push forward and understanding that we all humans. It's funny because Kale sit here and align with the LGBTQ ABCD groups that's trying to steal all of the letters of the alphabet, but then she can't sit here and have a real conversation with somebody to actually give them some insight and help them to come up to date on why she thinks the way she thinks. It's so silly. It's so trash. It's the most racist, prejudiced thing that we've just seen on this show and on this network at any point, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Can I? Sorry, who was about to say something? Amira? Can I just say this? When she asked the question, the rest of the people didn't even get a chance to say anything. And when she said, until Kay said that's not for her to know, or she doesn't need to know. I don't know what she said verbatim. So
that was
then,
wild.
Then the conversation happened between Kay. It was like a back and forth thing. So for me to, or anybody on the panel to be like, what it is, like it was just
we followed up and we asked, me and Malik asked, we said, what is it? And she said, no, text me. What do you like? We just literally witnessed it.
No, I agree. I'm just saying I'm talking about myself in general. Like the conversation was about Kay with Kay. So Amira basically on code. Being on code just means like supporting a particular thing. So like to Rilla's point, every culture has a code, right? So and within that code, you either believe something. It's like a collective, if you will. Okay. So and then I'll just leave it there. A code is like a collective of ideas or support or whatever that is basically a collective. And I could be wrong, but that is my interpretation of what on code means. To stay within a particular idea, collective, whatever.
Hey Z, I know you came in. You was saying something. What were you saying? Welcome to the show.
I appreciate y'all. How y'all doing tonight?
How we doing? Where you calling from?
I live in Maryland.
Okay.
That's what earlier, man. When the boy Fooley was on here, I was like, damn, making us look bad out here. But you know. I just say that, you know, for Amira, what code is, to be honest with you, is just like in your family. If you doing something that's going on in your family, even though people can see it, you don't say it to them. That's basically what code is. You keep that to yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much what code is. And from earlier today, what I wanted to say, when y'all was talking about love, Kay actually said that there's scientific proof of love. Like when you feel in love, your brain lights up like this, and that. That's attraction. That's not love. That's all that is. Everything that's dopamine that come up, that's not love, that's attraction. And black culture, pretty much, yeah, it's trash. You know what I'm saying? And this is coming from somebody who's in it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying. Another thing, Anton, I hit you up with Patreon. You gotta open up another spot for me, bro. I'll try to get
I got you, fam.
like that,
I got you. Just the things
yeah,
that you said today, get you a seat at the table, bro. I got a spot for you.
Killing me with
appreciate
hey,
you.
DM me, bro.
Tell me
I hit you earlier today. I hit you earlier today on the Patreon.
All right, y'all got that love way. Tell me what's black culture, bro.
Black culture, well, like Anton said, you know what I'm saying, you guys are taking it to the extreme, to be honest, when he says black culture is trash. You know what he's talking about.
No.
You know he's not talking about
words.
I understand. I'm telling you.
Your words.
So,
black
you know he's not. I know, that's what I'm telling you. You know that when people say that black culture is trash and they are black, they're not talking about their grandmother. They're not talking about their mother and father. Some people may be talking about their mother and father because maybe their mother and father is a part of that. The black culture that we're talking about is what's going on ever since I've been born. I was born in '88. I grew up seeing Crips and Bloods on TV. You know what I'm saying? Not the Black Panthers, not Martin Luther King, not Malcolm X. I grew up seeing niggas with attitude on TV. You know what I'm saying? Not the Temptations. That's black culture. Black culture nowadays is not. It's not what it used to be, and you guys are trying to act like it's not. Drill music is not good for the psyche.
Music. Wait. You're talking, and this is what I was asking Anton.
But this is what,
wait, hold on, real quick, because y'all killing me with this. I had Anton drill down specifically what he was talking about. then you get back up here and double down and say, yeah, all black culture is trash. This, well, not all of it, but
I literally said not that. I literally said not that.
Wait. If you talking specific music, you talking trap rap, you talking drill music, I'm with you on that. I'm asking you to define black culture. That's what I'm asking you to do.
See, but the thing is, what you asking me to define, I'm defining. You're not accepting it. You know what I'm saying? Black culture. The hugest part of black culture is hip hop. You cannot say that it's not. That's the most prevalent thing. The most prevalent.
Absolutely right, bro.
Outsource.
Absolutely,
Outsource.
Hip hop is not just rap music. So you can't sit up here and say hip hop.
Say that.
He didn't say it's the only thing. He said the most prevalent. He said the most prevalent aspect of black culture is mute. That's what he said. He didn't say it's the only.
He said that's the rap music. He said hip hop.
Okay, hip hop, rap music. Either way,
rap music is
he didn't say it's the only thing
with this shit. What's hip hop, Anton?
Oh my God. Okay.
There's four elements. What hip hop is, bro? That's what I asked you.
There's four elements to hip hop, right?
Okay. You telling me all four
DJing, it's DJing. I think it's like the graffiti or like tagging and stuff like that, which that's always been bad. It's
illegal.
MC.
It's illegal.
Yeah, it's MC. And then it's one other part of it. I forgot, but it's like four elements that's been universally accepted when it comes to what hip hop is or the culture of hip hop. Am I off? If I'm off, correct me. Am I off?
No. So let's take that. Yes, let's take your four elements. And
so why are you shaking your head?
Because you're sitting up here trying to tell me hip hop is trash. Hip hop represents black culture predominantly, not rap music. You didn't say rap music. You said hip hop. You doubled down. Y'all killing me.
That's correct.
Man. Y'all killing me.
I'm sorry. What all he doing is getting emotional. He's not disputing it. Like he agreed with how I defined it and everything. I don't understand what he's saying.
Yeah, you're taking it the wrong way, really.
Hold on, Z. Hold on, Z.
I'm not taking it the wrong way. When you get up here and I'm asking you specifically. So, like I said, if you want to say rap music is trash, dude, you're sitting up here talking about graffiti being illegal. My God.
Rap music is a part of hip hop.
You spend all that time in what is that? Wynwood in Miami, where there's plenty of graffiti, and it's been legalized. What are you talking about? Graffiti is trash.
Well, if it's legal, then it's not. You know, what I'm saying is when hip hop first started and people were spray painting, people were getting arrested for it. Correct?
I'd rather you just listen. I'd rather you just be more specific. And the reason why I'm passionate ain't got nothing to do with being emotional. The reason why I'm passionate is because there are multiple people watching this platform and paying attention to what y'all saying. And y'all running around here literally saying all of black culture is trash.
That's not what we said. Why you keep lying? We literally didn't. We didn't say that, but he's trying to frame his argument so he doesn't die on that sword and look bad when he knows we did not say all of anything is bad. And as a matter of fact, when Fully stop, Chicago,
all of black culture is trash, and he doubled down on it.
Fully, I didn't say all. I never said all. And when Fully just came on the platform and tried to do the exact same thing that you just did, I wouldn't let him paint me in a corner. And I didn't say, I said specifically that all of nothing, and there's always going to be some parts that's good and bad of everything, right? But then I said to add context, yes, it's bad, but the context is that I'm talking specifically about the majority of black culture that's championed that we highlight as trash. You know this. You heard me say it. You heard Z say it. You heard me say it again. And you know I didn't say all of anything. Why you keep? Come on, man. Be authentic.
Wait, hold on. Are you seriously saying last week you didn't say all of black culture is trash and double down on it?
I said black culture is trash. That's specifically
you said all, brother. I listened to you last week.
Okay. It's still trash. I don't care how you want to frame it. You know what the context is, and no matter how you try to modify it, all this culture, our culture, black culture is trash. Now you can add whatever words you want to it. You can take it away from it. I said what I said. I'm not coming off of it, and I meant what I said,
bro.
Yeah, they do.
Right, look,
you should see the movement. It's crazy,
bro. Keep building your movement.
It's coming,
bro. Good for you.
The army is massive,
bro. Good for you. Good for you. Z, please continue with what black culture is, please.
No, Z, you ain't got to say nothing else. You can say whatever you want to say, bro.
All right, Malik, I'm gonna pull you down,
like
Malik.
You're right.
You
ain't got. Don't worry about it. You ain't got to do nothing, Z.
Look,
You ain't got to do
I'm
nothing.
33, right? I'm 33, right? You know what I'm saying? I got I got cousins that, younger cousins and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And like just me growing up. And I joined the Air Force and everything. I got out honorably. I got honorably discharged and all that. You know what I'm saying? So I seen the world. Like when y'all talked about culture last week, I was in the airport. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of people who's talking about culture with the most passion ain't never been outside of the United States. I can tell. But on top of that, like just growing up, being in the culture of America, you know what I'm saying? Like at a certain age, when I started seeing my younger cousins pretty much mocking me, you know what I'm saying? A person that I was, you know what I'm saying? Like I started to really realize, like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? This comes from, and I didn't get none of that from my parents. I got it from my culture. My parents didn't do drugs. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, no, don't say that out loud because you might not be on code.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, even still though, you know what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is like my parents wasn't like a total bad representation of a black culture. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have like a Cosby's family. We didn't eat dinner and stuff, all that type of stuff. But that's the black culture. Yeah, we don't eat dinner. We like like if you want to talk about scientific research, you know what I'm saying? You will know that the family is supposed to sit down and eat dinner at the same time for a reason. I don't know one that does that. I don't know one. That's black culture, brother. You know what I'm saying? Black culture is you get your food out the microwave, go sit down in front of the TV and eat, even on Thanksgiving. Not until I joined the Air Force did I really have like a Thanksgiving where we sat at a table. You know what I'm saying? And that was all strangers just coming together in the dorm room. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. And the crazy thing is when people say black culture is trash, they're trying to bring awareness that we can still change. All you have to do is want. You know what I'm saying? But like we was talking about love earlier today, the reason why marriages don't work in the West is because we go off of love and you get married at 20 to a man that's 20, and then 20 days from then you don't love him anymore. You know what I'm saying? But the guy usually wants to have the duty. He looks at love as a duty and he wants to stick it out. But the girl looks at love as feelings. You know what I'm saying? So like love is an action word. I tell my nieces that. You know what I'm saying? Love is an action word. Somebody might say they love you, but if they let you destroy yourself, how much do they actually love you? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if you can't see that love is not a feeling, you know what I'm saying? Like it's what's that phrase? Cognitive dissonance, to be honest with you. You know, like if you cannot see that love is not an emotion, it's a action, then you have cognitive dissonance, because I guarantee you never made your parents feel warm and bubbly and googly inside 100% of the time, but they still loved your ass. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like it can't be. It just whatever you say, it can't be. And one more thing, like last week, y'all was talking about like, oh, you know, you need to go read a book, because the guy was talking about someone was talking about pretty much like how the programming and stuff, pretty much how when people give excuses, what Anton always talks about, you give excuses, you get the victim mentality. It's popping to be a victim. If you read some of this book, and look, Anton, I know Anton not even black power like that. He not earthy. I'm an earthy guy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a reality. I mean, I live in reality. Yeah, I like to get grounded, go outside with my feet. I wear stones.
You about to make me change my stance on earthy people, bro. I'm about to start.
Yeah, I'm about to say, man, because none of that matters at the end of the day. Like, where are you going to be grounded at? In DC, I'm gonna tell you right now, the homeless people is on the concrete. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting no nutrients from the concrete.
Talk to Rilla, family.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting no nutrients from the concrete. You know, that's just straight up. And all the things that they say about like the past, the history, and all that stuff. But you ain't even read this. You really can't talk about that. The
people asking about that book.
We're gonna ship Rilla
people
a copy,
asking about that like that book. They want to know what that book
is. It's The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson and the Willie Lynch letter. Once you start reading this, you'll realize the trap is for you to go along with things that's not good for you.
Talk to Rilla. We know he's still listening. We know he's still listening.
You go along with things that's not good for you. You did the work for them.
I see.
Hey, I rock with your family.
I
appreciate the
hit your
support,
inbox
man.
though, man. Hey, look, I'm trying to get up in the seat at the table.
I got you, bro.
And JR, man, I was watching the, like I said, I was in the airport all week last week when I was watching the show. So I was watching the afterwards and stuff. And I saw how you was giving a game on the cameras and stuff. Cause I got a A63, A6400. I just got that joint last week. So I was trying to see if you could, you know what I'm saying, share some more. Or if you share game on your Patreon or something like that. Like how to use like the stream view and all that stuff. Cause me and my folks trying to get it going.
Yeah, man. Just hit me up on IG, man, and I give you the game. Ain't no biggie.
Appreciate it, big dog. Love y'all, ladies, man. Y'all looking good tonight. You know what I'm saying? Even K, El Capitan over there.
All right, Z.
All right,
man. Bolo want to come back on and take us home, man. What you got for us, Bolo, real quick?
Man, y'all, oh man, y'all got to stop with this code thing, man. Y'all got to stop with this. But first, let me address my man when he says about love. Understand life, brother. Everything is chemical and electrical. Everything is chemical and electrical. The way we see life and the way we operate in this world is through chemicals in our bodies and reactions and electrical in your mind. So when you say that love doesn't light up your mind, it lights up your mind because love is not just an emotion, it's an action. It's like when I get angry. When I love somebody, that means that they did something for me to love them. They proved something to me for me to have that emotion towards them. And through that emotion, there are actions that I will do. Now, once we get that to the side, we got to stop with this. We on code. We can't be talking about black people being this and black people being that. Listen, man, we burning. We burning right now. You cats want to spit on this fire. We are dying out here, and you guys are getting caught up on we talking about checking each other in front of someone that isn't black. This is past that. We're past that. You have women wanting to be men and men wanting to be women. You have brothers that do not want to take care of their children. You have heard men talking about let's go to a third world country and bag shorties. You have shorties talking about we don't need men. Then you sit there. Listen, truth has a fundamental understanding. I don't care what religion, what breakdown you're from. There's a fundamental understanding in truth. So that's why I said that when Amira said what she said, she was on point like a sniper, period. I don't want to hear all those other talks about what women can do and how she broke it down. That's it. Everything under that, whatever you want to add to it is cool. With the definition that she gave, that's all I need. Let's go. We got to stop being on this code thing, man, because we're being destroyed for lack of knowledge. So wherever we can get this information from, let's take it and run with it. So if an octopus is going to give me the information that I need to get, I'm going to go see that octopus. Let's stop getting caught up. And that's why the Lord says open rebuke is better than secret love. Open rebuke is better than secret love. Don't check me in secret places. If I get out of order in front of people, if I have the audacity to get out of order in front of everybody, then have the audacity to check me in front of everybody. We got to start understanding what love is, man, and what the focus of it is. Stop getting caught up on this black and white nonsense. That's what the haves want you to think. These people that are running the world that's trying to dose you with this goddamn vaccine, they want you to have that black and white fight. Bill Gates said for this world to work optimally, we need to refer to the Georgia Guidestones. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones, but these are stones in Georgia that says the world's population has to be dwindled to 500 million people for it to work. They're ready to kill us worldwide, and you guys are getting caught up. Let's not talk about hip hop and don't check me about a woman. Come on, man. We got bigger fish to fry. Bigger fish to fry. We're dying out here. We're dying. So if someone else wants to aid me, dogs, wherever I get the help from, give me the help. This hurts to see you guys up here And I love the context. I love the way you guys go at it. But it hurts to see us as a people talking about, let's not talk about this in front of other people. So when the hell should we talk about it? When we going to talk about it? When do we ever get together as a nation? When do we ever do that? We don't. So whenever we have the forum to check each other, then let's take it. Because you know what? The one thing we cannot get back is time. That's the one thing we can never get back. So if someone is going to spit some knowledge that I can take, man, I don't care if you a Hitler follower. I'm going to take it. Because a watch is right twice a day. So we got to start putting this thing that, you know what, there's a white woman here or a Asian person here and such. What the hell I got to do if they're ready to aid you and help you? Because it's kind of crazy how black people don't like police, but the first person you want to call is the police. You want to defund the police, but when someone shoots you, the first person you want to call is the police. We're hypocritical people, man. And I don't say this lightly. It hurts me to say this, but it's the truth. The truth is it's gonna make you free. It's not gonna set you free. People misquote that scripture. It says make you free. You know why the truth makes you free? Because the truth makes you make a decision, either left or right. So if you choose to go left and be wrong, guess what? The truth made you make that decision. Live on your square. If you choose to self-correct and introspect, like Rilla said, the truth did that. So either left or right, the truth made you make that decision. So we need to stop this, man. We have a platform where we can sit there and reach thousands of people. And your argument is we off code? That's your argument? We off code? So that means if this internet thing stops tomorrow, what information did you give to our people for us to be better? What did you give? We gave nothing. Listen, man. Time and chance happens to all. The Lord says, watch and pray. The end is here. Look out your window. Look out your window. They're giving you something, a vaccine that has never been tested. Vaccines take 8 to 12 years to pass. They did this in a year and a half. And they're mandating it. HR 6666, House Resolution 6666 says that they can come into your home and mobile trace you, take you. They're using your phones. They just passed a law in Washington, D.C. where they can give the children the vaccine without the permission of the parents. What code are we talking about? What code? We're getting dosed with shit that we don't know what's in it. What code? We got to stop this. Stop this black and white shit, man. This is bigger. Salvation is not based off your color. It's based off your morality and your character. That's what it's based off of. So if she has something that can build us up, give it to me. Give it to me. I don't give a damn where I get it from, as long as I get it. That's the problem. That's why the Lord tells you, buy the truth and sell it not. So whatever you need to do to get this truth, whoever you need to talk to get this truth, talk to them. Get it. What is making you, I got to holler at you on investments, Anton. It's prideful. I'm a man. So when I hear him talking, whatever, pride can jump on you. I'm going to put my pride to the side. You know why? Although I'm doing well, I know I can do better. That's our problem. I tell my people, Haitian people, why are you so prideful when we're the poorest country? What pride do you got? What pride do you have? We have pride and we have nothing. We're at the bottom at the totem pole, bro. Although we do influence everybody, we do. Although we have style, we do. But we're not respected. We want to talk about pride? Go in the hood and talk to them about pride. Go in the hood and talk to them about not selling drugs and killing people. We can't save everybody, man. This ain't for everybody. We have to stop understanding that we're going to save everyone. We're not. We're not. Those that search for truth are going to find it, however they find it. We should not argue about code. Code. White people ain't killing black people. Black people's killing black people. Yeah, we get shot once in a while by a white dude. I ain't telling you we don't. I'm not telling you white supremacy doesn't exist, but I'm telling you we're more of a detriment to ourselves than they are. Right now, they just let us go. They let us go. Listen to our music. The reason why hip hop, and listen, I do music. The reason why hip hop is dangerous is because it's in everything. Hip hop is in gospel, classical, it's in everything. So it's dangerous. I'm not telling you the whole culture is garbage. You guys are not hearing. You're listening emotionally. I love hip hop. I'm going to tell you that straight up. I love it. But where it is now, Rilla, hip hop ain't hip hop. Where it is now, there are certain people that keep the culture of it moving, yeah. But the majority in what's being pushed.
Hey, Bolo.
Yes.
I want to let Rilla talk. I know we got to get about it because we've been on
I
it for a
know,
while.
man.
But let me.
I'm sorry,
It
man.
seems like you done, Rilla. Okay.
Really
All
got nothing to say. Well, I'm gonna say good night, man. I love you guys, man. Anton, I'm gonna hit you up in your DMs, brother.
Tap in, bro. I got you.
I will. Good night, everybody.
I appreciate it. All right, y'all. It's a great show. I won't say it's a bad show. I mean, we had tough conversations as usual. That's what it's all about. I want to say, thank you guys for sitting in. I know we kept you guys a little longer. Appreciate you, Mira, coming back. Lauren, I caught the cues. I know you tired. Really was about to go crazy.
Well, my blood pressure's up.
But just make sure you eat healthy, man. Don't take those pills, man. Don't take
No,
those pills.
I'm Gucci, man. My
Okay.
Facebook Live is gonna be off the chain tomorrow.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep carrying these conversations on. Again, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, get the likes up on this video. We appreciate you guys, man. It's another one. Greatest show ever. Till next time. All right, y'all. I see you. Stun on us. Come on, man. You're showing out, man. You're showing out. You wait till the end of the show to show out, man. I see you, man. Found out you're a stunner.
I'm on cold.
What's wrong, okay? How you feel? I don't know. I need texting and all type of stuff, man.
I think it would be better if I just told you off screen.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. You reading the comments?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, look, I was.
No, I'm sorry. I had a quick text. I'm almost done with it.
I was talking to both of y'all, but
Are you having it after hours or whatever, or is it over?
oh man, I got all night, man. I got all night. I don't know. I like Rilla stepped out, and I really usually be one of them after hours type people, but
He's gone, or is he coming back?
he in the comments probably now.
Yeah, he could come back. He'll come back. So JR, just in terms of, different things, you don't think there's anything that Black people should just have for Black people? You think everything Black people should do is an open practice? I mean, I know for a fact that other cultures have closed practices, things that other people aren't supposed to do or know about, or, whatever. What do you think?
I'm gonna be honest. Like I never used the terminology of being on code, even though I know what it is. I just never had a situation where I said that I was on code or I had to look out for it.
Right. Somebody, who was it? Fooly, maybe. Somebody early, I think it was Fooly, mentioned like Black culture. I think it was him, yeah. And how long it takes to create a culture, right? You know, and the fact that so many people are just so cool with just welcoming everybody into Black culture. We're trying to build it. It takes a long time.
Well, like I
And
think that
part of that is making certain things closed. That's my opinion. It's not racist. Anton was like, it's racist. It's not racist because there are several things. There are Native Indigenous people that have certain things that I don't do because I'm not part of their culture. There are certain things that Irish people do that I don't do because I'm not part of their culture. Like everyone has their thing. And I don't like the fact that people think that Black people just can't have anything to ourselves.
so. I think it's based off. And again, I'm being honest. Like I've never used the terminology of being on code. I never
I
been in a
can
position where I had to be in code. But when I hear about it and I hear you guys speak about it, is that like how is that getting us any better as people? I mean, that's the way that I'm looking at it. I'm not taking away. Now I can see if we was in a position where like we was in some prison or we were slaves and we had to have this code because we've been forced to be put into these situations, then I can understand where like a code is needed so we can be able to navigate and to move around, to be able to stick together and not knowing what outside people are. But I'm not in a situation where I have to use a code, although I am aware of it, but I'm just not in that position. So
Okay, so I get that, and I think that the disconnect comes in the place where you are not familiar or even buying into any form of culture or any form of anything as it relates to Blackness. I get it.
no, I wouldn't say that. Like my experiences that I experience now. Okay, so when I grew up, right,
Tell me.
none of these conversations were talked about. I grew up in the projects. Okay. So like none of these conversations were talked about being on code. We just had our area. I got exposure later on in life. And my first exposure to people might have been when I got to college, right? What I've seen as I've gotten older, even going to work, is that our own people are, segregated. Like we have our own people going against our own people.
But
and these are the things that I see. So I've never, and this is my experience, so you can't take away from my experience, but
absolutely not.
But I've never experienced where there was a moment where we had to be up on code. I mean, I hung around with my guys growing up from enjoying my life. Never seen too much really outside people. I think I got a taste of other cultures and people when I went to Evanston, and that was like once or twice a year because that's where like my uncle stayed. He stayed there, so we got a taste of people, and they were cool. But
understandable.
So
I mean, I get that. I get it, and I get that most. I hate to use these statistics. Maybe not most, but some Black people feel the exact same way you do. But if we are thinking about the future, if we are trying to build further, we gotta break the cycle at some point. There has to be closed practices. There has to be things that are for us only. And it's not racist. Everybody else has these things, whether it be religious, whether it be, whatever. Everyone else has these things where they have things that they just do amongst themselves. And the fact that Black people feel seemingly ashamed that they can't have anything for themselves, and if you do, you're racist? How? What?
Now, like when it comes, I'm gonna say this. So like when it comes to like us celebrating, like I see different cultures, like they do their things. Like I see,
yeah,
and I'm not fully informed. So as far as like the terminology, but I know, Mexicans may have they do their thing, their parties, whatever the case may be, like whatever you call it. I know we have our gatherings when it comes to holidays and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I mean, I don't look at it as just like it's something that's private. Again, if I was in a situation, I understand the use of it. If we were in situations where we had to use it, and then that's when I will put it into place. Like, you know, we need this code or whatever. But I mean, I'm really not thinking about like what I'm keeping away from other people or what people are really like
Okay,
discovering.
well, this is what I'm saying. You need
Hold
to
on,
think
I kind of want to hear Rilla a little bit.
Okay.
You know,
go
based
ahead.
off what we're both saying. Please help me to understand.
Code is real simple. Code is really
No, like I know what code is, but
no, I'm saying it's and I agree with you. I think in this day and time and I ain't mean to cut you off, brother. I just think in this day and time, it's not something that we've experienced where, you know, whether in the workplace per se, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I'll say this, and whether we want to admit it or not, and whether and this is not a shot at Amira whatsoever, but the men that she knows has a code. They have a code, and there are rewards for keeping that code, and there are consequences if you violate that code. Now, when it comes to Black people, and Black people are saying to stay on code, it's almost synonymous with saying, let's stay unified, let's stay on point, let's stay together, let's stay in the same vein. Now,
And it's something we're building.
Right, but
it takes a long time.
But it's
Jim
not like
Crow
I
era
don't have a
just
problem with it though.
ended.
Like I don't have a problem with us if quote unquote when times call for it that we stick together, because we do experience we do see
When
things.
times call for it, we always need to what?
I'm just saying I'm not out there looking for code. I'm not out there coding up.
Well, maybe you need to
Like
be.
I'm not seeing things where I have to code up. I have to get into this mode.
Well,
I'm not going
that's
when I go
something
out.
that
I'm not
maybe-
going to war with everybody. It's just not happening.
It's not about going to war.
Right. But
do you think that Jewish people are going to war with everybody? No, but they have a thing that they do. Do you think that people that practice Islam are going to war with everyone else? No.
Okay, so what you gonna
but
do?
they
Avoid
have a
them?
thing they do.
Okay, so what you gonna do? Avoid them? You know,
No.
like the people that you work with. If these people are, you know, such a threat to us, then
No, you are no.
I'm just saying.
The point.
I don't.
I'm about to tell you. Because it's not about being racist. It's not about making somebody not included. It's none of that. The thing is, like I think it was him called in several hours ago and was talking about, you know, how long does it take to create a culture? My grandma was alive during Jim Crow era. So this is not that long ago. So we are building something right now. And if people can't even agree that we as Black people need to have something for ourselves, where are we going? Every other culture has that. But meanwhile, people want to be like, ooh, yes, let's do polygamy. Let's do women subjugated. Let's do all these things. You want to do all that, but you don't want to agree that Black people need to have some type
I don't have a problem.
just
I don't have a problem with what Black people want to do.
Man.
If you want to agree with it, I'm perfectly fine with it. I'm still gonna treat you the same. I'm still gonna respect you. Like that's just your belief. That's just how you feel. You're entitled to it. I'm not trying to change everybody. I'm just telling you how I think, and I can't help to think the way I think. You know, there isn't enough support that says that I need to be on code right now.
JR.
I am aware of the things that we've been experiencing and the things that's going on and how we need to unite with certain situations, certain things, because we're not going to allow that to happen. I do understand that. But every day, day to day, I don't live like I have to be on code. I'm not in positions where people around me are even trying to unite. Like my circle is small. Okay. I'm usually here at the desk. I'm going to work. I'm with my kids. I'm experiencing, enjoying life, and that's just my circle. But I'm mostly, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm not putting myself in positions where I feel like I'm being attacked, like I have to be on code. That's just
okay,
me.
but JR, think bigger. It's not about right now, your life, your
I'm thinking
experience.
bigger about like
You're
about
not.
how
You're
can
not, because
about
you're
how
talking
can we
about.
all come together.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm thinking
What?
about. I'm not trying to keep us all separated. I'm trying to figure out, and again, I can't do everybody, but I'm not trying to go out there and just be, feel like I got to be on code. Like I'm trying to keep these people over here, these
Listen,
people over there, these people over there. I'm
all
just
I'm
trying to work
saying,
with whoever.
I understand. Me too. I mean, whatever, work with whoever. That's not what I'm saying. You can always work with anybody, be friends with
Like,
anybody.
am I saying something wrong, really?
The thing that I am not rocking with
I mean,
that
be
you're
honest with me.
saying,
I want you to
No,
be
no, no.
honest with me.
I understand
Like,
it. I understand
am I
exactly what
saying,
you're saying.
am I missing the point? You black? I think you're saying some things. Please tell me what I'm missing.
No, no,
Please
no.
tell me what I'm
can I
not
tell you what you're
understanding.
missing?
I hear what you're saying, Kay, but I'm
No,
trying
you
to
don't,
get a
because you're
different
trying to get a
perspective
cosigner.
because I
You
feel like you're
don't.
trying to force me
No,
to.
I'm trying to force you.
I'm just not with it. I'm just saying, like, I just don't feel like I have to be on code.
You don't
But I
have
am
to
aware of it.
You
I
don't have
understand it.
to
I'm
be.
not saying there's nothing
And
wrong with it, but if you choose to want to be on code, then you be on code.
okay, and JR, I'm not saying you have to do anything. There's always going to be people who are not thinking about the future. There's always going to be people who are not like in line with something bigger that's being built. There's always going to be people who are just like, you know what? I'm trying to see what I'm doing right now. But like Fooly, I think it was said, if you are trying to figure out how long does it take to create a culture, there has to be something that's a norm. There has to be. And if we are out here just like, we're just going to do whatever for whatever and for the rest of our lives, what? We have to do something as Black people born in America. It's a
Hey,
real thing.
when it comes to my family, I don't care who comes through that door. You black, Asian, whatever. You come through that door causing chaos, then I'm gonna handle you. Simple
Right.
as that. I mean, that's what it all
Okay,
boils
but
down
that
to.
has nothing to do with code. I will handle it too. Click clack, whatever.
I've never experienced any
Hey, you got
situation
the
where
blicky?
I had to be on code.
I
Okay.
plead the fifth. But I mean, but see, this is what I'm talking about, JR. You're talking about code in a way that I clearly
I'm
see
just
that you
probably
don't
not gonna. I'm
understand
just probably
it.
not gonna get it, Kay. I'm
I
just
think
probably
I
not gonna
think you're
get it.
But
trying
you
to
need to,
too
because you're
too
you're
deep.
an influential person in our community. I mean, you are.
And
And
my
the fact that you
and
don't get it,
and it's like my
I'll call
purpose
you. Can I
would
call
be
you?
like if I
We
had a
can talk
choice.
about this later.
If I had a choice, my purpose would be to everybody unite. Let's kick it. Let's enjoy life. Let's experience.
Right. Everybody would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I am aware about what's going on. I know we're not there, but I'm just saying if I had it my way, that's the way it would be. I'm not trying to say I ain't hate nobody. I'm not trying to sit out here and just feel like I'm separate from everybody else. Like all
I
this.
don't either. I don't hate anybody. I just view reality as it is. You might want to kumbaya. Oh my God, I just hope everyone is just together and oh my goodness. But JR, I'm sorry. The reality is not that. It's not. And as much as you want it to be, it's just not.
What reality?
The reality of humanity in America? What do you mean?
I mean, explain it to me. Break it down for me. I don't understand. Break that down for me.
So you're saying we're just all just out here equal and everyone is.
I didn't never say we was equal.
Okay, what did you say? Tell me.
I said that I don't feel like when I go outside, okay, when I go outside, I'm not experiencing anything where I have to be on code.
Okay.
Like I'm not around enough of like if I go out to a club or a lounge or something like that, these people I don't know. These people can care less about me. And there's nobody thinking about code. If I go to barbecues, picnic, there's nobody thinking about being on code.
But like I've been on the show since April. All the shows we've ever had have been very much catered to a certain audience, a certain demographic. And
have we talked about things?
I'm just trying to see, like, if you're talking about you don't feel the need to be on code.
Have we talked about Have we talked about shows that cater to Black people? Yes, we have. Is the network or the show
Right.
strictly catered to Black folks. I never said that.
I don't think you did either.
Right.
I'm not
So
accusing you of
we're
that.
just
But I'm
having
just saying,
conversations, tough conversations.
there's a reason you pick the topics you pick, though. Let's not act like
I mean,
this
I'm
is
around. I
not
mean, because I
exactly.
know more about the Black experience, but I'm not.
Exactly.
But that's not my only reach, though. That's what I'm saying. You know, there's people. You know, there's people that come here and still gain information that's not Black.
Absolutely.
So it doesn't have to be labeled a Black network. It doesn't mean that I'm not aware of who's watching or who's on the show. I get that.
No, I don't think so. I'm not saying it
So
needs
I
to be
don't care. I
labeled.
don't care who's watching, as long as I'm putting out a message.
My point, it's not about, we've talked about this. I'm not saying that it needs to be a Black network or just only for Black people. Of course, other people can watch or whatever. But for you to sit up here and act like you don't know what it means.
I didn't say I didn't know what it means.
No, I'm not. No. I didn't say you did. I said for you.
Whoever Paul Sharp is in the comments, that's exactly it, bro.
What?
That's exactly it. He specifically said, on code is strictly having the same agenda to be for your people first. That's it. That's it. And we're trying to make it deep and nuanced. On code, for me, I'm on code when I strictly everything I own in my closet right now is Black owned. That's on code. Shopping Black, buying Black, supporting Black business.
Chicago, I see that you're trying to, diffuse the situation, but
Where?
I really love to continue the conversation that me and JR were just having, because I think that there's a misunderstanding. I think that he thinks that I'm trying to tell him, and JR tell me if I'm wrong.
I think
I
you're
really
misunderstanding.
don't care if I'm on code or not. I mean, I'm just
Okay,
saying, like,
and that's
I get it,
fine.
but I'm not. When I wake up, I'm not thinking I gotta.
I get it, and there are
I,
plenty of
now,
people.
Have people been on code with me, quote unquote? Yeah, at the airport. I've seen people been on code. If you look at that,
JR.
like they come reach out to you, like come here, so you won't miss your flight. Put me here. I guess you can look at that as being on code, and I probably did the same thing without thinking that I'm on code. But what I'm saying is that when I wake up every day, like that's not my agenda to keep thinking that I'm on code.
What's your agenda when you wake up every day?
It's to enjoy life, to thank God that I woke up this morning and to experience life and to try to pour into as many people. Before, I didn't really care about. I wasn't thinking about the youth. I wasn't raised thinking about the youth. But as I've been put into this position and platform, now I'm thinking about what can I leave behind? Like, how can I empower others?
Mm-hmm.
Like I look at like what I'm doing as far as the energy I'm putting out within the community. I looked at how can I be a better father? How can I? Because right now I'm not living for myself. I'm living for, my children, and I'm also living for like the energy that's going to be left. I'm trying to empower my family. I'm trying to like I'm in relationships. I'm trying to bring, like, me and my sister just had a conversation. I know I talked about it. We talked. So those are the things that I'm focused on, because that's what I see every day. I don't go out. I'm not around too many people I only like going, especially in Chicago. There's too much stuff going on in Chicago. I kind of pick and choose like where I'm going. Like I'd rather be inside than to be outside, because it's been too much stuff that's just been going on.
And you know what? This is the thing. I don't disrespect anything you said. It's perfectly fine. And I think a lot of people are 100% in line with you. My thing that I'm trying to say is that there has to be a sect of people who think bigger than that. Not just your family, your life, whatever, your kids, everything. There has to be a sector of Black people who thinks beyond their own life today. There has to be people who are going to say, you know what is my grandkids' life going to look like? What are my great grandkids' life going to look like? Like, what am I building for them?
So we encourage them to go vote. We put people in position where they're able to make the changes. There are other things that we need to be focused on as well. It's just not code. Code is not going to make an impact.
I can tell right now that you don't. Okay.
You can tell what? You can tell what?
Nothing.
No, you can say it. I don't care what you say. I
don't
care. I don't care how people view me. I'm
know you don't.
me, and I never cared about people looked at me, how they view me. It don't bother me. I'm gonna be me regardless. So you can say whatever you want to say. The people can hear whatever. I don't care.
I don't want to say anything.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, in terms of that, I want to say something, but not in terms of that.
I'm just saying it don't really matter. But
It matters. It
all
matters.
I can speak the truth about is my experience. I didn't start thinking about this code stuff until it came up here. I've never
you just start thinking about
just like
it.
certain words that y'all may use. I have never used them words. I can put it in context and understand what it say, but I don't talk like that. I probably never learned it.
You have to think about it. You're taking for granted. You're just like, oh, and I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you, JR, but I'm saying people be like, oh my goodness, we need to adopt this culture and that culture and blah, blah, blah. They don't seem to realize that these cultures have had codes, rules, regulations, religions, whatever.
I'm pretty sure
for
like
hundreds and thousands of years, but then we don't want to get on one accord in terms of black
but we
people.
don't have to be like, I mean, that's what
that's what
they base their stuff off of. We have so many things.
Are new. JR.
Okay.
No.
I want you to answer this question.
Go ahead.
Answer this question for me. Is there tons of things that we need to be more focused on, more than being on code? When it comes to our people, since you want to put this in this category, our people, there are tons of things that we need to be focusing on more and pushing when it comes to our people. So that we should start there. Start there.
Okay,
and then
where should we start? Tell me.
Voting, financial literacy, investing, being better parents, being able to unite as a family. I mean, there are tons of things that we can be pushing besides this code. Those are the things that I focus on, like from day to day.
So then why don't we ever talk about those things on the show?
We can.
Please, because
we got time. Hey,
and JR, I told you.
I'll be here every Thursday, and I plan on doing some more stuff during the week. and we got plenty of time, plenty of opportunities.
Okay, well, I'm waiting for those
things.
conversations. I'm waiting. I love to invest. I'm very fiscally responsible. I'm all about it. So I'm waiting for those conversations. I've been waiting. I have. I am not out here like, oh, well, we just keep talking about this other.
Okay.
I've been waiting for us to talk about.
Okay. Like before we get off of here, I just want you to truly understand what I'm saying. And because we gotta, again, we talked about understanding and the importance of it. Like I feel like you're only thinking about that right now in this moment, or at least that's what people are hearing.
Only thinking about
what? I don't feel like I'm saying anything wrong. I don't feel like I'm saying anything
that's not wrong.
That's hurting us. If anything, I'm adding more things that we could be focusing on. And instead of you championing that, it's more like I'm getting kickback. You still don't understand.
It's not that I don't understand.
I understand enough where is that if we start working on these things, it's going to make a difference. For everybody. And if you want to narrow it down to our community, I don't see me saying anything that can't help us.
Yeah, I'm not saying
I don't see me having this little private agenda, like I'm just going against our people or something like that. All I'm just saying is that, hey, let's unite. Let's see if we can try to work together. Let's see if we can try to just enjoy life without all this chaos. And I know we're not there, and I know it's going to take some work, but again, we can keep working on what we can work. And if we can get 1 or 2 people a day, then we're making progress. We're not going to be able to change every single thing just overnight. We're not going to be able to convert people to be on code. I don't want to convert people to be on code. I want to convert people to be better individuals in the world, because to me, that's going to make more of an impact.
Do you know what code is?
Okay, Kay. I'm done with it.
I'm just asking because you don't want to convert people.
That's enough. All All right, Rilla, my G, Rilla, my homie.
You know, part 2 tomorrow for that. What's the name?
Oh, when?
Yo, it's same spot. It's tomorrow morning. I'm gonna try and get some more information and text it to you.
Yeah. Hey, hit me up at what time though? Same time?
Wow. Man, look. That dude is wilding. You might have the website open.
Yeah, I don't think it's him. I just think it's just the people, man. The man, it probably becomes more of a risk.
Yeah.
All them people.
Yeah. You
know, safety protocols. You know how that stuff is.
Oh, I know. Hey, Lori Stone ain't playing with y'all.
Yeah.
Lori Moe ain't playing with y'all, man. It's all good though. Great show.
Don't say that type of stuff. Say something that everyone can believe, can understand. Don't say Lori Stone and Lori Moe. Don't say that. Say something more general, Chicago.
I'm from the Wild Hunters. I ain't changing that for now.
Change it. Don't say it so people make sure everyone can understand. Say friend, and
Lauren is hilarious.
Who?
Lauren.
She in the group?
No.
In the chat.
Nah, I think she might be knocked out. I just saw something earlier. That's all. That's all. Chat going up though. Shout out to the chat.
I know we about to go. I just want to know, like, JR.
Oh, here we go again. I'm not doing no deep dive right now. Okay, I'm telling you right now.
No, it's not gonna be JR. It's not gonna be a deep dive.
I know it's not gonna be.
It's
not gonna be. It's past my bedtime.
No, it's not. It's not. Don't play the Grammy music. Oh my goodness.
Wrap it up,
I
dude.
just want to know, JR, how do you think that we can, as Black people, build a strong social infrastructure with any type of nothing, just nothing? How do you think this is going to happen?
I don't even know how to spell infrastructure.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, I'm smart, but I'm not that damn smart. Okay, come on now.
I'll send you some texts to
please
read.
Please do. I love literature.
I'll email it to you, JR.
Yeah.
You don't love literature, do you?
Excuse me, Mom?
Do you love literature?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you some stuff to read, and you gonna come. Okay. I'm not, JR. I am not playing.
I know. All right, y'all. All right, Kay, man, really gotta have a conversation now.
Why you gotta get rid of me?
We gotta talk about staying on cold right now.
JR fool.
I don't like it, JR.
I know you don't like it.
But why do we have to?
Kay, did you have fun tonight?
It was cool. I liked it. I just felt that.
Did you feel attacked tonight?
Kay, you didn't have fun?
Huh?
You didn't have fun?
No, I said it was cool. I liked it. Yeah. In terms of attacked, I felt no more attacked than any other day.
Yeah,
and my thing is,
you gotta understand, it's gonna be consequence for your actions now. You gotta hold yourself accountable.
No problem.
Yeah, because I know you didn't want to hold nobody accountable last week, so hopefully
What do you mean? This is my thing. I ain't got no kids. There's hardly any people in my life I can hold accountable. What does that even mean?
You got students.
Yes, but
you hold them accountable, don't you?
It's summer.
I said you hold them accountable. I didn't say when.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, then. So you know what accountability is like.
Right, but it's not for other grown people that just have a differing opinion from me.
Man, that was a serious question I asked because, and I think that's warranted right now. It's like, how do you hold people accountable when they think they don't have done nothing wrong?
Exactly. We talked about. Oh my goodness!
Frenny held you accountable today.
Who?
What's his name? Frenzy.
Why did you call him Frenzy?
I don't know.
You kept calling him Frenzy. I was dying.
Okay.
Okay. So, Freezy. Now let's straighten that up because I'm gonna get in the group and
I played the tape.
Okay, but JR, listen.
And they put the timestamps in the chat, and I played it. I'm like, damn. I'm like, man, they caught up on that one.
This is how you. Oh my goodness.
But instead of you holding yourself accountable, you still try to argue against.
Okay, because this is what happened.
It's not this what happened. You know, you sound like one of your students right now. This is what happened.
This is what happened.
This is what happened, Miss K.
You
already know what it is.
Let me. Nah. So the thing is that they were saying, oh, you said the word cancel. Yes, I did. I definitely said the word cancel. I said that people be out here canceling people based on what they believe in, blah, blah, blah. Later, Chicago said, you're agreeing with them, something like that. And I said, when did I ever say? And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, you're saying that people should be canceled. And I said,
let's get to the point, Kay.
I am. And I said, when did I ever say people should be canceled? That's what happened. I will find the timestamp, but I know for a fact, because I'm very careful with my words. I said the word
you make mistakes. Cancel. You make mistakes. No. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Not with this.
Yes, you do. Yes,
not in this case. Not in this case.
Can't nobody tell you nothing.
Not about this. Nope.
I know. Okay.
Okay, they in the chat.
I don't give
a. They said you said, and I agree. And I'm assuming they said.
I said that they
you agree with the council.
I did. I didn't say they should cancel people. I said they do cancel people because it's reality. How can you disagree? Like, that is reality. We have all seen the LGBTQI community cancel somebody. We've seen it happen. And yes, it happens. Now, did I say that I think this is what should be happening all the time? No. Find me where I said that. I told Freezy I'll pay him $50. I guarantee he ain't gonna find it for me because it didn't happen. My thing is, I don't like when people be out here just randomly saying that I said things that I didn't say, because it's come to a point where people are very comfortable just making stuff up. I'll be like, man, I love the color red. They'll be like, man, you said you hate blah, blah, blah.
I love you, Kate.
Not the case. But is that just you agree with Chicago?
I just
See, that's what happens. Play it louder.
Okay. I just said it multiple times, but we can move on. You're right. No, you're right. I'm wrong. You're right. I misunderstood you. I misquoted you, and I'm out of pocket, and I apologize.
But is that just you just saying stuff, or?
Yeah, I got a woman. I'm well versed in this.
Exactly. Thank you, JR.
I love you, Kate. I love you, Kate. Bruh. Okay, I'm serious. If I'm wrong, listen, if I go back and watch this and you didn't say nothing about canceling nobody, then I'm out of pocket. I'll apologize on air.
Thank you, JR.
Nelson, what's going on, brother?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Lil Nas X can do,
Hey, what was that time stamp again? That
you just proved my point.
That Frenzy said.
Frenzy, why do you keep calling him that?
No, he said 225.20, but the chat was putting up something else. They was putting up.
No, that was the second part. That was the second part.
It's 225 something.
He was saying 225.20, but the chat was putting up something else.
JR, why do you keep saying Frenzy?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
It's Freezy.
Past y'all bedtime.
Thank
you for your bravery.
Family, please pause 1 second. Kay, I'm really trying to understand, because you said, how can anybody be mad at the LGBTQ community standing up for themselves? And my question is how did they stand up for themselves?
The fact that people can get canceled, the fact that you can't say anything, the fact that you cannot be out here being homophobic.
Reality.
Because it will make it into a problem, which I agree with. Like, you shouldn't be homophobic.
Well, but he didn't. But that's the point that I'm making. Is that
I
he was
agree.
no, honestly, Kay, honestly,
You're changing. Oh, okay.
No, honestly, Kay, this me and you. Now, real talk. He's at a festival full of people from all types of life in Florida. He's in Miami. I think it's in Miami. And there's LGBTQ in the audience. And Pain in the park.
Man, that attitude, okay. It's just
Frenzy. Somebody paid $5 to say Frenzy.
okay, okay.
No, because you showed it, but you didn't prove anything. I said that I said all that.
Okay.
All I was saying is that I did not say that it is something that I agree with in terms of the canceling, but in terms of the reality, it's true. So JR, Chicago, y'all never seen people get canceled? You never seen this ever?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Plead the fifth. I get it.
No, I'm act like how you been acting on the show.
Yeah, plead the fifth. I'm your role model, huh?
Yeah, you are. All right, y'all.
See how y'all all got silent?
Yeah. We stand on code.
You don't know what code is. They are.
I'm pretty sure you do, though.
I do. I'll tell you later because I don't think the fact that you
I think I just saw Anton came on.
Huh?
I said Anton was on.
Where?
He popped in the bottom. Let me see if he come back
Man,
on.
put him in if he is somewhere to be found.
Oh man, y'all trying to be all nighter.
Because honestly, this is earlier.
Real, I know you tired, Real. I see it. You like,
oh man, I ain't tripping, man. I do this every week, man. To be struggling in the morning.
This is earlier.
It's a beautiful struggle in the morning. they be coming out in the chat.
Anton?
He was in the chat.
This is earlier than usual, right?
Nah. It's like,
Is it?
Bro.
Yeah. Well, it's at 5:45, 5:46. We usually be on here like 6.5 hours. So if Anton has something to say, I'm here and we here. Well, I don't know about y'all.
Wait, shit, read. Okay.
I'm trying to see if you come back on.
And how can people be in the comments complaining? Like, if you don't want to be here, just go to bed. Like, I don't understand. Like, I can't imagine being in the comments at 1 something in the morning and being like, I don't want to listen anymore. Like, I would just close my computer. What? I don't know. Where's Anton? Because I definitely got questions for him.
Freezy. Freezy said he paid the $5.
I'm so sick of Freezy.
$5.
Appreciate it, Frenzy.
Why do you keep calling him Freezy? Okay, Anton, the biggest question I have for you, it ain't got nothing to do with anything we've been talking about, right? Can you hear me?
Yo,
Okay.
she literally just said she agrees with it.
Stop
and
saying
ironically
literally.
enough, I just seen Rilla's face pop up. Now I don't know if Rilla's gonna acknowledge what I heard, but I'm wondering why Rilla's face popped up like that when she said, which I agree with.
What?
You don't know? You don't know what you said? When you talked about cancel culture, because Rilla said, Rilla, am I off?
Nah, that's
not know
what
what I'm
they
talking.
saying in the chat, because that's what they were saying in the chat, and you said, which I agree with.
Oh, I agree with that. People shouldn't be homophobic.
I'll be right back.
I agree that people should not be homophobic. And that's part of the tape that he just played, and he played it before.
I'm so amazed, bro.
I am too. I got one question for you, Anton.
So you can't ever admit that you was just wrong on something, or you know, it's okay to be wrong. Like it shows
wrong
growth.
if it's the reality that people get canceled. Like
You
I'm not
just said
making it up.
that you agree with it.
No, I didn't. I said I agree that people shouldn't be homophobic.
You didn't say I agree that people shouldn't be homophobic. That's not what you said.
Yes, I did. Play it back.
You
Play
named
it
you named a list of things about canceling
And
and
then I
all of
said,
this other
which
type
I
of
agree
stuff,
with, that people shouldn't
which
be
I agree
homophobic.
with.
That people shouldn't be homophobic. Listen to it. Listen to it. Yeah, I hear you clicking. Click it. Find it.
I'm not
and
about to
right
keep. I'm
after,
not chasing you because
and
you know.
right
I guess the thing
after-
about it, actually me camming back up is not even for you. It's for the audience. And the audience, I just want y'all to see this because
Anton, I have one question.
honestly, audience, y'all have to understand that.
Oh my goodness.
Everybody cannot come. Like they're going to watch when they think that they talking about progress. You have to ask them, okay, what exactly does progress look like, and how are you contributing to it? What have you done? You know, it's funny because
I have a question.
they'll defend all of these things and they'll go off on me when it's ironic that I'm one of the pillars of the community is people that have authentically poured into people and still pouring into people every single day. And they'll try to put the pitchfork to me. They'll hate me. They'll do all of this type of
I
stuff.
have a question.
But the reality is that I'm a gem, and some of these other people just not gonna be able to make it. They not coming with us. So y'all at some point are gonna have to make a decision and make a choice. Do you want to continue to wallow in this victimhood, or are you ready to step outside of the quicksand, step outside of the mud, and start to do the work to move forward? Real talk. Like this is like really a plea for y'all. Do y'all want to really align yourselves with people that's moving forward and really making progress and you know what I'm saying? That's actually doing some things that's making a difference? Or do y'all want to continue to wallow? Aren't y'all tired? Like, aren't y'all tired of wallowing in all of this victimhood and just I can't imagine that y'all would find this to be comforting or fun, or that you feel like you're making progress.
Anton,
It's amazing.
Can I ask you a question about something? It's not really related. Can I ask you just one question?
You can ask whatever you want.
Okay. How do you feel about bonnets outside of the house? Do you think they're okay or no? Look at Chicago. Is it just?
I don't know
simple,
what you're
simple.
talking about, Kay.
Yes or no?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't know about it? If a woman wears a bonnet,
No, I don't want to
outside,
see I don't want to see a woman in a bonnet. No. I don't
Why?
want to see a woman in
Is it
pajamas. I don't want to see her in a bonnet. I don't want to see her in a house coat outside the house. I don't wear my house coat outside the house. I don't want to see a woman and
So, like,
things
if
that are
I wore a
designated for
bonnet
the house.
on the screen, what would you think? Like, if I just came in and I had a bonnet on?
I mean, I would think you look like trash, but you can do whatever you want to do.
So, if you have on a robe, I'm just trying to see, like, where do we draw the line?
What's your point? I don't understand what your point
I'm
is.
just asking you, like, if it's a
I mean, I just said you can do whatever you want to do. You're not checking for me anyway. You don't care what I look like. What do you care?
No, I don't.
care
I'm
what
just
you
trying
look
to
like
see
either.
where the line gets drawn.
My robe is beautiful.
Okay,
This is
so
a-
if somebody wears a beautiful
this is not
bonnet-
outside. This is not outside the house. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. So if so, it would be, you would have no clowning if, like, me, Courtney, Amira, everybody came next week with a bonnet.
Mira wouldn't come with a bonnet.
Let's just say.
She's on a higher level. She's in a higher tier.
Fine. Let's
There's
just
levels
say.
to this.
Let's
Remove
just
Amira
say.
from the conversation. Protect Amira at all costs.
Okay, just like it was protect Courtney at all costs a few months ago, and now we've shifted.
I'm not. Nope. I'm not letting you rope me into the conversation about Courtney because Courtney can speak for herself and she's not here to defend herself. So I will not talk about Courtney
But you just said
on this platform.
I understand that. That's
Amira was here today.
She's not here now.
So why did you rope her into the conversation?
Who?
You said if Amira, me, such and such, such as. If you come on with a bonnet, I'm gonna think it look trash. As simple as that.
So if me, Amira, and Courtney wear bonnets next week, it's okay.
Amira, you can't. Please don't include Amira. Protect Amira at all costs.
So can we wear robes, or is it just you?
You can wear whatever you want to wear. You can wear a
No, I'm
bonnet.
just
I don't
trying to
care
see
what you.
what
I
you
just
think.
said that I don't care what you wear. It don't matter what
I know,
you wear.
I get it. You don't care, but I'm trying to see what would your opinion be.
I don't care. What do you want me to? What do you want me to do? You want me to care?
No, if you don't care, fine. So you have no
Okay.
opinion about people's hair or how they present themselves in public.
I don't want to see it. I don't care what you do.
Okay, so you have no opinion about what people do in public. Fine.
I have an opinion, but I don't think it matters because people gonna do what they want to do.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, you don't think he's getting that ghost face energy off in that robe?
My robe is gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's
Hey,
absolutely
is it
beautiful.
long or short, Anton? How
Who
long
wears
is
short
it?
robes?
I
Who
don't
wears
know.
short?
How long does it go? I've never seen that robe before.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I almost cracked a joke, but I'm not. Anyways,
Yeah, don't. I don't know. How long is it? Is it long to the floor or kneecaps? Where does it come to?
there's levels to this. There's levels to this.
Anton, does your robe go to the floor or your knees? I'm just asking.
He looks lost.
Jesus Christ.
Why is this such a hard question?
Look at his face.
Why is it such a hard question?
I'm trying to. I know I'm slow. I know I'm not the smartest, sharpest pencil in the box, but I'm trying to understand where is this going.
I just want to know, like, is it to the floor or is it to your knees? I just wondered. I mean,
Versace don't make robes that go.
to
What are you
where?
talking about?
They
What are
don't
you
make them,
talking
they
about?
go to where?
They don't make short robes. They're all the same size.
Okay, so they all go to the floor?
You mean like dragging on the floor? Like like you getting married?
To your ankle.
She's trying to say full length robe or 3/4 length robe. I think that's what she's trying to say. I think.
Did they go to your
Are you
ankle?
high? Are you high?
No, this is my regular self. I'm just trying to figure out if it went to the floor. Why see, and this is what I'm talking about.
Does what go to the floor?
Your robe.
He said you
Does it go to my knees or does it go to the floor?
Ha ha ha. Okay, but why is this such a hard question?
Oh man.
Hey, look at your face, man.
Why is I don't get it? Like, maybe
What don't you get?
Why is it such a hard question? Like, does it go to
Hey,
the
really?
floor?
Why was you so bothered today, bro?
See,
At the last part.
You think I was bothered?
Okay, bothered may not be the word. I'm speaking.
I mean, it could be. I'm just asking. Do you think I was bothered?
Yeah, you got visibly bothered. Maybe not. Was you bothered?
No. I ain't never bothered.
Did you get emotional about it?
Oh, you know, big coochie energy, man. Stay in that big coochie energy.
I got a question.
And
Really.
I think people get it confused. Hold on real quick, Anton. I think people get it confused because the truth of the matter is when we having these conversations, like if we having barbershop talk, bro, nobody's sitting around having like these logical, well thought out debates. And it's just like you give your piece. And then once you give your piece, then the other person goes and it's just so cordial. No, there's a passionate dialogue when you get to talking about the Pistons and Bulls in the 90s, or you get to talking about who's better, Jordan or LeBron. It gets passionate. That's all. It's just passion.
Yeah, and then you dipped off the screen.
Oh, I think I went to get something to drink or something. So,
okay.
And then at one point, I think what's the old boy name? Z. He was talking about Carter G. Woodson book, and I was going to look for my copy, but I couldn't find it. So I understood what he was saying, trying to enlighten us and educate us on Carter G. Woodson, and I thought that was dope. I just had to go pull my copy out so I can.
Why do you be trying to be extra nice to the girls?
You think I try and be extra nice to the girls? I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, you are a nice guy.
You asked me if I thought I was a nice guy.
Yeah, I think you are a nice guy, but I think that you pull your punches when it comes to the girls.
You think I do?
Yes.
Yeah, but
100%.
you think I don't hold females accountable anyway.
I think you pull your punches when it comes to the girls. I think that you probably internally disagree with some stuff, and then you'll hold back and just be like, "Oh, okay."
Nah, you know what? I don't know that to be true because I remember
they even saying it in the chat. You pull your punches when it comes to the girls, bro.
And who said? Nah, bro. I'm not following these.
11.
I'm not listening to none of these jokers in the chat because.
But why not? Because I mean, some of them be extreme, but some of them could be objective, right? So it's like, it's not like everybody is against you.
See?
Like they're observing.
I hear you.
Somebody said, "Oh my goodness."
Let me see.
So you don't think that you pull your punches sometimes, really?
I didn't want to admit Kay said that. I didn't want to admit Kay said what? I don't
Pierre,
Somebody
right?
said that
punches are being
Kay
held
gets
relevant.
married, it's somebody looking for a green card.
I see what Pierre said. I don't agree that I'm pulling punches. Like I said, even when Tawana was on the show, right? If there was something she said that I didn't agree with, I said I didn't agree with it. I've said that.
I ain't talking about Tawana. I'm talking about.
Oh, I know you not.
I'm just saying, like, I honestly don't remember what you and Tawana's interactions were, so I can't really recall.
No, I got you on that.
But as far as like real time interactions, like, seem like you pull your punches.
Yeah, I don't see it that way because I don't see a reason for me to pull punches on them. I may not share the same approach maybe that you take with how you address the ladies on the show. I don't know. I don't see it as pulling punches, but I'll take a look at the tape and see what you're saying.
Do you think that you I don't know. That's pretty weird. Do you think that? I don't know. It seemed like you pull your punches.
I'll take a look at the tape, bro. I don't think I do.
I mean, you're a nice person, bro. But
awesome, dude.
I don't know. I just think you should hit him with a couple haymakers every now and again to let him know that you're paying attention. Let him know you're paying attention, bro. You know, when a chick get out of line and she thinks she can man up to you, and then you be like, you leave her that look, like, I'm sorry. You don't even got to say nothing. She just get too loud, and then you do like this. And then that's it. She calm down. She get back in her feminine energy, and but you just got to remind her sometimes and let her know, yo, you all right. Okay.
Who you texting, Kay?
Who
you texting? Who you texting? You text your buddy?
Who?
Foolie.
I don't even know. You know what, Anton? I'm mad about
He had all of his debate points ready, and I just neutralized him right off the back.
Anton, I'm mad about the fact that you were like, ooh, Kay's friend, Foolie, or whatever the hell you put as a damn the title of that video. I'm like, really? I don't know him. I've never talked to him. I never even seen him.
Agents. Both of them are agents of chaos.
Somebody said chaos, like K-A-Y.
Both of them are Black Widows. Both of them are Black Widows.
Oh my goodness.
Both of them are girls.
No.
So, Kay, you said something on the show I found interesting. You suggested that Lauren connected with her dad because he has plenty of guys for her. How come you haven't been a recipient of your father's guidance for marriage as far as getting the guy?
Because I picked my own guy. But people that are having trouble and or whatever want an arranged marriage, or somebody that
So you don't
stick to certain things.
you don't lean to your community as illustrated in your points to help highlight, vet, and select the guy that you should be married to?
What? Please explain that further. I don't know.
Bruh. I'm saying, like, you don't trust your father's judgment when it comes to picking a guy for you that's gonna be the best for you?
I trust my father's judgment. I just don't I'm not in the position to just marry a random person that my dad picks.
What is not in a
But
position? What does that mean?
I don't want to. But
So it's not in a position. It's you just don't want to.
yes. But if there are women that want to, I even told Courtney, I think I messaged it in the whatever. But that's bullshit. There's people out here, like, if they want that, I could hook them up.
Hook him up with who? Foolie?
No, I'm talking about they could talk to my dad, they could find a man. If they just want to be arranged with a good man, and it doesn't matter if they like pick them or not.
What your definition of a good man would be, right?
No. What my dad's definition, and I fully trust him, so they would be good. They would.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They would definitely be good. Like,
Okay, so listen. I can't wait to see your wedding pictures. I'm curious as to who is this guy that's willing to endure through such conversations.
willing to endure.
On a regular
Anton, you
basis.
keep thinking that I treat you and JR in Chicago.
Hope you're trying to figure
Same
out them
way that I
shoes, brother.
treat my
Like over there
JR.
working.
Why is your JR? First of all, why is your situation so dark? Like what?
Well, JR chilling. Why you can't?
Yeah.
No, because it looks very what's the word?
Your
Trying to
father
get you to
didn't
come
tell
over
you
to
to
the dark
stop questioning men?
No. Y'all got all these preconceived notions.
I'm about to turn to Batman and hop off this ledge.
Your father didn't tell you not to argue with men, and when men start talking, and you got to start being a little bit more quiet.
No. The thing is, in terms of arguments, it's more so about like, what can you back up?
Is it better to be right, or is it better to get the results?
Depends on the situation. I mean, what are you doing?
Anything. Is it better to be right, or is it better to get the results?
I would say if I had to just pick overall to get the result.
So why are you always dedicated to being right?
With y'all? Because what result am I looking for?
Well, if you can't see it, then I don't know what else to tell you.
Come on.
Look, Anton always walks away. I mean,
Nas just dropped.
You said who?
the King's Disease Part 2.
Yep.
You said Nas?
Yep.
Okay. I've been waiting. I'm waiting. I'm still about to listen to Isaiah Rashad's album that came out. I didn't listen to it yet, but I know it came out recently.
We don't support this trash culture.
Who's that time talking to?
Damn. Oh,
we don't
JR,
support this
it's
trash
getting
culture.
darker. What are those cherries? Grapes?
Man, I'm about to bring some tacos. I got some tacos.
I'm a king. I don't eat that garbage that y'all eat. I'm not about to sit in my.
Anton, the fact that you have these just a bowl of grapes and a robe,
Well, I'm
I
starting
cannot.
Monday.
And then
Well, this is what my submissive wife preps for me. She makes sure that
I love your wife.
If you're sitting in this $1,000 plus robe and $1,000 plus slippers, you absolutely got to eat grapes. What do you think?
So
I'm about
what
to eat
culture is
chips?
that? What
Think I'm
culture
gonna
is
eat
that?
chips?
What culture is that brags about the price of their robe?
That's everything. Other
Well,
people
you
call
wanted to
culture.
know the length of it. I figure I might as well give you the price of it too.
I'm just trying to see, like, who,
I thought you wanted to know all of the details of my
what
robe.
kind of people, if you had to pick, have you ever seen like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos bragging about the price of their robe? I'm just trying to see.
Have you ever talked to Bill Gates and Jeff
Nope.
Bezos? What are you
Nope.
talking?
That's
So
what
what are
I'm
you talking
asking
about?
you. I'm asking
Why everybody think that they can compare somebody? You don't even really know what rich looks like. I'm gonna tell you something. Money is loud.
You got
it's incredibly
shoes
loud.
and robes. I'm trying to see.
Shoes and robes and Rolexes and Porsches.
Yep.
And penthouses and multiple
Who
homes.
generally promotes those types
And
of things as their signs of wealth?
like I said, money is loud. You just not in the room to hear it. It's very loud.
So who generally, I'm just asking. I don't know.
You sure you want to go there, Kay? This is after hours. I don't
know.
I'm gonna take the gloves off.
Anton,
I'm gonna take the gloves off.
You don't have to
Just
take
know
any-
you've been warned. You've been warned.
Anton, I'm asking.
You've been warned. That's all I'm gonna say.
You don't warn me and don't take look, you don't put your glasses back on.
You sure you want to go there? I'm telling you.
No, I'm asking a legitimate question. You're feeling attacked? Okay, let me ask you.
I'm just asking you a question.
Are you feeling attacked?
Nope.
Okay, so then just answer the
Look
question.
at me. I'm rich. I'm eating grapes. Why would I feel attacked?
Okay, so then why is it violence? Just answer it. Who generally?
Anton does.
Okay, so it's just you. Okay, thank you for answering. That's it.
All right. Money is loud. You just got to be in a room to hear it. Any more questions?
Not about the grapes or anything, but where's your wife? I like her. Tell her I said hi.
My wife is living a life of luxury. She don't have time to talk.
She's somewhere
and
nearby.
entertain us.
She might be able to hear me. Hi.
She got done prepping my fruits for the night, and she's resting.
She did what?
She prepped my fruit for the night. She's resting.
JR, do you have any pets? I'm just wondering. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Do you have any pets?
I might call her in here to feed me like this.
And a large like palm leaf to to fan you. But do you have any pets? Why is this a secret? Like is this what?
I'm gonna leave you to it, Kay.
Anton, do you have any pets?
Yeah, I got a K right in front of me.
No.
And now I'm about to go have me some sex.
And look at JR getting darker and I can't even see. I cannot even see.
I'm gonna holler at you. Hey, JR, I'll tap in with you tomorrow. I'm about to go have me some sex and
bye, Anton.
All right. Yeah, I'm about to get up off of here too, man. Y'all get y'all some rest, man. Really, I apologize, man.
No, you good, bro. I'll holler at you tomorrow, man.
Yeah. All right, K. K-A. All right, y'all, family. Talk to you later. All right.
Ridiculous.
This y'all song right here.
Y'all song. Oh, that's what you made, huh? Talking about y'all song.
All right, y'all.
Hi.
Yeah.